Hello and good morning. Welcome to Teesside. It's Saturday. It's the first doubleheader of the season's round 5 and 6 of the NRG Karting Owners Sprint Series. Brings us to the midpoint of the 2026 season. I'm David Sullivan. Alongside me in the commentary box, as always, Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Good morning. Welcome. Doubleheader weekend. Big one.
Certainly is. Busy weekend as well because our qualifying classes qualify on Saturday and Sunday morning, so they've had a fairly fast turnaround. Junior Pro Kart, though, they're on random grids. It's Josh Brown leading us out on the pole position. He'll have Peter Webster alongside him on the front row with Dylan Slack and Ben Edwards on row 2. Reigning champion Reece Cranston goes off the inside of row number 3. Grace Matthews alongside him. Adam Robertson, Jamie Boulding on row number 4 with Andrew McCrossan and Marley Simpson completing your top 10. P11, Joshua Sullivan, he's alongside Freddie Battersby with Reese Dodds and Ted Hall. Fen Wheat and Ashton Carmichael in front of Edward Wright and Charlie Henderson. Joshua Milburn and Lennon Wright complete your top 20. Elvis Hartley, Ashton Horspool, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Harry Pennington are your 24 Junior Pro Kart runners.
And we're about to get going already for Heat 1, Race 1 here this weekend. And the green flag is up, it's down, and we're away.
Oh, we've already got some off over the start line. Ashton Carmichael, Fen Wheat facing the wrong way as the leaders head up towards the national loop for the first time. Carmichael's nose in and is requiring some marshal assistance. Brown, though, will lead us up. Oh, off goes Dylan Slack as well. He's into the tyre wall. That's going to need a bit of a thing. We may well, Tom, have to go to a Battenberg flag here while the marshals work to fix that tyre wall. We'll see how things are for the time being.
I think they may have enough time to get round quickly. If the marshal's quick to get those tyres back in,
yeah,
we may be okay.
That is some great work by the marshal down there.
It's excellent work. We may even not even be under yellow flags by the time they come round. Oh, no, we are going to be under yellow flags over start-finish line, I believe. No,
we're not. That is fantastic. Yes, we are, because we've got other drivers off, but that is superb work by the marshals.
But it is Peter Webster who leads us over the line from Reece Cranston, from Josh Brown. Joshua Sullivan already up to P4 from 11th on the grid. Make that going for third, into third place for Joshua Sullivan.
Edward Wright flying as well, Tom. He was even further back as Cranston has taken the lead at hairpin 2 from
17th
Peter Webster.
Rye, and he's already up to P6, P5, I think.
He was flying yesterday, Tom, in practice, so it was unofficial. It was off his Alfano. But he set a lap time that was 0.2 faster than the current lap record.
Well, that is definitely going some. It's something that we were talking about on the way down, actually, and we unfortunately got cut off on the on our phone call on the way down. But I was going to ask you, why did he go out on fresh tyres for testing yesterday?
Just
scrubbing them in?
Deep pockets. They do a lot of testing, Tom, as is well documented, despite his dad's protests to that statement.
Well, at the front of the field now, it is Cranston and Sullivan are two of our 3 real front runners, as well as Ted Hall as well, who's currently in P6. The cream is already rising to the top on this random grid as Cranston leads Sullivan, Rise in P5, Hall in P6 at the moment.
Rise up to 4. He's chasing Peter Webster up towards the D chicane. Yeah, Rye yesterday, rapid, Tom. Did have the new tyre on, as you say, but that's because they do so much practice that they go through tyres. So sometimes they just have to put the new one on for testing. And if they're going new today, it gives them a really good representation of what they're going to have as Rye goes down the inside of Peter Webster into the left-hander of hairpin number 1.
Well, Sullivan had a big look on the inside of Cranston at hairpin 1 as well and couldn't get it completed. Cranston extremely late on the brakes. We know how good a driver Reece Cranston is. Very, very difficult to overtake, and unless you sort of line up a move and telegraph it about 2 corners before, it's going to be very difficult to get past Reece Cranston. We've seen that.
They're going to have to get a march on, though, Tom, because Edward Rye is coming.
Well, he is. He's been extremely quick all season as Edward Rye. He's taken to this Junior Pro Kart like the proverbial duck to water.
Reigning Honda Cadet champion is transitioning into the full-size adult chassis incredibly well. Here's Edward Wright. Still only 3.5 minutes in, Tom, to this 10-minute plus 1 lap opening heat. Cranston, Sullivan, Rye, Webster, Hall, Brown, Roberts, Hartley, Horspool, Whittaker, Dunn, Freddie Battersby in P11, Ben Edwards in P12.
So Cranston started on the third row of the grid, and then Sullivan P11, Rye P17, and they're already running 1, 2, 3 on the road. It's amazing how quickly these guys fight their way through the field.
Into the 45s already. Yeah, years of racing, Tom. We know Rye from Bambino here. Through the Honda Cadets, Edward Rye, Reese Cranston raced Honda Cadets and has been in Junior Pro Kart now. This will be his third season.
Big send from Ted Hall at Hairpin 2.
Still side by side with Peter Webster down the back straight, and Rye finally gets it done on the run into South Bank.
Yeah, great move from Ted Hall, actually. Yeah, big send in between Hairpin 1 and 2. Just straight lined it. What we like to call the Fox Whiteley move.
Yes, it's signature. It's almost like, like when...
it's when it's wet and we get Grinsell coming over and we do the Grinsell move over the line.
Like when people like in skateboarding do a trick for the first time,
yes.
It gets named after them.
Yes.
Well, that got named after Jared Fox Whiteley.
Like a half cab, named after Steve Caballero.
And the Awesome, named after David Sullivan.
Captain Awesome.
Yeah, of course. Cranston, Sullivan, Rye pulling away then from Hall, Webster and Brown. 2
distinct groups of 3 now.
Yeah, yesterday we had probably 8 drivers, including this 6 at the front, along with Ashton Horspool, and there was one other I can't quite recall, that were pretty much every practice just went out at the front and just... Oh, Ashton Carmichael was the other. He was off in the opening lap. Just went off at the start and just went all at it. Hall and Webster with warnings as Rye sets a new lap record round here at Teesside, 45.640. And we're going to have a change for the lead, potentially. Are we into hairpin 1? Sullivan down the inside of Cranston, but Edward Rye breaks a lap record that stood for 4 years before Sullivan broke it last year, broke it again at the last round, and now it belongs to Edward Rye. 45.640, Edward Rye, new lap record holder.
Yeah, amazing to see already, only a few laps into the day as well. Shows as well just how rubbered in the track is as well, because it's been probably very dry for a long time over here. I'm sure it has been elsewhere in the country. I mean, we're in a prolonged drought period, aren't we, at the moment?
Let's be honest, though, ability-wise, Tom, we're only 2/10 off the senior pro kart lap record. Now we are in a golden generation of junior drivers. Cranston, Sullivan, Rye, Hall, Carmichael, Rye's down the inside of Reese Cranston.
Oh, and then shows him the edge of the track as well. Not sure Cranston's going to be too happy about that.
A, that was robust. B, respect your champion, young man.
But yes, indeed, it's that's P2 now from P17 for Edward Rye. We've seen him come from right at the back of the field already this season and take victory in a heat. So he's already lining up another one of those here today. Absolutely flying is Edward Rye, but it is still Joshua Sullivan who leads the way from Rye, Cranston, Hall, Webster and Brown still nose to tail as a second group of 3. Then we've got Adam Roberts, Ashton Horspool, Elvis Hartley and Harry Pennington.
Cranston now, I imagine, will tuck him behind Rye. Rye is so quick out of hairpin 2. It does make me wonder whether he's even braking for that corner.
It does make me laugh when he ducks behind the steering wheel down the back straight when he's already barely tall enough to see over it. It is the most
pointless exercise I believe I have ever seen. That's like odd job ducking down.
Exactly.
He's closing the gap, though. It was 5/10. It's down to 3.5 with 2.5 to go. Ted Hall's not completely out of this either, Tom. He's been drawing up and he sets a personal best that was a little bit off those in front of him, but he's dragging Webster and Brown in as well. And at some point, these 3 at the front will come back together and start battling with 2 minutes to go.
Well, Cranston's just, now that he's got the double slipstream in front, has just set a new personal best lap of the race.
Still slower than Rye, though.
Well, significantly. It's a 1/10.5 off what Edward Rye was able to do when he had the double slipstream.
Oh,
Cranston,
yeah.
Feeling very racy all of a sudden, decides to send it back up the inside at hairpin 4, doesn't get the move completed. Rye holds on around the outside, and they still continue to close in on Sullivan.
Rye still closed the gap.
Yes.
Cranston came from a decent distance back.
We've got a guest in the commentary box, David. I've just noticed.
Oh yeah, good old eight-legged mate up there on
Yeah.
roof.
Cyril. We'll call him Cyril.
Leaders are all within a cart length of each other now. As we head up round South Bank, Rye's going to try and move down the inside of Sullivan from some distance back and goes into the rear bumper. Will that allow Cranston to get a run?
Well, he had the door very much closed in his face, did Edward Rye, didn't he? He didn't really have much of a choice.
Don't know how much Sullivan knew he was there until
no,
the
exactly.
tap came into that rear bumper, but now he is very much aware. 2 laps to go, I believe, Tom. They cross bang on 45, so unless someone's dumping another lap record in, we'll see. Let's see whether No, Sullivan parks the cart down the inside at hairpin 1, and we'll try it at 2, but Rye has whipped the shoehorn out.
I was
and
about
they're going to go down the back straight side by side. Sullivan's going to be on the outside. If Cranston can get in the wheel tracks here, then Sullivan's going to go from first to third and may well do so.
Yes.
And Cranston's going to do them both into hairpin 3. Down the inside goes Reese Cranston. They'll run 3 wide up towards hairpin 4. Rye's back down the inside. Cranston's going to get the switch back. They'll be side by side. Sullivan's pushing Rye back through down the inside. It's Rye, Sullivan, Cranston. Hall's up onto the back of him as well. What a start to race day 1 this is.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We're going to see how this one shakes out over the final half of the final lap of Heat 1. At the minute, it is Rye from P17 on the grid from Sullivan.
No,
it's not anymore.
Down the inside. They'll be
Sullivan.
side by side. Sullivan's going to show him the white line on the outside, then cuts across to the inside. Hall's in the mix as well. He's down the inside. He's come from nowhere up into P3.
Yeah, Hall taking advantage of everybody else fighting it out, and then Edward Rye then into the
Sullivan's
back.
opened the door. They'll be side by side. Sullivan should have track position to come all the way round the outside. 6 deep for the lead. Sullivan, Cranston, Hall, Rye, Webster and Josh Brown split by 7/10 of a second. What a start to the day, Tom. I don't think that's not going to be rivaled. We've peaked too early.
It's definitely a good start to the weekend, folks. Strap in and hold tight. Stay with us. I'm sure there will be more racing that is as good as that throughout the day.
Oh, yeah.
But that is definitely right up there.
Sorry, it's only going to get better.
But that is definitely the way to start the day. Certainly woken us up. Congratulations to Joshua Sullivan, Reese Cranston taking P2, Ted Hall coming across the line, taking a great opportunistic advantage of everybody else fighting into P3. Edward Rye in 4th, Peter Webster and Josh Brown closed right in at the end to take 5th and 6th. Then Ashton Horsepool. Then we had Elvis Hartley, Adam Roberts and Harry Pennington. Scarlett Whittaker done. Andrew McCrossan taking P12 with Freddie Battersby 13th. Ben Edwards and Marley Simpson, the top 15. And we haven't, it was that action-packed. We didn't even have the time to bring in the fact that we've got a new class this weekend.
We have got a new class this weekend. I believe that it's for end-of-season awards only.
Yep.
But we're going to run a mini championship. The growth of this class has been well beyond, Tom, what anybody really expected. And because of that, now we've felt the need to bring in a club class, which will give some of our newer drivers opportunities to challenge. So the decision was made this morning on who will fit into that class. I will outline the parameters. It is drivers that were outside of the top 8 in the championship coming into this weekend and that haven't previously won a heat or a final here at Teesside have gone into that club class. I made that decision. If anybody's got any issue with it, don't come and see me. I'm not bothered. That's what it is.
Okay. Well, there's your explainer, folks. Just in case you were wondering why we've got green numbers as well as blue numbers.
But I think it's a great idea, Tom, to have this.
Yeah, they stop on the dot and then roll
right.
but they will run you over.
We're moving on to Bambinos. And as Tom will tell you this morning, he was mightily surprised that we're into double figures.
We are well into double figures because, when they rolled off the dummy grid for their qualifying session this morning, I was expecting 6, possibly 7. and they just kept coming out.
Mm.
And David's looking at me, and my eyes are like wide open, like how many more are coming out? And yes, 10 entries here in Bambinos, which is great to see. Is that a record for Bambinos? We're definitely close to it,
we've
aren't
had
we?
15 before back in the
Yeah.
back in the peak era.
Certainly for a long time, anyway. It's the most we've had, which is great to see.
Back in the peak Coma era.
So we should run through a grid. So it's going to be the Mighty Bambinos are going to go off the front of the grid, of course, because we've got the 2 classes here in Bambino. So Mighty Bambinos are going to go off the first 4 places of the grid, which is Oliver Mullen, Jake Quinn, Ayrton Tennant, and Theo Wagner. Then we've got our Coma C50 Bambinos, Logan Grassi taking pole position in that one, Reggie Rhodes alongside in P2. Then it's Sebastian O'Connell, Bobby James Maddock, Theodore Lee, and Jace Hannon. Jace Hannon, who we expect to be pretty quick here, but had an issue during qualifying and ended up retiring from that session this morning. But looks like he's back out now.
Yeah, we've got 3 of the top 4, Tom, of the Super 1 Championship in Coma.
Yes, we were told that earlier,
with us this weekend. In
2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, in Logan Grassi, Reggie Rhodes and Jace Hannon. I'll be commentating on them all next weekend, Tom.
Yes, you will.
Wilton Mill.
Ah, my old home track. This is, of course, now my home track.
Of course.
Because I spend almost as much time here as I do at home. But yes, my old home track. 15 minutes from my house it was. Wilton Mill.
Just going to make a note as well here on this, because at the end of a weekend I always sort of have to go and remember certain things about highlights of the week. Saturday, Junior Pro Kart Heat 1.
Okay.
There we go.
Has that been officially announced?
It has. That's why I've written it down. It hasn't been announced, but we're going to break some news shortly.
Okay.
In fact, we'll probably do it at the start of Bambino Heat 2, because we do have a little bit of downtime for that, don't we?
Sometimes. Let me pop that in my diary now, actually, because...
Calendar. So, green flag in the hand of the start marshal. Helpers making their way down. They're not going up the bank now because they do tend to fall down, much to our amusement, but less for their safety. We are away and racing in our class here for our Bambinos. We've got Mighties and we have got our traditional Coma class as well. So Oliver Mullen leads us through then. Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant, Theo Wagner are your Might E runners. Jake Wynn, who started the season on a Coma, went on to a Mighty and went on to take his first victories here at round number 4.
First time on that kart as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
And took victory. So, yes.
I mean, the good thing with the kart is that you can put the Coma engine on it, you can put the Iami engine on it, you can put the... Oh, that's a slow-moving Logan Grassi.
It is.
Game over by the look of things. And that kart rolls to a halt on the entry to hairpin 3. He's wide and off the racing line, which is good for safety, but bad for Logan Grassi. Oliver Mullen then will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1 from Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant and Theo Wagner.
Well, the good thing with the Coma Bambino class is that it's a start where you finish.
Yeah.
So, although he will go to the back of the field, there are 6 runners.
Yeah.
In Coma C50 Bambino. So really he will start P6 for the next heat.
And good for the marshal as well, because that kart is very light.
Yes.
So it doesn't have to do a huge amount of work.
So only P6 in class for the next heat for Logan Grassi. So still good opportunities this weekend. And still all the opportunities of victory are available in the final. It's not over, is what I'm trying to say. It's a bit different if you were in, I don't know, say a junior pro kart class. If you retire from a heat there,
in a start where you finish, you end up 25th.
Yes.
We used to get that, didn't we, in Honda Cadet massively back when we were getting, well, one year, I think 2022, we had to split the grid we had two classes. We had pro and club. And because club, we were getting 45 entries. So we split it that year into two separate races, not two separate subclasses. And we had a regular top sort of 15 would race in pro. Back in your sort of Thomas Potter, Amy Peacock championship era of 2022. And then it came back together with grids of regularly 30 to 35. So if one of the front runners had a problem, they were right back down the field. Did make for good telly.
It did. Got people doing what Edward Rye's done already today. If you're late tuning in, shame on you. Absolute cracking first race in Junior Pro Kart.
Having a look in the live chat, Max Shields was asking what the classes meant, but that was very early on, and we answered that without even looking at it, Tom, because we are the ultimate professionals. Good morning to Alex Owen. Not sure if he's finished his honeymoon, but was watching last weekend from a sun lounger, who echoes the statement that what a race won. And we've got some love coming in for Frankie Turnbull. She'll be out in around about 5 or 6 minutes' time in the first Honda Cadet race of the day. In this one, it's still Oliver Mullen leading the way in our mighty Bambinos from Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant before we move into our comas. And that is Sebastian O'Connell going down the inside of Jace Hannon for second place in comas.
And Jace Hannon, who we said had an issue in qualifying, was actually leading the way there for a while. But now it is Reggie Rhodes, who has a moment coming through hairpin 4. Lost the rear end. Really good catch, actually. Good save from Reggie Rhodes.
Rhodes is down the road. Is that the road you're talking about in front? Did you catch that? Because that's O'Connell and Hannon.
That's what I meant.
Sorry, mate.
Good save from O'Connell. Apologies.
I mean, it could have been a good save from Reggie Rhodes as well. He was off camera. We didn't see him.
Miles away. Well, relatively speaking. But no, good save from O'Connell. My apologies. Jace Hannon, who did have a great start, managed to get up into P5 on the road, is now dropping down the order.
Bobby James Maddox in P11, Maddox in P9, the number 11 in his first outing here at Teesside. Seems to be enjoying himself. I think there he is on the camera in the white coloured helmet.
If this is realistically the first racing laps that he's done around here, and doing 101.8s is pretty good. We've only got 3 karts sub 1 minute at the moment, and all 3 of them are in the Mighty Bambino class.
I mean, we know that this track can be difficult because it's all about keeping the momentum up. In fact, Maddox is going to try and go down the inside here.
Oh, it does. Nice.
Of the number 33 machine, which I think is actually 23. I think it's
Theo Wagner.
Theo Wagner. But
yeah, that was a nice move from Maddox as well. Just managed to find a gap down the inside. Drove clean through it. Oliver Mullen still the only one going sub 1 minute. But continues to lead the way. 2 seconds clear now from Jake Wynn, who is half a second behind, in front of Ayrton Tennant for P2.
Personal best by Sebastian O'Connell, and another personal best by Sebastian O'Connell as Jace Hannon has had a slow lap there. He's dropped right off the back now. He's 3.7 seconds off, but he was battling with Sebastian O'Connell, but the pace is starting to fall away a little bit here from Jace Hannon, whereas O'Connell is just getting a little faster and faster. In fact, I think he's edging into Reggie Rhodes, but he's going to need a big chunk of time. He was 0.3 quicker on the previous lap, 2.2 behind Reggie Rhodes. So as it stands at the moment, as long as he can keep facing forwards, Rhodes will have done enough here.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on it.
We
but,
do often see
he's-
that, don't we,
although,
Tom?
Yeah, O'Connell is, like you say, lapping significantly quicker at the moment.
Yeah, we see it often with Bambinos. That sometimes the kit takes a little bit of time to come to the fore, but sometimes the driver, given how young they are, it takes them a couple of laps, 3 or 4 minutes maybe, to sort of get to their sort of peak. You very rarely see them
To reach pace.
straight out the box fast.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen it many times with various drivers. You can probably count them on one hand, though, the amount of drivers that we have seen who are from the very drop of the flag
and
are on it,
and have subsequently gone on to win at international level, and we'll speak about one of them.
Yes,
shortly.
we will. Yeah, because we definitely need to touch
we
on
do like
one of
to-
our former Bambino drivers here.
In all classes, be it from the younger end to drivers that are now heading into sort of either junior, senior classes or into circuit racing in cars. We like to sort of see, like, it's very unlikely people are going to stay in karts for their entire life, and we'll talk about that as well in a moment, Tom. On to the final lap, though. Oliver Mullen leads from Jake Wynn. The gap is 3.3 seconds. He's comfortable, but it's Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant still battling out for second place. Tennant not quite close enough, but is continuing to apply the pressure to the 66.
Yeah, he's definitely closing in. Is Ayrton Tennant. A gap down to 0.386 of a second. They head round South Bank and into hairpin 3. I think it's just going to be enough. I think he's just going to hold on. But coming across the line to take the checker flag in heat number 1, it's going to be Oliver Mullen taking victory in the Might E class, just from Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant, who come over the line nose to tail. Then we are going to have Reggie Rhodes taking victory in the Coma C50 class from Sebastian O'Connell in P2, who closed in right at the end, to be fair to O'Connell. Just a little too late in that respect, but closed right in to Reggie Rhodes. And Jace Hannon comes over the line, takes P3 in C50 Bambino. And then we have Theodore Lee. Then it's Bobby James Maddox and Theo Wagner completes the Mighty Bambino runners, and then Logan Grassi. The unfortunate retirement round at South Bank just before hairpin 3, and we will await recovery of that one. So while we are awaiting recovery and while we are waiting to get into our next set of heats, which will be cadets, Honda cadets coming up next, shall we talk about what we were going to talk about?
Yeah, we'll talk about the driver that's progressed out of Bambino into now Inters. In fact, that really sort of came through a grounding here, and a really good grounding, in fact, in Austin Oman, who last weekend over at Le Mans, a week after we raced our 24-hour race there on the circuit Alain Prost, he was on the international circuit next door, where he was victorious in the interclass in the RMC International Trophy. On a momentous day for British drivers, where they topped the podium in every single class.
Yeah, it was amazing to see. It genuinely was, and big congratulations to Austin Oman, who, like we say, is one of our alumni here from the Bambino class. Fought it out every round, every heat, every lap with Colby Patterson, didn't he?
And Chloe McGill on a regular basis.
Yes, also fighting it out in various European championships, as well as British championships as well, that she's taking part in. But yeah, great to see our Bambino, former Bambino drivers.
You've been brought a gift, Tom.
Oh, have I? Oh, thank you. Thank you. My
goodness
me!
It's gift wrapped.
I thought it was wine.
It's gift wrapped. Unwrap your gift, Tom.
Okay.
Unwrap your gift.
Wow. Okay, this is genuinely exciting. What have we got?
So Angela Carnes, who was very, very kind to us at 5 a.m. in the morning at Le Mans.
I think I know what this is.
And brought us a drink. And then Tom was basically saying that it was the best drink he'd ever had.
It was coffee that was right up there, and
Yeah.
I've now received a genuine present,
The-
wrapped up and everything, with a cupcake.
Would you like to
Thank you.
unwrap that?
I'm going to unwrap it live on air.
Your present, Tom.
Appreciate this isn't great for radio.
The visual.
Yeah,
But
and it's a pot of coffee. It's a jar of coffee. Thank you very much, Angela.
thank you.
Thank you very much,
Greatly
Nick.
appreciated. I was actually opening it.
Yeah, I was good. I'll listen.
What are you going to do? I thought you were going to pour it,
foil top.
pour it into your eye like Eyeball Paul.
Intravenous.
Yeah.
Intravenous caffeine.
And to go back to Lamont, Tom, what does Eyeball Paul do?
He plays hammer and tunes.
He does play hammer and tunes. We're going to head round then. Honda Cadet will lead us round. There'll be one Micro Max. Tyler Gruffity did set the fastest time in qualifying, but he will go off the back as he's a sole micro. So it'll be a maiden maiden pole position start. I believe he's been on the front row in P2 for Aston Wilson. He starts on pole position. He's got Jack Thompson alongside him, Oscar Somerset and Abel Hutton, who appears to be back on form. Touch wood, no commentators curse in P4. Jacob Jones, who's been pretty much unbeatable in the last 2 rounds with Zach Sieber. Then it's going to be Alex Atima and Thomas Chalk, Calais Tennant and Kyle Kerr, with Frankie Turnbull and Oliver Reed in front of Harlan Pritchard and Sam Vout. Oscar Wills, Josh Finley and Sophia Hankinson on her debut race weekend here at Teesside. Didn't test yesterday, straight into qualifying for the driver in the 69 car. Let's see how she gets on as we head up towards the timing line. We're rolling round. They've lined them up the wrong way there because they should have the 30 on pole position. The lines were on the wrong side. Wilson's on the outside because he was second, but they've not lined up correctly. So either the drivers have mixed it up coming out the final corner, or they've been gridded up wrong. They've gridded themselves up wrong because they'd have been in line, because Gruffity's 30 should have been P1 because he was the fastest, but we've got a multi-class format. I hope you've not lost yourself on that. I know what I'm talking about. Apologies.
No, I understand what you're doing, what you're talking about. I'm just concerned that they're going to do it again now on the rolling lap again. And if they do line up the wrong way round again, and then what happens to the people behind? Do they follow who they're supposed to be behind?
Well, I think everybody's...
Or do they get themselves in order?
I genuinely believe that the inside row is on... The whole row is on the wrong side.
If they're all on the wrong side, just let them go.
Genuinely believe that the whole rows are on the wrong side, but that's how they've gridded up, and they seem to be happy. I don't know. The drivers are okay. The drivers are okay. Green's up, green's down, we're away, and I still think Aston Wilson's going to lead up to the first corner. Yep, the pole man, who wasn't the pole man, is now the pole man. He leads up round the national loop at the first time.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, he's in front of Abel Hutton, and a fast-starting 21. I think that's Zach Schieber up into third place, although Jack Thompson's coming down the inside of him into hairpin 2. He scrubs off enough speed, though, that it will cost him places, I think, because they're going to run side by side down the back straight. Who's going to pick the inside line? And they're going to be 3 wide up towards South Bank, and indeed Thompson does get shuffled back, trying to pick out that driver in 4th place in the orange helmet, Tom, in the all-white Nassau. I think it wouldn't be surprised if it's the 14 of Kyle Kerr. Yes, it is, up into P4.
And up and over the curb there.
Oh, 3 wide into there's going to be a tight one. Still wide as Somerset and Jones go side by side. Somerset picks up a contact warning. Jones drives all the way around the outside of him. Aston Wilson and Abel Hutton are away at the front here. They've got a little bit of a gap. Great start. Big shout out to the 40 of Alex Atima. P5's the highest he's run here at Teesside. He goes off in pursuit of Zach Sieber and Kyle Kerr over P3. There he is in the blue suit on the zip cart heading up towards South Bank.
I think it was Oscar Somerset who was up and over that curb on the dogleg section, just coming over the start-finish line on the previous lap. Obviously cost him some time as they went 3 wide then into the D chicane. As we said, leading us over the line, it is going to be Aston Wilson from Abel Hutton, Zach Schieber, Kyle Kerr, Alex Atima, Jack Thompson, Jacob Jones, Oscar Somerset, Oliver Reed and Thomas Chalk, the top 10. As Wilson and Hutton now start to move away at the front. Zach Schieber, Kyle Kerr and Alex Atima all in very close company with each other. Kyle Kerr setting the fastest lap of the race last time around. They have moved away from, it is, I believe, Jack Thompson in P6. Then it's Jacob Jones, Oscar Somerset, Oliver Reed and Thomas Chalk, who are all then in a train together all the way down to around about P12, I think.
Frankie Turnbull has got some sharp elbows this morning. Picks up a contact warning. Elbows out.
It's actually P16 that are all in a group.
Abel Hutton all over the back of Aston Wilson, and Hutton needs to make a move. He's going to try and go round the outside and play a little switchback here on Wilson. They'll run side by side, and the reason he needs to go here is because the battle for third are closing in. I think Wilson's going to have enough there to turn in. No, he's not, and Abel Hutton will go down the inside.
I think he did have enough to turn in, but left the door open.
Yeah, but now we're going to be 5 for the lead, which is going to be 8 before too long, because these three are playing a really smart game. We've got quite some experienced drivers in that Thompson, Jones, Somerset battle at this level. And I think now Jones is really just pushing Thompson.
He is fully. He was nailed to the rear bumper of that 91 car of Jack Thompson.
Plenty of time in this race for them to come into this. So why back themselves up? Like I say, Tom, there's a second really big train now from Oliver Reed in P9, pretty much down to the number 8 of Josh Finley in his first weekend here as well.
Well, what you were saying about playing it smart, I've just seen Jacob Jones do something really smart, which when you're running that close to the car in front, particularly with these younger drivers, when you get to a braking zone like hairpin 1, it's very easy to just push on the car in front because you think, I'm going to brake in my usual spot. But they brake in their usual spot, which is the same as your usual spot, and you end up, because you're so close,
tapping them and slowing you both down.
Slowing you both down or pushing the other driver on, and then you receive a penalty for it. What Jacob Jones did was actually half cart himself on, or move half a cart width to the inside. So he didn't do that. And that was really smart. And now we've got a train.
We are 8 for the lead as Thompson sets the fastest lap. Personal best from Jones and Somerset as well. And we're back at the front. It's Aston Wilson back in front of Abel Hutton. So Hutton had the pace to get through, but didn't have the pace to hold on.
Well, that Thompson, Jones, Somerset train were easily the quickest 3 karts on track that time around. Easily.
3.5.
By almost half a second.
Yeah, 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Tom, pick a winner. No pressure.
No, thanks.
What are you doing over there on the fence?
I like it here. It's comfortable.
Wilson and Hutton respond with personal best, but they're not able to break away. And really good to see some new names, Tom, running at the sharp end here as Kyle Kerr, who returns. He's up onto the curb on 2 wheels.
That was a lot of curb.
Yeah, that was a heart-stopping moment, particularly for the driver, but for those watching as well, there was a decent chance that kart would have gone up and over. And the 2 leaders do have a bit of a gap, but Aston Wilson is defending early here from Abel Hutton. Warning for Sam Vout as Alex Atima goes back down the inside of Jack Thompson. Thompson will be side by side with him. Hatima's going to get eased out here all the way around the outside, I think. But great driving thus far, though, by Hatima in that 40 up at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, definitely this train are now fighting out for the win with the rest of the group, which is headed at the moment by Oliver Reed. And that goes all the way down to Harlan Pritchard in P16.
Jack Sieber goes up onto the curbs at hairpin 2, and he's going to lose a bit, but then Oscar Somerset pushes Jacob Jones down the inside again. Picked the right line, didn't he? You have to make a snap decision as to which lane you push. Generally, the inside will be the better option, but at that case, you just have to pick which is what you think is going to be the better one for you. As Alex Otima comes back down the inside of Jack Sieber, who's now fallen to the tail end. He's ran as high as 3rd, now down in P8, but could well end up back in 3rd by the end of this one.
Well, we were talking earlier on about smart driving. Well, Jack Thompson just held it all the way around South Bank, all the way around hairpin 3.
Waved yellow, sorry, Tom. We've got Frankie Turnbull and Sam Vout off at the D chicane.
Yeah, and Thompson managed to eventually hold on to what is now P6, but got passed by 2, was about to be passed by a 3rd, which would have been, I believe, Alex Tima, but actually managed to hold on to the position. So good driving there from Thompson.
We will have 2 laps to go at the end of this one as we'll cross the timing line with around about 43 seconds on the clock. Wilson, Hutton, Kerr, Jones with the fastest lap of the race. Now is the time to turn up the wick. And Jacob Jones, who really broke out at round number 3, round 4, didn't qualify, started at the back and ended up at the front very, very quickly, did Jacob Jones. But he's going to have to do at least 3 overtakes in a lap and a half. Wilson migrates towards the inside. Abel Hutton draws alongside, but will be round the outside. He just needs to be really careful there not to open the door for Kerr, Jones, Somerset and the rest of them. We are 5 for the lead at the moment. Thompson, Hatima and Sheba have had their battle and it has fallen them away, but they are close enough to pick up any pieces should anything happen in the remaining 48 seconds of Heat 1.
Yeah, Jacob Jones has now closed in fully on that front group of 3. Oscar Somerset right there as well with a new fastest lap of the race. He closed in massively between hairpin 4 and the start-finish line. Using that quadruple slipstream that he's got in front. They all fan out into hairpin 2. Jacob Jones takes P3 away from Kyle Kerr.
I think that's the battle for the lead now, is just between the two of them. Wilson's left the door open massively. That is a huge invite for Abel Hutton. Hutton's down the inside. Wilson just didn't go anywhere near enough to that inside line. He's opened the door again at 4, but I think he's going to ride that one out. But it's going to be Abel Hutton who will come through to win Heat 1. Hutton, Wilson's still happy, but he'll watch that back and knows he could have won that, Tom, I think. There'll be a big learning curve there for Aston Wilson on how to defend South Bank on the final lap. Because by rights, we should really be saying that it's his first win here at Teesside, but we can take nothing away from Abel Hutton, who's had a bit of a turbulent start to the season, Tom, really. He came into this as, for me, one of the drivers that I thought could be a surprise package in winning this championship. He's had a tough opening few rounds, 1 or 2 changes to that car in the last couple of weeks, and it's paid dividends. Hutton, Wilson, Jones, Somerset, Kerr from Jack Thompson, Alex Atima and Zach Sheba. Tyler Gruffity goes from the back to P9 in the Micromax with Thomas Chalk, Oliver Reed, Oscar Wills and Calais Tennant, Harlan Pritchard, Josh Finley, Frankie Turnbull and Sam Vout, and Sophia Hankinson, who with no practice yesterday, Tom, has finished on the lead lap. And we don't often see that for debutantes coming here to Teesside with no practice. So straight into quali, straight into race day, and will only improve throughout this day. That if that is the starter for Honda Cadet, one is looking forward to the main course, the pudding, and the coffee afterwards.
One is, yes.
One is.
Yeah, and sorry, we didn't really elaborate too much on the coffee situation, did we? We talked a little bit about it, but yes.
Develop that story.
Well, Angela brought us 2 coffees, didn't she? And Angela Carnes, that is, Jacob Carnes.
A little after 5 a.m, and it's probably the most grateful coffee I've ever received at Le Mans.
But it was genuinely delicious.
Yes.
And if the jar that I've been given, if that's the genuine stuff that we were given, I am shocked. Because that was not what I was expecting.
No, but it was delightful.
I was expecting like some prime barista, kind of inspired instant jar kind of coffee.
Maybe it's not the coffee. Maybe it's the way it's made.
This is very much a regular brand of coffee that rhymes with Schmesh Cafe Schmold Blend. Right, and
like I say, maybe it's not the coffee, maybe it's the person that makes
it. But
it
was the person that makes it.
You're going to have to move Angela in.
Exactly. She's for the British 24 Hour. We're just going to station her at the back of the
Imagine going home to Emma, Emma, I've got a bit of a thing. Angela's moving in. She's in the car. JJ Allen qualified on pole position this morning on Honda R200. He'll have championship leader Tom Nichols alongside. Max Platz and Jensen Simpson will be on row number 2. George Wilson, who had a technical issue in qualifying, I think qualified P3, will start in P5 in this one in Honda R200s. Are we going to have a surprise package, or will it be Nichols versus Allen for the 21st instalment of the season? It's pretty much been them two in all of the races so far. We've had Max Platz have her flashes of brilliance, but needs a little bit more consistency if he's going to go with the two at the front, as JJ Allen leads us up and over the timing line up towards the national loop. Nichols on the outside is going to have to try and go all the way around the outside of Max Platz to hold on, and he cannot, as Max Platz moves through into second place. Holding that inside line, always important to be right into the wheel tracks of the leader if you're in third place, to try and stop that outside line chopping across your bows. Seen it many times where drivers try and get across and it causes issues, so it's all about trying to get down the inside. And talking about down the inside, there goes Tom Nichols.
And up and over the top.
Further back, was that a late move down the inside by Jensen Simpson?
It was, and he ended up riding up the side of...
No, I think it's George Wilson went down the inside of Max Platz and picks up
That's correct, yeah. George Wilson,
contact warning.
yeah, up and over the top of Max... Sorry,
of Max Platz, yeah.
Yes, of Max Platz.
He saw the gap that was created.
I mean, there's only 5 karts, Tom. Get your head in order.
Yeah, he went down
apologies.
the inside of. He saw the gap that was created by Tom Nichols, and decided he was going to try and angle his kart through it, which was ever decreasing.
Yes, it is our front two of Allen and Nichols resuming hostilities for, what did you say, David? 21st time?
Well, yes, because they've had 20 races so
20
far.
races, and yes, so this is so they're well acquainted with each other, I think it's fair to say, both on track and off. But yes, the duelists go at it again. And already probably too early to talk about plans for next season for these two, but what do we think, David? Moving up?
Age-wise, yes. Not sure about Nichols. Allen will be going junior Rotax if the practice photographs from his Facebook or anything to go by.
Okay.
His mum is just covering their eyes. I don't know whether that's because she's worried about the pace of the junior Rotax or the ever-diminishing bank account.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah,
the second one. It's definitely the second one.
She saw the bill from the test day and went, nope.
Definitely the second one. I couldn't recommend enough.
So,
2 Hondas, one either side of the car.
Suddenly Howard's on speed dial for a junior pro car instead.
Hello, Nationwide. I'd like to remortgage, please.
Again.
Standard Rotax. So, Allen and Nichols out at the front, top two. Max Platz still being pursued by George Wilson. That gap sort of goes in and out depending on where the driver is either particularly strong or maybe geared, because we are open gearing in Honda R200, which does mean that we often see drivers changing gearing between the race depending on if we had a bigger grid, whether they'd be towards the front or the back, and whether they are feeling that they're getting good drive out of the corners, which will give them... If they're getting good drive, you'll come down on gearing because you know you're getting good drive. You'll still have the top end, and it will give you more top end. So we will see how we go with this one. Nichols currently on a run of 4 final victories out of 4 rounds. But that doesn't really tell the story of how close these two have been throughout the year.
Well, to say that they're close, I think JJ Allen has currently got an imprint of Tom Nichols' bumper on his rear bumper. He's got his front bumper on his rear bumper.
I think as well.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think in a blind, we could blindfold these two and they could draw the back of each other's helmet from memory.
Yeah. Yes. That would be a good test, actually. Maybe we'll do that on the paddock show. Get these two to draw each other's helmets, blindfolded.
I saw our very own Gracie Mitchell a few months back doing a blind drawing of a kart track.
Yes.
It was Jared Fox Whiteley doing the drawing, and I can tell you, all his talents went on racing. Nichols down the inside of JJ Allen at hairpin number 3. Will Allen try and straight line it to 4? No, Nichols goes slightly wide at 3 to try and block off that run. 3.5 minutes to go. Allen's going to try and go round the outside of Nichols over the start line. Did get a good drive out of hairpin 4. Does lead me to believe that Allen may be 1 tooth lower than Nichols if he's getting the drive out of the corner like that. And then Nichols is able to hold on at the end of the straight. We'll see here And that will help Alan, though, Tom, now, because he's going to benefit from the slipstream that will drag him along down that back straight. Let's see whether the gap goes out at the end. In fact, the slipstream allowing Alan to stay right in behind. I think what we need to do with these two is I would, before every race, I will have them deliver their gearing to the commentary box, and we'll know what they're on, but nobody else will, and we won't share it with each other, but it'll give us an insight.
It comes in a sealed envelope.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sealed bids and all that. Would be very interesting to sort of know where they are and if they're matched or look. At most, there'll be one tooth between them, because they've been here that many times. You figure out what works. You know, and it's like Senior Pro Kart is open gearing, but I reckon 90% on the grid's on a 65 rear sprocket.
You think 95? I'd go even higher than that.
95.1.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just go one higher. Price is right.
2 minutes to go in this Honda R200 opening heat. And Nichols and Allen.
Still nose to tail.
Still nose to tail. There'll be about 700ths between them, because that's the difference between the back of the seats.
Is that a guess?
Well, it's the same with... It's all the Honda Cadet classes, isn't it?
You know what they crossed the line in? What the gap was?
0.75.
0.075.
And that is JJ Allen's nose buried into the rear bumper of Tom Nichols. And there's nothing wrong with that. We do love a slipstream.
Well, now it tells you exactly how long a kart length is, doesn't it? In time-wise, if you are 0.075, that's exactly one kart length.
Genuinely, Dave Nichols has just messaged me his gearing. But without the context of the other driver, it's largely irrelevant.
Yeah.
3 laps to go in Honda R200.
New personal best for Tom Nichols that time around. Actually stretched it slightly. Well, I say stretched it slightly. Over the line, it was even less than before. It was 0.072.
Yeah, did gain a bit round the national loop, but then lost it again in the run up towards hairpin 1. And now
there was a little nudge in the back there from Allen, pushing Nichols along as they come towards the final half of this lap. They will cross the line with around about 15 seconds to go. So we're going to get 2 more laps. And here they come. It is still Nichols leading the way. Also in behind, we've still got Max Platz just holding off George Wilson for 3rd place overall, but they are still very close together. So we're keeping our eye on two battles at 1. Went all Yorkshire then. 2 battles at 1.
Don't go Yorkshire, because AI doesn't understand accents.
AI doesn't get Yorkshire jokes, does it?
Not understand
Yorkshire humour
accent.
does not work on AI.
Time is down to 0.
We were nearly X-rated.
We nearly were. So it's not the first time that I've been absolutely... Or that I have, by AI, the first time we've been ruined by it. But I was once ruined by the automatic subtitles on YouTube. I said textbook overtake, and it interpreted text as something that rhymes with it.
Yes, I have seen that. I think you clipped that up for me. Anyway, half a lap to go. Nichols still just about holding on from Allen. Can't do any more than he... well, neither of them could do any more, because they've just set identical lap times, which were the fastest laps of the race.
But Nichols gets it because he crossed the line 700s.
I mean, to say that there's nothing between them is unbelievable. 46. That is the perfect example of
0.78 as Allen goes down the inside. Nichols leaves the door open. The door was open for JJ Allen. Allen's through. Allen will take heat 1. Nichols isn't particularly happy, but Tom, there was a gap there down the inside, and I think JJ Allen was more than in it.
Well, Nichols turned in because he wasn't expecting Allen there, and then he's made contact, and then Nichols is remonstrating with Allen, but Allen was fully alongside. Did nothing wrong. The gap was there, like you said, David. So Nichols feels a bit hard done by, and I can understand why he would feel a bit hard done by, because he's gone to turn into the corner and he's found a cart on his inside. He thinks that Allen's taking him out, but when he watches it back, I think he'll realise fully what happened.
Oh, we can't have cakes, Andrew. I've already turned 1 down, unfortunately, because I'm slimming. I know your mum's made them. Go and genuinely, and I do mean this, go and share them with all the kids in the paddock.
Yes, that would be amazing. I'll take that one.
Yeah,
I'll take that one. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
Please share mine with some other drivers, Andrew, because I am trying to slim down, and we are grateful for the offer.
That is Andrew McCrossan. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you so much, but I am on a bit of a drive to be better.
But yeah, more cakes appearing in the commentary box.
The best way to describe that move, Tom, is if you do it, it's awesome, and if somebody does it to you, you don't like it.
This is the Alan Nichols one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of them. If you do it, it's the best move you've ever done, and if it happens to you, it's the worst move that's ever happened in the history of motorsport since since Michael Schumacher on Damon Hill at Adelaide in 1994.
Oh, I'd go later than that. I'd go Schumacher on Barrichello at Hungary.
Absolutely, I saw that video yesterday. Again, it still makes me wince.
Yes. Oh, no.
Do you know what I really do? Deliberately fire him.
But what I really like about that is how Rubens just kept it pinned, drove into the exit of the pit lane, then over the grass, and still managed to take the place.
Yes.
Have it.
Have
some of that.
Right,
no
back
H.
to random grids now as Cameron McNeil will lead us round from pole position. He'll have Ted Hall alongside Aidan Donnelly and Jacob Carnes, with Henry Armitage and Jake Grufferty in front of Alex Lynn and Max Hall, Logan Pebbody and Mark Laredo Gomez on row 5. Joey Swan, Adam Causa, row 6. Ronnie Harrott and James Darling will go off row 7 in front of Albie Cam and Holly Swan. Holly Swan, the first of our seniors, alongside Paul Swan and Oliver O'Donovan.
You know, I like a weather chat, David.
It's starting to look a bit overcast, isn't it, Tom?
The sun has gone away.
The sun is not in the sky.
No, it is still in the sky, but it is very much blocked by clouds.
Okay, shout out, as always, to Mummy Jules, who joins us in the live chat watching from home.
But yes, weather update. Very, very cloudy all of a sudden. And we have, for tomorrow, a 50-50 chance of some rain. Which will certainly spice things up a bit.
Every now and again we do like a bit of rain.
Particularly mid-race during the Junior Pro Karts. That's when it normally starts.
It normally is, isn't it? It's normally the catalyst.
What we need to do is, if we want a dry weekend, we just don't send Junior Pro Karts out.
Yeah.
Anyways, coming to the line. The first of our two-stroke classes this weekend, followed by the second of our two-stroke classes in behind. And we are away and racing at the first time of asking.
Fanning out up towards the national loop, and Ted Hall has managed to find a way down the inside. We've got Ronnie Harrott off. We've got Joey Swan taking evasive action. He didn't hit anyone. Cameron McNeil is stopping. Ronnie Harrott's got a bent rear axle. And we've got at least 4 off. And one of them is Adam Causa. And he had a tough day yesterday. He introduced himself, albeit with the help of other cars. Alex Lynn stopped as well. I think he's oiled up on the plug, though. He's just punching the throttle. Adam Causa was in the wall on the outside of the front start line, and we go Battenberg at the end of lap 1. Do we? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We go Battenberg at the end of lap 1. The flag was out and then in. And to be fair, is the right call because we've still got drivers on the track.
We've gone red flag.
We're going to go red flag. And that's because Adam Causa is still in the cart and is just being tended to by the marshal and is on the track in terms of the cart is. The driver's still in the seat.
Ted Hall's thrown me right off with his new helmet.
Well, it's actually his old helmet, but a new helmet in the same livery as his old helmet. Timeline.
What?
Right, so the timeline.
I did get it. I'm not that thick.
No, but I don't know what our viewers are like, so love you all. Please stay with us. Don't leave us. We need the numbers.
Thickos.
Yeah, subscribe, like, and all that stuff. Press the bell notification to be notified when we're live so I can abuse you some more. Yeah, so he had his original helmet, which was the standard blue Bell helmet. Then he had the current helmet, in another helmet in the same paint job he's got now. He decided then to write that off at PF, not deliberately, of course, but had an incident. in the interim, had the yellow Lando Norris helmet that we liked because he stood out like the only lad on their grid with a bright yellow helmet.
Yeah.
And now he's gone back to a dark blue one, which on camera isn't actually a million miles, even though Jacob Kahn's is dark red. From a distance, they look very, very similar.
They do. And because
colours.
they're in identical colour schemes on the kart as well,
quite
difficult to pick them apart. Size, I think, would be the big giveaway.
Yes.
Well, it's Gracie, man.
The one that struggles to see over the steering wheel is Ted.
Yes. He's gone full Edward Rye, hasn't he?
Yes. Interesting Edward Rye fact, Tom.
Oh, here we go.
The next race. Currently, the holder of 2
lap
records because whilst he holds the Honda Cadet one on the Vega tyre.
Right.
The outright Honda Cadet record still on the bridge, still on Dunlops from like back in like the early 2020s. That's
that bumper shouldn't be at that angle.
No, mullered. And we've had another one peel off.
More wonky than my dog's eyes.
Oh, poor dog.
He's got proper wonk eye.
Isn't that how somebody from Birmingham says wonky?
You go wonk eye.
Wonk eye.
Wonk eye. Yeah. I call him mortgage.
One's fixed, one's variable.
Exactly.
Right.
So it looks like we may be getting a full restart.
Yeah, well, we hadn't completed 2 full racing laps and the red flag came out, so that is the standard procedure. We will regrid in order. The recovery quad is going. I'm guessing for Ronnie Harrer, although he is currently hid behind the hoardings between us and where the big screen is.
The quad bike of shame. Or the quad of shame.
Well, it's the quad
the trailer of shame.
The quad of salvation at the moment. Tom,
yes, actually, I prefer that more. Yes,
yeah, that quad is undrivable. We will see the.
That's a better way.
We will see the quad of salvation, I imagine, a few times in a fortnight's time, Tom.
We will. We haven't yet previewed the British 24-hour, so we may well do that now while we're under.
I will once again break out the tagline that I like to refer to it as the greatest spectacle in UK motorsport.
And I would not argue with you.
When you see, effectively, the run across the track and then the fact that the karts just don't stop coming at the camera for about 25 seconds just goes to show you.
It makes the hairs stand up on the back of your neck.
Yeah.
It's genuinely exciting.
I still don't think I've actually done the start of a race on comms because I'd just like to be milling around the atmosphere.
Well, that actually may change this year. We're still yet to
I'll
pick our numbers out as to whether we're doing it or not.
I just said I'd let you decide and I'd run with whatever.
Yeah.
It must be quite intimidating watching half of Teesside run across the track at you like it's Braveheart while you're in the comm box.
It's a little bit like that. Yeah, I'd never thought of it that way, but yeah, it is a little bit like that. Yeah, crossing the field, swords raised. Yeah, it is a bit like that. But then they all turn around and then drive off, like I've just lifted my kilt up at them. I wouldn't ever wear a kilt.
No,
which was discussed, by the way, for certain nuptials that took place.
Yours?
Yes, but it was like, would you, are you going to wear a kilt? And I was like, well, no.
No, because I'm not Scottish.
Well, technically, I mean, my grandmother was from about 10 miles north of Glasgow.
Oh.
And technically my granddad as well, but
and your uncle was Mel Gibson.
Yeah, close related.
Uncle Mel,
close related to Brendan Gleeson. But no, we. It was discussed as to whether that would happen or not, and I said no. I'm a Yorkshireman before I'm an Englishman before I'm British. Is how I describe myself.
Right, we've got one.
So I went top hat and tails.
Lovely. Cameron McNeil is back out. It's a full restart, which means they can whatever was bent. If it was the odd side pod, just jump on it or something. Get it flat, get him out.
Were you top
do a
hat
job
for yours?
No, I wasn't. I know why you'd think I'd have a top hat to cover the big bald head, but I got
You had hair then. I had hair then.
I got married.
Barely.
I got married. I saw what was coming in terms of baldness and got married early enough that the photos have still got me with hair in.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I got married because I love my wife.
Well,
but...
yeah. No. What you saw was the hair falling out, and you thought, I better get in now and tie her in before, so I can get 50% of whatever comes afterwards.
Correct. No Holly Swan, so I wonder if she was involved in that opening lap fracas. But having said that, there was 3 of them that were...
No, Holly Swan's out there. Or was out there.
Yeah, she
Definitely
was.
She was lined up a minute ago. It wouldn't restart, Cat's telling us.
Can't no go. Which means we're down to 2. They could do with backing up a little bit and allowing the juniors to have a bit of a race before they start catching them.
Well, the juniors need to catch up with the
issue always being, Tom, is it takes the juniors longer to grid up.
Why have we got 1 miles off the front though?
I don't know. I think it's because Ted Hall is on the pole and he is dictating the pace, but is
so
slow.
So we're going to go around again because the 27 of Aidan Donnelly was well out of position. As he said, Ted Hall is the pole sitter, so
he is now.
Should dictate the pace.
Cameron McNeil was on pole, but he was in the pit lane, which now means he rejoins the back of the grid.
But Aidan... Did Aidan Donnelly think that because Cameron wasn't there that...
Oh, that's Alex Lynn for the second time stopping. And this is the issue with... Look, we want them to go slow, but then they go too slow, the plug oil's up, and it can be game over. He's just being pushed in to the pit lane. There is Alex Lynn. I mean, at this rate...
Now we're going a little bit too slowly.
Yeah, but at this rate, with the way that the juniors have been dropping, if you finish, you've got a decent chance of winning this.
I'm just going to say this now. This is the fallout from people who've watched the Le Mans weekend, last weekend, where they were driving for half a lap at walking pace. Everybody oiled their plugs up and everybody had issues, particularly in juniors and inters. I was speaking to the winner, actually, Jack Dexter, who won the
DD2 Masters.
DD2. And I said to him, well, what was the issues there? And he said, well, it wasn't a problem for us because we can shift into neutral and rev the nuts off it.
It's a good job we've got floodlights. And it's a good job it's the summer because we may still be going here at 9 o'clock. In fact,
and Ted Hall's still saying, slow down,
I'd
slow down,
I'd be very surprised if this race gets going before 9:30 tonight.
This is the fallout from Le Mans. This is people who've watched the Rotax Max Trophy and gone, this is what we need to do. Doesn't need to be this slow, just needs to be organised.
Somebody bring me a sleeping bag. I'm going to bed down before the race starts. And we are away
in racing. And unbelievably, everybody got going cleanly.
Up towards the National Loop, and it will be Ted Hall from Jacob Carnes, then the 27 of Aidan Donnelly in front of the 33 of Max Hall, although he will be disposed out of 4th place by Jake Gruffity, who normally almost carried too much speed into the 27 of Aidan Donnelly and had to stamp hard onto the brakes.
In seniors, Oliver O'Donovan has or is leading the way from Paul Swan.
Holly Swan, who isn't in this, is on new tyres. So saving rubber, Tom, for Heat 2.
Oh, it's going to be rapid for the rest of the day.
So Hall will lead us up and over the line, though, being pursued by Carnes and Gruffity. I would generally expect those 3 to be at the sharp end of this field throughout the day. I would have expected Alex Lynn to be up there with them as well, but he is out of this race before it's even got going. The plug oiling up twice as Jacob Carnes goes down the inside of Ted Hall, and the elongation of the word was because he went down the inside and just kept going at hairpin number 1. And the only real winner is Gruffity.
Well, he went right round the outside at hairpin 2, and that was a great move. Just kept it pinned right the way around, used the extra grip of the tyres that they have in this class, and was just able to... You wouldn't do that in cadets. You wouldn't be able to do it in Pro Kart. You can do it in junior Rotax.
Ted Hall falling down into 3rd place, but he's still right there with them. Jacob Carnes with that move into hairpin number 1, obviously wanting to go early. I think fairly mindful that
Gruffity
would be coming.
is Morse coding on the back of Jacob Carnes, who has a good look behind to see who it is. Now goes defensive down the back straight, and rightly so, because Gruffity is looking quick.
Oliver O'Donovan has already won seniors because Paul Swan has a mechanical flag.
Okay.
So we're down to one of our seniors, and that's because the right side of his rear bumper is detached from the cart.
Got a mechanical flag going out.
For Paul Swan?
For Paul Swan, yes, but already retired.
No, he's here. But I just said he's already won because it's inevitable.
Right. I'm with you now.
Cool.
Good chat. Jacob Carnes still leads the way. From Jake Gruffity, Ted Hall, Max Hall, Aidan Donnelly, James Darling, Logan Peverty, Joey Swan.
Gruffity's just tried to go down the inside there, Tom, of Jacob Carnes. And Carnes went all the way around the outside. Gruffity bounced over the curbs, and Ted Hall went into the back of Carnes. I do wonder if that may well have dislodged the front fairing on Ted Hall. It wasn't a particularly hard incident, and it was straight on. Sometimes you get a little bit more, if you hit the corners, it pushes one side in and then the other one follows it. So straight on, you're normally okay. But helped, to be fair, if he was another cart length back, I think he'd have driven past Gruffity, but had no really other option on the racing line but to
rear bumper
pushing
for Paul
out the
Swan.
corner. Yes, it was right side.
And we've got a contact warning going out for Holly
Joey
Swan. Well, hang on, we've got 295.
Yeah,
so
but they're in two classes, so that'll be why. But that'll be definitely for Joey, not unless Holly's driven into someone in the paddock.
Well, that's why I was confused.
She's not in the race.
Okay, so we've got 295s out there.
No, we've got 195 out there at the moment, but there will be 295s later on.
Fair.
You're making this far harder than it needs to be.
Yeah, I am. Still waiting on the coffee to kick in. It's Jacob Carnes still leading the way, just though from Jake Gruffity, who's still looking very racy, still looking very quick. You've got to think if he can find a way past Jacob Carnes. At the minute, he's got the pace to pull away, but he's got that Jacob Carnes shaped cart in front of him, which is blocking the way.
Max Hall in fourth place, being pursued by the 55 of James Darling. First time we've seen James here in a junior.
Oh, there goes Gruffity down the inside. Carnes holds it around the outside. Ted Hall thinks he's going to take advantage of it and does, and squeezes through at hairpin 4. So it's one of those for Jake Gruffity where he goes for an overtake and ends up being overtaken himself. And that was purely because Jacob Carnes pinned the throttle at hairpin 3 and managed to hold it around the outside. Got the inside line into hairpin 4, held Jake Gruffity to the outside, which opened the door then for Ted Hall to come through.
How many times do we see a driver go for first and come out in third here at Teesside, such is the nature of the circuit with these switchback hairpins?
Particularly, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 both lead themselves to that exact situation. It's one of those where if you do a half move or a 3/4 move on it, you've got to be fully committed, because if you aren't, those are more than likely the results is that you will be re-overtaken. And Jake Gruffity forced his way through at hairpin 1. I don't think there was a lot of contact. There might have been a slight amount of contact, but that was robust from Gruffity. That was I'm coming through.
He required a heavily compliant Ted Hall.
You know what I was saying about being fully committed to a move? He was fully committed to that move.
Yeah, but if Ted Hall had just turned in on him, that'd have been a fairly big crash for the two of them. Nonetheless, Jacob Carnes, the big winner, he now has a gap of nearly 0.6 of a second at the front. Certainly not unassailable.
No, I don't think he'll have it for long.
With 4 minutes to go, particularly because
they're already closing in.
Gruffity and Hall will be smart enough here to just work together for a lap, despite the fact that I imagine Hall is
aggrieved,
seething.
Yes, feeling a little bit aggrieved about that one. Yes, these front three now moving away from Max Hall, but James Darling has closed in on Max Hall for fourth place. Another one that we would definitely be keeping an eye on. Oliver O'Donovan, meanwhile, the only senior, is up to P7 overall on the road, just keeping an eye on that one.
If Darling's doing both days here, he's going to be really in the mix tomorrow, I think, Tom. A bit of a day's racing rather than testing, as Carnes are going to open the door here, I think, for Ted Hall, because Gruffity tried to go round the outside up towards hairpin 2. Door is closed, though, by Carnes, who slides across the front with a dab as opposite lock that wouldn't be out of position in a Mitsubishi Evo or a Subaru Impreza. Round the outside of South Bank to hold on to second place. It will almost certainly ruin his fronts, though, if he keeps doing that.
Yes, but the front three have come back together.
There's a shoehorn.
There's Jake Gruffity, once again, leaving his way through. Fully committed, as we said, and there is, in fact, a contact warning for that one.
That's 2, though, now, and he needs to be careful. There was...
So there was one for the move on Hall that I thought was robust, but fully committed. And now there is one for the Jacob Carnes move. I'm definitely not surprised about that. The one that he's just put on, picking up a contact warning.
No, just needs to be careful, because there was conversations this morning about drivers picking up multiple contact warnings and what that may incur further down the line. So,
meaning, I wasn't in the driver's briefing this morning.
Well, you can't just keep picking up warnings throughout the day without them removing the white segment off the warning flag,
right,
and turning it to full black.
But we haven't had it defined as like a 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing throughout the day.
Can't remember off the top of my head. That was
for senior pro cars. That's the case.
Oh, there goes Hall down the inside of Carnes. I mean, still, Carnes drives around the outside. Ted Hall squeezed to the inside. Nonetheless, we're not going to allow them to pick them up for fun, are we? And then,
no.
Without any further ramifications further down the line.
But as we said, Jake Gruffity already on 2 strikes then. But, I mean, there was a reason for him feeling like he could get through there because, as I said earlier in the race, I thought if he hit the front, he could move away and be very, very quick. And that seems to be the case. He's already put nearly half a second into Jacob Carnes. Or it was over the line. May actually come down slightly now. As we look at the battle for 4th, which James Darling now heads the way from Max Hall with Joey Swan in close company. That's Joey Swan in P6 in that orange helmet. Very easy to spot for us. And James Darling actually got a poor run out of hairpin 1, and they both overtaken him down the back straight in out of hairpin 2.
A little bit of drizzle, Tom, in the air. I can see it out the
Oh, Bella's giving us the universal sign of it's raining.
Yeah.
Either that or there's an incy-wincy spider somewhere.
Yeah, not enough that I don't think it's going to hamper our road taxes.
We've got rain on the commentary box window. Big drops as well.
But I don't think it's going to... Their tyres get that hot and sticky that at the moment...
they'll be fine,
They'll be okay.
It's psychological rain, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. See a few spots on the visor and you start breaking a cart length early.
We've got a group of 4 in behind. That now includes Oliver O'Donovan in the senior as well. There they are on screen. So that's Max Hall, who's now re-overtaken, as we said. James Darling. Joey Swan was in front a lap ago as well of James Darling, but he's now retaken that position.
Max Hall is defending hard for 4th place here. It's going to be Gruffity, Carnes, Hall, but I think we're going to stay with this battle at the moment for 4th place.
Last lap board is out.
James Darling's going to try and shot back down the inside. Joey Swan, Oliver O'Donovan, I think may well just ride shotgun here. We'll see. There's the train of 3 in front of him. Still Gruffity, Carnes, Hall at the moment in front. There's again Max Hall leading that train behind. Goes defensive into hairpin number 1. Will run out of down the back straight and immediately pulls to the inside, but he's gone too early. And I think Darling is going to drive around the outside of him, and Joey Swan's done exactly the same as well. Max Hall with a mistake that's going to cost him 4th place. Out at the front though, Gruffity, Carnes and Hall. In that order, they've all had a go at leading this race, but it's going to be Gruffity who takes the victory. It's going to be Darling for 4th from Swan. Max Hall, who peels straight off into the pit lane. He's going to be clearly frustrated with that, Tom, but it was entirely his error. He just pulled too tight round hairpin number 2, trying to stop either the switchback or the run out of the corner. Darling and Swan drove round the outside, and that's how much speed that Max Hall scrubbed off, is that the driver 2 back in Joey Swan managed to get round the outside of him by the time they got up towards South Bank.
Indeed. So that brings to an end our single 2-stroke class, or a single 2-stroke race. And we will very shortly be going with our senior pro karts for the first time here this weekend. Round number 5, of course. Heat 1 for senior pro kart. Your grid, random grid. 3 classes, of course, pro, club and novice. And it's Lewis Blench in the novice class who is going off pole position, with Joseph Williamson in the club class going from P2. Zach Dawson leads the pro class in P3. Isaac Duff will go from P4 with Curtis Yule alongside in 5th. Freddie Cowley in 6th and Lewis Jolly in 7th. Oliver Hall in 8th and Tom Hewland in 9th. Paul Scaife will round out the top 10. Then it is George Ludwell and Ike Needham, 11th and 12th. Hayden Harris and Gavin Pike in 13th and 14th. Zach Dean and Zachary Hudson, 15th and 16th, with Maximus Shields and Liam Edmonds, 17th and 18th. Darcy Hall will go off the back of the random grid in P19. And they are already heading out. I can hear the distant rumble of senior pro karts heading off the dummy grid. And it is indeed Lewis Blench that leads the way.
Now, a fair few of our seniors didn't test yesterday, Tom, because yesterday was Friday, and with them being seniors, they have like jobs and stuff. So they were at work.
You were here though, weren't you?
Yeah.
When you have jobs and stuff.
Yeah, but I also have a junior. The thing with adults is
in fairness though, it's not like he hasn't done a million laps around here already.
The thing with adults is that you take time off for your kids, but not for yourself.
Already heading round. Of course, the weather won't make a difference to senior pro karts here anyway, in terms of tyre choice, because they have one.
They're only allowed slicks, and also the plug doesn't oil up.
Yes, true.
This isn't Rotax, where, because the difference being in a 4-stroke, you have a separate oil and fuel, whereas in a 2-stroke, you mix your oil into your fuel, and therefore it oils up because it has too much oil on the plug. Every day is a school day. 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock then, the final first heat before we go into the second heats and then our lunch break. Lewis Blench and Joseph Williamson. Blench powers down. Green is up, green is down. We're away and racing as we run up towards the national loop. Everybody through nicely. Championship leader going off the back. Max Shields just hung back a little bit to see if he could take advantage of everybody else, and clearly has, Tom, because he's already up inside the top 10.
Oh, well inside the top 10, yeah.
Smart ploy that by Shields, Tom. He just hung back down the inside, waited for things to unfold, and just picked his gap down the inside. Early contact warning for the 5 of Liam Edmonds.
Is that George Ludwell already up in P3 as well? Or is it Ike Needham?
That's Isaac Duff. You've had 2 guesses and neither were correct.
Okay, fair.
That is Duff. New helmet, though, at the last round. Him and Williamson will go side by side.
Normally I see Duff in that orange one, that's why.
So there's Yule back up into 3rd, Duff down into 4th, Lewis Jolly in P5 in front of Zach Dawson, Max Shields, and then I think who's the 91 is Hayden Harris. Debut weekend, normally used to seeing him in the BPEC Championship on a few occasions.
So we've got contact warnings for Liam Edmonds, Gavin Pike, Isaac Duff, and Joseph Williamson, all on the first lap.
Ludwell goes down the inside of Zach Dean, who had a real breakout weekend in winning the club class for the novice class, for the first time at round 4.
So we've currently got Lewis Blench leading the way with a comfortable gap, actually, already from Joseph Williamson, despite being in that novice class for Blench. Curtis Yule then in crossed the line in P3, now is in P4 because Duff has taken 3rd away. Then we've got Lewis Jolly. Max Shields already up to P6. Zach Dawson, Liam Edmonds, Hayden Harris and Freddie Cowley, the top 10. And we've got another contact warning going out. That one, this time it was for Lewis Jolly, who is currently in P5.
Going well as Lewis Jolly, as we may well have a change for the lead here. Joseph Williamson down the inside of Lewis Blench, and Blench looked comfortable, Tom, coming out of hairpin 4, but has either made a slight mistake or Williamson has got them tyres up to temperature and they are now coming to where he needs to as Isaac Duff goes down the inside of Lewis Blench. Can't get through, and I thought that was going to give Curtis Yule an opportunity. Max Shields has passed Lewis Jolly, and these in front are going to need to be careful because while Shields, in terms of actual outright pace, hasn't been particularly spectacular, albeit he has been coming through traffic, he's just been waiting for the gaps to open up, and that's where he's been spectacular. It's not been the pace, it's been how calculated he's been in the opening couple of laps.
Well, I watched him
going through the gaps.
I watched him overtake Lewis Jolly a lap ago at this point. And, it was at the exit of South Bank, and Lewis Jolly just went a bit wide, and Shields just went, okay, I'll just drive up the inside then.
And he's going to do the same to Isaac Duff at hairpin 4. Again, just a calculated move. Will leave Duff as wide as he possibly can within the limits.
Just puts a bit more steering lock in, gets the grip, and then he's passed, isn't he?
Now Isaac Duff will push along. We are missing Danny Bean today. He's taking part in the British Rallycross Championship, but he's back tomorrow, I believe.
Yes. I saw that on the socials. Was quite surprised at that.
I had a feeling Isaac Duff was going to cook that one into the back of Max Shields. He was sliding progressively closer to the 43 number board.
I mean, Rallycross is all right, but it's well expensive.
Motorsport's cheap until you have a crash. That's the expensive bit.
Yeah, true.
It's like that time that Clarkson said it's not the speed that kills you, it's the sudden stop.
Yes, true.
So Joseph Williamson will lead, but he's being closed in by Max Shields, Curtis Yule, Isaac Duff, Lewis Blench, Lewis Jolly, and then Liam Edmonds in P7, George Ludwell, Zach Dawson, Hayden Harris in P10.
I'm keen to watch this race back, probably tonight when I get back to the hotel.
Well, you've got nothing better to do.
I want to find out what's happened to Lewis Blench, because he was comfortable 2 laps ago in the lead, and then the next time he came over the line, Joseph Williamson had well overtaken him. And yeah, just intrigued to know what happened there.
Down the inside goes Liam Edmonds on Lewis Jolly. There you can just catch the back end of that as Edmonds in that.
Should be stated as well, Lewis Blench still, although he's in P5, still leads the way in the novice class.
Warnings coming in for the 48 of Paul Scaife and the 151 of Gavin Pike. They both cross the line now here in 18th and 19th respectively.
Shields now closing in on Williamson for the race lead. How many times have we seen this from Shields just coming through the field nice and cleanly?
George Ludwell back for the first time this season. Goes down the inside of Lewis Jolly up in towards South Bank, but I don't think it'd be unfair to say Tom has a few cobwebs and a bit of ring rust. You still need to blow it off when you've not been out on track as regularly. Shields has gone down the inside of Williamson.
Then goes round the outside of Williamson.
Yeah. I thought Williamson
takes the lead.
Might have had enough there to stay in. But having said that, Tom, it's not really a battle for Joe that Williamson needs to get into.
Just pointing out of the commentary box window at how much the wind has picked up.
Well, there's an awning to the left-hand side of that caravan that is just currently being taken down, because if not, it'd be taken off.
Yes, it's about to be disappearing over the horizon. And some Scottish person is going to be going, gazebo, gazebo.
We have got a few Scottish people here this weekend. Some they'll take massively offence to your
accent. Well, it'll be in the same way that they went, trampoline, trampoline.
You'll be able to invite them round to your house in Glasgow
from the viral video.
Discussion about it.
I'm hoping it lands in my back garden.
Complimentary gazebo. Max Shields still leading then from Joseph Williamson. Williamson actually going with the championship leader, Max Shields. Unbeaten in the finals that he has contested here this season, but missed the previous round at round 4 because he was at Clandow racing BPEC down in South Wales. So has contested 3 finals so far, won them all so far this season. Is your reigning defending champion here in Senior Pro Kart. Being pursued by Joseph Williamson, Yule, Duff, Blench actually staying with Duff, with Ludwell now firmly blowing them cobwebs off as managed to pull away not only from Lewis Jolly, but has managed to pass and catch and pass Liam Edmonds in front
I
as well.
was thinking this when you said about the ring rust and stuff. I thought, yes, you're right, but there's pedigree there, isn't there? There's it's once you shake off those cobwebs, he's going to be right up there, and he's already fighting his way through the field into P6 and potentially higher.
You don't lose the sort of muscle memory and stuff. There'll be a little bit of fitness and the muscles that you don't use day to day that are used for karting.
Oh, he'll be sore in the morning, but then he's got a whole another day of it to go. It'll be Monday when he really feels it.
Yeah, he'll be fine by then, won't he?
Double day of action.
Yeah, look, it aches less when you're at work and you're getting paid.
True.
So Shields through, but hasn't been able to gap Williamson as Williamson puts in a personal best.
I wonder whether he's just pacing himself here, Shields. He's got enough of a gap that he's not going to get overtaken.
I was about to say, I wonder if he's saving the tyres, and then right on cue, he slides it sideways by about 20 metres up towards hairpin 1. To be fair, there's not... I think there's probably, if you watch them, there's probably 4 of them in this class that can do that. And then there's probably 4 or 5 in juniors that can do it. And...
You mean brake as late as they do into hairpin 1?
Yeah, but also control it.
Control the slide.
Control it on the brake, on the slide, and hit the apex.
Yes. Oh, Shields with a shake of the head coming over the line. I wonder if he's seen his lap time and maybe he is pushing on. Joseph Williamson is right there.
Well, they had
closing in is Williamson.
Yeah, well, they had an engine issue yesterday in practice with that 43. A crack in the exhaust means that they were on a different motor today. Don't know whether Shields doesn't feel that he's quite got the same pace that he had yesterday, but having said that, he started 17th and he is leading, so maybe he's just being a little bit hard on himself.
Yes, maybe.
He does hold himself to an incredibly high standard, does Maximus
And
Shields.
he has actually started to pull away again this lap.
The standard being that he expects to win every race.
I don't think he expects it, but I think he works hard for it, doesn't he?
Within himself, he will be disappointed with anything less than a win in every single race that he goes out. And
but there's a difference between that and expecting to win.
Oh yeah, he doesn't expect it. What I'm saying is that internally with himself, he will be disappointed if he doesn't win. And there are a few drivers like that. Further down in the junior ranks as well, that go out there and they want to win every single time they go out there. That's where they are in their progression. Isaac Duff, George Ludwell side by side. Ludwell has now worked his way through this train
into P4
that has seen Duff fall away off the back as we commence the final lap.
Yeah, this group of 4 though is Ludwell, Duff, Blench and Edmonds battling over 4th place. Is Shields still leading the way from Joseph Williamson? Of course, different classes as well. Williamson leading the club class from Curtis Yule that is in behind and looks comfortable in 3rd place at the moment. Had a big look around onto the back straight there, did Curtis Yule. Just to check where everybody is. Yep, you're safe, Curtis. That's P3 for you. But Max Shields is going to come over the line and take victory once again here at Teesside. Takes victory in Heat 1 from Joseph Williamson, who will win the Clubman class with a personal best lap on the final lap of the race. Curtis Yule taking P3 and 2nd in club class. George Ludwell and Isaac Duff, 4th and 5th on the road, are 2nd and 3rd in the pro class. Then we have 6th place Lewis Blench, who wins the novice class. Liam Edmonds takes P3 in club. Zach Dawson, 8th. Lewis Jolly and Hayden Harris are 2nd and 3rd in the novice class. They finished 9th and 10th on the road. And already that's our first cycle of heats done.
It's always interesting, Tom, I find, is how drivers sort of attack this senior pro kart class, because you had, like, let's say Lewis Blench was up there and he would like as much as anybody to overtake the kart in front, but he also knows that if he gets it wrong and spins or gets taken out, it's actually the subclass that matters, and he could then hand class victories to Lewis Jolly, Hayden Harris, Zach Dean, etc. So whilst he's there battling with your pro runners and your club runners, he's going to want to, but at the same time, it could ruin his championship challenge. So they have to be very, very smart. They do have different colour number boards, so it does allow them to often know. Although, to be fair, some of our runners have got yellow numbers that are in the novice class anyway. But nonetheless, they do have to be a bit smart, don't they, Tom, in picking up their battles?
Yes, they certainly do.
Right. The 1 or 2 drops, I think, have stopped. So I'd expect to see all of our juniors on slick tyres because they don't have the same as seniors, where seniors only use the wets. So it's going to be Rhys Dodds and Ted Hall on the front row. Ben Wheaton, Ashton Carmichael, row 2. He'll be hoping to bounce back after a troublesome Heat 1. Edward Rye, the now double lap record holder, will go off P5, and given his pace in Heat 1, will clearly be one of the favourites from that position with Charlie Henderson. Then it's going to be Joshua Milburn, Lennon Wright, Elvis Hartley and Ashton Horspool, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Harry Pennington, Josh Brown, Peter Webster, with Dylan Slack, Ben Edwards, Reece Cranston and Grace Matthews, Adam Roberts, Jamie Balding, Andrew McCrossam, Marley Simpson, Heat 1 winner Joshua Sullivan, who was late out of the gate, with Freddie Battersby joining him on the back row in the 24.
Yeah, we're going to have to work hard to get these backed up quickly here. We've still got people in South Bank. But I was just going to highlight the how much the wind has picked up here over the last couple of races. We are going racing here for heat number 2 with Junior Pro Kart.
Up towards the national loop, and we have got spinners on the outside. That looks like it could be Lennon Wright, I think, potentially in the 15 going round. We'll pick the number up as he comes through. Indeed it is. That's the second race now where Wright's had 1 or 2 issues.
A lot of drivers tiptoeing through hairpin 1 and 2. Wonder if it's a little bit slippy down there, but Sullivan picking off places, as is Cranston as well. Cranston really fighting through
slow moving cart on the outside.
Great.
I'm trying to pick out who that. I think it could be the 30. Don't know if we've got a problem there, Tom, for Joshua Milburn. But it's going to be Rye, Carmichael. So it's going to be Hall, Carmichael, Rye leading us through with Henderson, Hartley. Then it's going to be Rhys Dodds, Reece Cranston, Fen Wheat, Josh Brown, and Harry Pennington, your top 10 in front of Dylan Slack, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Sullivan, Webster, Horspool.
All sort of tripping over each other through the national loop as well with the, is that the 1, 2, 5?
Oh, Fen Wheat round at hairpin 1, and that's self-inflicted.
No, it's not.
I believe, was it not? It
was very much not.
By the time I saw it.
No, it was very much not. He got pushed out there and then ended up on the dirty stuff and then spun.
There we have a contact warning. I think that explains who did the levering.
Yes,
maybe.
12 of Josh Brown gets the contact warning, but Fenwick was pushed wide, got on the dirty stuff.
Yeah.
And it is very, very dirty offline out there.
Apologies to Fen there. By the time I looked out the window, he was very much by himself.
No, they were all tripping over each other through the national loop. We've got the 82 going very slowly. Rhys Dodds.
As Harry Pennington goes down the inside of him. Hall still leads then from Carmichael and Rye at the front. Gap back to Hartley as Cranston goes down the inside of Charlie Henderson into hairpin number 1. Good move. Behind them, they've got Harry Pennington. Who is he battling with? It's Josh Brown, I think. They'll run side by side up towards the South Bank corner. And indeed, looks like Pennington has got that job done into South Bank. 3 leaders, though, Tom, are starting to come together. As off goes Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn onto the grass at hairpin 3. Didn't see what the cause of that was.
Arm up in the air suggests that wasn't self-inflicted either. Potential contact there. Missed that one on camera. Edward Rye, new fastest lap of the race, a 46.001. Some way off what we were doing in Heat 1, though.
Yes, but I think the temperature on the track has dropped somewhat as
the sun
Cranston's gone down the inside of Hartley.
Yep, up to P4 now for Reece Cranston.
Rise up into second. Past Carmichael on the run up towards South Bank.
Carmichael, who was on it before he even started at the start of today, before Heat 1 got going.
I'm surprised he triggered the timing line with where he went off.
Yes, likewise.
Cranston just bouncing in the seat. Giddy up, wagon.
Ted Hall continues to lead the way. Edward Rye, though, is there, very much there, and good to see Ashton Carmichael actually fighting out for potential victory here as well, considering what happened in heat number 1.
Rye's going to go down the inside of Ted Hall into South Bank.
Oh, I
He's
thought
so
Hall was
quick
going to
at the
come
end.
straight back at him.
So quick at the end of the straight is Edward Rye.
Well, he's going to be on minimum weight, isn't he? I mean, like absolute minimum weight.
Oh, I thought you said minimum wage. I was like, we're not paying him.
He's going to be bang on, isn't he? There's no extra timber that he's carrying around in the junior because he's so lightweight himself. When you look at Reece Cranston, he's bordering on.
Well, I don't think he runs anything on the post, Cranston. He might have a bit on the thing, but yeah, to be fair, he's still only 13. But
yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, it looks like a senior.
But he's, all of these drivers in this class are in that sort of transition phase from being a child into a young adult, and they all hit that phase at very different points in their life.
No, indeed. I couldn't agree more, Dave. My daughter's a prime example of it. She's absolutely sprouted in the last year or so. At 10. She'd be in the Reece Cranston kind of ballpark.
Yeah.
Whereas Sullivan, another one who's yet to hit that phase, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think we'd agree with that. Hall as well. They're all still.
Yeah, Hall, exactly, yeah.
I mean, they're all in year 8 at school. They've just finished year 8, so to speak. So they'll be heading towards year 9. So it's only a matter of time before it happens. But, it's not happened as young age as some of the drivers have. And, they grow and they sprout and they get some height. Still 4.5 minutes to go, Tom, in this race.
Contact warnings going out for Harry Pennington and Josh Brown as they continue to fight over 7th and 8th place.
2 for Brown now.
Yeah, he's another one who needs to now keep his nose clean for the rest of the race as Sullivan dives down the inside at hairpin 2 on Elvis Hartley and gets that move completed and gives him the old "let's go" kind of signal.
He's going to need some GX 390s to catch up onto them in front in 4 minutes, but nonetheless,
he needs to do.
That loves a trier.
Was it the lad in Daniel Ricciardo series that went viral because he was doing the lasso as he went down the straight at Clay Pigeon? As he went down the straight at Clay Pigeon, like he was closing in on the guy for the lead, and he gave it the full lasso, like waving his hand round and reeling him in, and then the following corner went full send and took the lead.
Rye with the fastest lap of the race out at the front with no target or toe in front of him is an ominous sign for the rest of the field here.
What was the new lap record?
It was a 45.64.
So we're 1/10 and a half off that at the minute. Almost 2/10 to be honest, but Edward Rye, as you said, David, fastest lap of the race in clean air. And again, okay, I take it back, 45.766. So we're just over 1/10 of a second off another lap record here. So the track starting to come back to the drivers after that little sprinkle of rain that we had. And it was only a sprinkling. It wasn't enough to get the track wet. Probably just enough to take a little bit of the sheen off the surface, though, as the drivers were running round. Now that rubber's been put down for a stint and a half, particularly because they run the same tyres, don't they, in juniors and seniors? So that rubber put down by the seniors will be helping the juniors as we look at horse pull moving through on Pennington.
Yep, good move. Ashton Carmichael is being
and then
wheeled in here by Reece
really
Cranston.
wide. Yeah, Harry Pennington really wide out of hairpin 4. He was doing the Danny Bean Rallycross line, I think. Coming out of there. Cranston, I'm surprised at still being in 4th place with what we've seen throughout the year so far. Of course, when he's been here, that is. But yeah, very surprised to see Cranston not further towards the front of it. I mean, did start right down at the back, to be fair. I think. Did he? Let me check the grid. Where did he start?
That's the just how it tells you on the timing.
Oh, of course.
17.
17. Okay, so yeah, so fairly toward, but yeah, pretty much towards the back, yeah, but picked his way through. Still P4 though, and not able so far to find a way past Ashton Carmichael. Take that back. There he goes down the inside of Ashton Carmichael and takes P3.
Set the fastest lap of the race, Tom, on the on lap 10. Did Reece Cranston?
Yeah, quicker than Rye by a tenth. So, as the race has gone on, starting to come towards Cranston, but probably the damage already done in terms of taking victory here. In fact, I'd say that's very much going to be the case because Rye and Hall are off and down the road.
42 seconds on the clock when Rye crossed the timing line, so that's 0.2 of a second for... so 2 laps to go for Edward Rye. Sullivan on the previous lap, Tom, was nearly 0.7 faster than Ashton Carmichael, but will almost certainly run out of time to close 1.5 seconds in 2 laps to the car in front.
Yeah, looks fairly set fair for the front 5 now. It's the battle for 6th place, which is the one that's heating up. The one that we just flashed through the back of the shot there, that's currently headed by Ashton Horspool with Pennington, Hartley, and then Peter Webster is in there as well. It's Horspool, Pennington, Brown, Hartley, Webster. That fight for 6th place. Webster's a little bit detached, actually.
In fact, it was 3 laps, Tom. The leader got round Rye before the time, so they're going to get 2 laps in. I thought it was 2 laps or 1.5 laps last time. We've got an extra lap.
Is this group that we should be looking at? Indeed it is, for the fight for 6th place. We say Horspool still leading the way in this one. Has Pennington got anything left in the tank? Also, just to point out as well, we've got in case you missed it at the end of Heat 1, we've got a new subdivision here for Junior Pro Kart. So we've got the club class, which are the green numbers. And as you can see, that seeding system working almost perfectly.
I think my work this morning has been justified.
If Peter Webster gets in front of Elvis Hartley by the end of the race, that's the seeding system working perfectly.
Rounds hairpin 3 and 4, though, Tom, will go Edward Rye, who has gapped the field. Edward Rye wins from Ted Hall, Reece Cranston, Ashton Carmichael and Joshua Sullivan, with Ashton Horspool, Harry Pennington, Josh Brown, Elvis Hartley, Peter Webster in P10, Henderson, Slack, Roberts, McCross Dodds, Marley Simpson and Freddie Battersby, with Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Ben Edwards and Jamie Balding, with Lennon Wright, Joshua Milburn and Fen Wheat, your 23rd place runner. So Edward Rye wins with a gap of 1.6 seconds to Ted Hall. And a further 2.2 seconds back to Reece Cranston. A remarkable race again by Edward Rye, who takes the victory from Hall, Cranston, Carmichael and Sullivan, with Horspool, Pennington, Brown, Hartley, your highest placed club runner in P9, with Peter Webster just behind him. And then Henderson, Slack, Roberts, McCross Dodds, Simpson, Battersby, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Ben Edwards, Balding, Wright, Milburn, Wheat, your final runners. So a bit of a shout out in the live chat to Jeff Roberts. Happy 18th wedding anniversary. That's coming from Anne-Marie, his wife. And good luck to Peter Webster and Junior Pro Kart. Great way to spend birthday weekend. Peter was 14 on Thursday. Finished that one in P10. That comes in from Layla Bell. So we'll have a quick look at Honda Cadet, which is the next one up. We start where we finished in heat number 1. So it will be Abel Hutton on pole position with Aston Wilson and then Jacob Jones in front of Oscar Somerset, Carl Kerr and Jack Thompson. Alex Atima and Zach Sieber, your top 8 who pretty much ran nose to tail in heat number 1. Tyler Grufferty finished P9, but he will go from the back of the grid because he's in the Micromax, which sees Thomas Chalk promoted up to P9. Oliver Reed, Oscar Wills, Calais Tennant and Harlan Pritchard, with Josh Finley, Frankie Turnbull and Sam Vout in front of Sophia Hankinson. Oh, yeah, cheers for that. I have got one whole race ahead of myself. Clip that bit up, we'll replay it in 10 minutes. It's not Honda Cadets Bambinos. I've made a massive error there. Oliver Mullen will start on pole position in the Might E. He'll have Ayrton Tennant alongside. We've had Jake Wynn removed from the standings in heat number 1 for a non-compliance, so that will drop him down to P4 in the Mighties. He'll be behind Theo Wagner, and then we'll have our Coma runners behind that, which will be Reggie Rhodes on pole position for Coma with Sebastian O'Connell, with Jace Hannon and Theodore Lee, Bobby James Maddock, and Logan Grassi back of the grid for the driver that retired from heat number 1 on the opening lap up at South Bank. So Bambinos roll forward then, with Oliver Mullen bringing the 28 machine up to the inside berth. Ayrton Tennant will start alongside him. Theo Wagner and then Jake Wynn.
Can I pay you a compliment, David?
Yeah, I hope it wasn't on my grid reading skills of Honda Cadet that isn't taking place.
No, it was your when I've just been for a little comfort break.
Oh yes,
hearing your voice over the PA, you've got a lovely cadence in your voice, David. You sound like a proper motorsport commentator. I know that's technically you are a proper motorsport commentator, but or officially you are a proper motorsport commentator. But you sound like a proper motorsport commentator.
I'm pleased that you led that in with. Can I pay you a compliment? Because I don't know what the word cadence means.
It's sort of where the speed, but also the way you got up and down as well when you were reading stuff out.
Thank you, Tom.
It sounded very good. It reminded me of when I first started racing remote control cars when I was like 10, 9, 10. And we had a guy there who would do the commentary at the track. And he sounded very similar to you.
Thank you. Start line marshal making his way to the front with the...
Used to do it out of a caravan at the side of the track.
Well, there's worse places to commentate from. I've commentated from the back of a Volkswagen camper.
As have I.
We're away and racing. Good start by Jake Wynn off the second row of Might E, and he may well... he's only going to make up 1, but I thought he might have got a second overtake then on Ayrton Tennant as well. But Oliver Mullen will lead us through then in Mighty from Ayrton Tennant, Jake Wynn, Theo Wagner, as Reggie Rhodes leads us in our Comas. He's immediately going to go down the inside and put a Mighty between himself and Jace Hannon.
And Jace Hannon, who we said had the difficult qualifying, and he now goes up the inside of Theo Wagner at hairpin 2 and takes the position away. But yeah, Jace Hannon, difficult qualifying, but decent opening heat. There goes Logan Grassi starting to make up places already from the back of the grid. Retirement in Heat 1 put him to the back. But as we said before, it was only P6 in class, and he's already up to P4. Here's Logan Grassi. So that will be 8th on the road. Oliver Mullen leads the way from Ayrton Tennant, Jake Wynn. Then it's Reggie Rhodes leading the way in C50s from Jace Hannon, Theo Wagner. Then in the Mighty, then it's Bobby James Baddock, who actually retook Logan Grassi over the line. And there goes Grassi now around the outside of, I believe that's Theo Wagner.
No, it was the 11 of Bobby James Maddock. He's going to go down the inside.
Got past, Maddock.
And now goes down the inside of Wagner on the outside of hairpin 2. But he's now got a big ask. He's pretty much got half the radius of South Bank to close up now up onto the back of Jace Hannon in second place. Could really do with him and Reggie Rhodes having a little bit of a squabble.
Yeah, we've seen that that Grassi C50 car, though, when it is up and running, as it wasn't in Heat 1, but when it is up and running, it's got some good pace as that machine. As we said, he's got a fair way to catch not just Reggie Rhodes, but Jace Hannon as well. Gap at the front, Ayrton Tennant and Jake Wynn. They are fighting it out very closely for second place. They're going to go side by side, I think, down the back straight. Is Ayrton Tennant going to feel the need to go defensive?
I think he did a little bit towards the far end.
And there they are on screen.
Reggie Rhodes and Jace Hannon had a very similar opening race, didn't he, Tom, where had early race pace, but it did fall away in the second part of the race. I wonder whether he can maintain the pace to go with Reggie Rhodes.
Of course, first race weekend here for Jace Hannon.
Yeah, Rhodes faster than Tennant and Wynn in front of him as well. And as we say, we know how important this track is on teaching drivers particularly in the Coma class, to keep the revs up, particularly because we've got long sweeping corners that, if you get it right, can really aid the pace. And that's why at this sort of level, we'll see drivers' lap times often vary somewhere between half a second throughout a race when they're up to pace. Logan Grassi with a 59.1 on the previous lap. But if you look prior to that, had not got anywhere. He was 1.2 seconds slower the lap before, and we'll see how he goes this time round. The pace is quite clearly there now in the 28, but just the age of the driver just means that they don't have that level of consistency that starts to come in your cadets and really comes to the fore by the time we get up to juniors. And
yeah, there's very few that have, consistency in Bambino. It's very much a schooling class, which is why we were saying the welcoming of the electric karts is great, because it focuses then the driver and the mechanic on just the driving. Essentially, there's very little you're going to be changing in terms of setup compared to what the C50s are like. And in fairness, I think with the way that these Mighty Bambinos are running as well, we don't see them retiring. We don't see them slowing down, bogging down off the start line and things like that. We don't see them bogging down mid-corner if the driver has to lift. It almost makes these C50s look a little bit prehistoric, for want of a better word.
Yeah, well, they certainly will be going forwards, I think, as we've got
Jace
Logan
Hannon.
Grassi and Jace Hannon going side by side, and Grassi is round the outside and through down the inside.
But yeah, I would. I think this is going to be the way forward for the Bambino class. I said it, I think, at the previous round, but I'm really as the years gone on, really starting to believe that this is very much the way forward for Bambino karting.
Yeah, I make no bones about the fact that I was incredibly sceptical at the start.
As was I.
But I can
no
see the benefit now.
Yeah.
And
now that we're seeing them in action, yeah, they genuinely really do make sense for this class. The Honda Cadets, they're great because
They're sealed and
they're sealed. They're all near enough identical anyway. You're not going to get much difference there. Yes, you get different setups and things like that in terms of the types of chassis, the tire pressures, all that kind of stuff that you can play about with. There's a lot more to tinker with there. But again, the engine side of it, the power unit side, there's nothing you do. You don't do anything with it in the same way that you wouldn't with these Mighties. The Honda Cadets, you just put petrol in it and away it goes.
Yeah.
It's not, you don't even need to mix 2-stroke oil. It's just simple. You put petrol in it and it drives away. These, you put electric in it and it drives away. And that's great because they are educational classes. They teach you about driving.
At least if the driver's fast, the driver's fast. It's not because, you've managed to miraculously guess the jetting correctly on this occasion.
Correct. Exactly that. And I'm really starting to believe that this Mighty Bambinos, that it's going to be the way forward in the same way that I believe, Honda Cadet is the way forward much more than I believe Army Cadet is, or, whatever else there is out there, OKs and things like that, because, essentially they're 2-stroke classes, aren't they? Whereas Micromax, I still believe Honda Cadet is the one that should be the forefront of British karting.
Yeah, it just lacks being fashionable, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. That's the class where you're going to learn the most.
Logan
as a
Grassi
driver
is through on Jace Hannon. We saw that a few laps ago over the start line into the D chicane, and is within catching distance, I think, of Reggie Rhodes, but Rhodes with a personal best on the previous lap, only a 1/10.5 slower than what Logan Grassi did on the same lap. So Grassi still needs a big amount of time to close up on Reggie Rhodes, but
crossing the line with 1 second. So we're going to get 2 more laps. I'm fairly sure he came over the line and there was about probably 3/4 of a second, maybe half a second.
This will be the first time I think we've seen a 10-lap heat in Coma for a long time. They race 8 laps, 8 minutes plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
The first lap is always going to be slightly slow. Oliver Mullen off pole position did a 1:02, which means then he's got to go effectively average under the 1 minute mark to get round before that. And I don't think we've seen that level for a while. So I think it'll be the first 10-lap heat we've had in a decent amount of time.
Yeah, 59.2, 59.0 for Jake Wynn. These are last laps. Oh, sorry, personal best laps, should I say. 59.2 for Oliver Mullen. 59.087, Jake Wynn. Ayrton Tennant, 59.259. Reggie Rhodes in the Bambino, in the C50 class, is 59.165. Logan Grassi, new fastest lap of the race, 58.546.
It's right up onto the back now here of Reggie Rhodes, Tom. We'll have a chance at getting past Rhodes.
He wouldn't have done, would he? But he's because of that 1 second gap, he's now going to take the lead in class. Down the back straight, he's side by side. On the inside is Logan Grassi, and he is through. And takes the lead on the last lap of the race from Reggie Rhodes by virtue of getting an extra lap. Reggie Rhodes is going to be fuming about that. Yeah. But coming over the line, Oliver Mullen is about to take victory in heat number 2 in the Mighty Bambino class from Jake Wynn, from Ayrton Tennant. Then we have Logan Grassi winning in the C50 class. Then it's going to be Reggie Rhodes and Jace Hannon will come over the line. They are your top 3 in C50. Sebastian O'Connor will come over the line in P7. Here he comes now. Then we're going to have Theodore Lee, Theo Wagner, and Bobby James Maddock, I believe, but we will just confirm that as they come over the line. There goes Theodore Lee. Coming over the line, pumping his fist in the air, is Bobby James Maddock, who then was so busy waving and congratulating himself, forgot to take the D chicane on the final lap. on the cool down lap.
But he's still happy.
Very, very happy. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
like proper chuffed with that performance, and so chuffed he's then skipped the barriers. Oh, to be young again.
Oh, I don't know. Have you not seen the video in the week where a road user was preoccupied at shouting at somebody and then crashed into the car in front?
No.
No. I'll
See if
show
you can find that.
I'll
for
show
me.
it you later.
Okay.
Um,
I saw the one where the cyclist was shouting at a car, and then he pulled in front of the car. He was like shouting through the window at a car driver, and then he tried to cut through some pedestrian barriers, but didn't realise there was a bar across it and took himself out.
I saw that. Didn't quite go to plan.
No,
did it?
it certainly didn't.
Not that one. That one.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh,
actually,
grid.
for the next race.
Yes. Right, so heat number 2 for Honda Cadets, and we are going to have Abel Hutton going off pole position with Aston Wilson alongside. Jacob Jones in P3, Oscar Somerset in P4, Kyle Kerr in 5th, and then Jack Thompson 6th, Alex Hatima in 7th, Zach Schieber in 8th, Tyler Gruffity in 9th, Thomas Chalk in 10th, Oliver Reed in 11th, Oscar Wills in 12th. Then we have Calais Tennant in 13th, Harlan Pritchard 14th, Josh Finley 15th, Frankie Turnbull 16th, Sam Vout 17th, and Sophia Hankinson will go off P18. Got a penalty notice on Sam Vout as well. For a 5-second drop-down penalty.
So front fairing, so too much pressure applied. Oh, we've got spin on the outlap, and then we've got one going in. That's Frankie Turnbull going in, but it was the 22 of Oliver Reed that went round on the outlap. They're going to need to reform into their grid positions by the time they get up towards Marshall Post 3 at hairpin 3. Tyler Gruffity will fall down to the back end of the field because he is the only driver in Micro Max, and therefore he starts at the back of every single race. So it's going to be Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson bringing us round then for this second heat of the day. Hutton, who made the move on the run up towards South Bank to take the victory in heat number 1 from Aston Wilson. Wilson with a big learning curve on the final lap defence into that long sweeping iconic right-hander here at Teesside. Green flag in the hand of the start marshal. 8 minutes on the clock. Heat number 2. Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson will lead us away. Wilson helped through by Oscar Somerset. I think we'll go all the way around the outside, as will Oscar Somerset, up towards the national loop. A few drivers round. Oh, that's a big spin. I think we've got at least 2 or 3 round. We'll pick them up. Waved yellows for when we come back round at the end of lap number 1. But Oscar Somerset leads. Red flag. We're going to restart this race. There was a big incident we had. We've got a bent rear axle by the look of things for the 86 of Sophia Hodgkinson. And then 2 drivers round. One, I believe, is the 22 of Oliver Reed, who was up in the air. And we've got another driver just being tended to as well, who I'll try and get the number in a minute.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the start line marshal, who I know can hear us, but was already fixing the barrier when the red flag came out, and sprinted down to the start finish line to make sure he got that red flag in time. Thankfully, they'd already been stopped now at hairpin 3, and they will be re-gridded coming out of the final corner.
Harlan Pritchard, the other driver in the 23 that is just being tended to. Both of those drivers went up in the air. Harlan Pritchard moving to the inside. Oliver Reed on the outside was nearly a metre up in the air as they went up and round. So we will regrid the Hondas in the order that they were. It'll be a complete restart. We've got at least 1 driver out, I think, which will be Sophia Hodgkinson. When she rolled round, it certainly looked like there was a potential for a bent rear axle. Oliver Reed is up and out the car, as is Harlan Pritchard, which is great to see both of our drivers up and out the car. So obviously, for those watching at home, we won't zoom in on the incident until we know both drivers are okay. But both Harlan Pritchard and Oliver Reed, the 2 drivers involved, I believe, are walking back into the pit lane area. They'll take no further part, I don't believe, in this race unless their karts are okay. They may well be able to get out on the back of the field if they are okay, as it's a complete restart. But as we saw earlier on in Junior Rotax, they will join the back of the field. You're just having a...
I was having a dip into the live chat as well. Where did you get up to while I was having my comfort break? The Layla Bell one.
Yeah, we spoke about Layla.
So Sean Platts has been in touch to say good luck, Matt Platts. Grandad Sean is watching, and then Jimmer GT saying good morning, David, Tom, and the Teesside team.
Well,
good morning.
He definitely knows us, but obviously everybody uses a
handle.
Yes.
Who are you, Jimmer GT?
We had a few funny ones at Le Mans where they basically just were business names, and we were just telling people to use discount code David and Tom 10 for 10% off at
DT10,
whatever the business was, yeah. Even though we had no right to do that at all.
And not only that, but it wouldn't work.
No,
it's like giving a gift card that's like.
Although one guy did say he ran a bathroom company. While you were having a break, I was speaking to him, and I did say, look, if people visit your showroom, what can we give them? And he went, oh, I don't know. I went, tell them you'll chuck the taps in for free, and he agreed. So, so I can't even remember what it was, but just go in and just ask for free taps because David said it's okay.
Tapping up.
Yeah. We're still yet to have the worst superhero.
Robbery Man.
Known to man join us in Robbery Man.
Rob, if you're watching, please get in touch in the live chat comments so that we can laugh at your name.
So his name is Rob Berryman, but on YouTube you either have a full name, and so Rob Berryman put together also spells Robbery Man, and it makes him sound like he's a terrible superhero.
Worst serious.
He's come to save you, but he's nicked your wallet.
Exactly that. 5-finger discount from Robbery Man. He definitely gets free taps.
And
he doesn't ask.
He doesn't ask. Weighs them in once he's got them.
for scrap value, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, once you've got one set of taps, you don't need another one, do you? You just weigh the rest of them in.
James. Oh, it's Jimmy. It's Rob Stunt Double.
Oh, Stunt Double Jimmy.
Stunt Double Jimmy. Rob Stunt Double.
Who looks exactly like our official photographer Rob when he puts his hat on.
Yes.
Walking.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly, but they definitely, from a distance, you could mistake one for the other.
When I drove into Campilas, I was like, what's Rob doing and why has he got a mirror?
So we're regridding now for the restart of Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. Almost there. It will be a rolling start as well. So, yeah, although they are actually taking grid slots, they can go nose to tail, and they've figured that out now, haven't they? The good news is as well, of course, that we're not really time limited here today, because we're here tomorrow as well.
I think the staff would like to go home at some point. I imagine.
Well, yeah, but what
I imagine
you get what I'm saying.
I imagine there's probably a couple of hire kart races on afterwards. So unless they want to be,
is there a dad's race today? There was a dad's race yesterday.
I don't know. We'll just. If we're running late, we'll just stick them out with Senior Pro Kart. It'll be like a precursor for the British 24 hour in 2 weeks' time.
Just work your way around this lot.
Again, we're expecting a bumper field at the moment. Somewhere in the region of 25 owner-driver Pro Karts signed on, over 60 hire karts signed on for the British 24 hour in 2 weeks' time here at Teesside, which will take place on the international circuit. So where we turn right round the national loop, I told you bent rear axle. At the moment, this field that we will peel off left down the international route, down a corner that until last year was known as Paddock Bend, but we renamed that last year, Tom, didn't we?
We did. We renamed the first corner Howells down here. I'm sure, well, we told Bob that in Campila, because you didn't know, did you? But last year we named this first corner here Howells after Martin Howell, because he comes first. Or he came first when it comes to Pro Karts, and so that corner comes first on the international circuit, and so that's why we called it that one.
And we use as well the Bob Pope straight.
Yes,
because
of course we do.
We couldn't call the two straights both the back straight because they're intersected by the chicanes and hairpins 1 or 2. The back straight is the back straight because it's the back straight on the sprints. We needed a name for that straight. So since around about 2021, that's been the Bob Pope straight.
Yes, it has.
Which ironically isn't straight at all. It's actually curved all the way around.
A bit like Bob.
Yeah, I did a full track guide last year. It was a Bob Pope straight that isn't straight, but it's as close as we can get, isn't it? So it is what it is. Right, we're going to have a second bite of the cherry then in Honda Cadet. Abel Hutton will lead us round. Aston Wilson alongside him. Jacob Jones and Oscar Somerset on row number 2.
That's getting clipped up for AI, isn't it? I can hear it now.
It automatically gets clipped up, doesn't it? It's caught us out a couple of times this week with a few things. It certainly does.
We have to be very careful what we say,
as we mentioned,
don't we?
it doesn't understand Yorkshire accent, particularly when you say TTT ciders.
In a Yorkshire accent.
Yeah.
We're away and racing again now for heat number 2.
Hutton slow away again, and I think Aston Wilson's going to sweep round the outside in a carbon copy. Oscar Somerset's come through as well. Jacob Jones and the pole man's back in P6 behind Jack Thompson and the 14 of Kyle Kerr. Just in front of Alex Atima. Down the inside goes Oscar Wills in the 163. In fact, he's going to go for a double. Down the inside, a hairpin 2. The pole man's getting beat up a little bit here. He's back to P7.
Yeah, he got a good drive out of hairpin 2, though, did Wilson. We'll see whether he can pull alongside. He can indeed pull alongside, but can't get alongside enough to get back down the inside, and he's now down to P7, is Aston Wilson. So Zach Schieber just in front.
Wilson's leading. It's Abel Hutton that we've gone back.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. Wilson leads us over the line, then being pushed along by Oscar Somerset, Jacob Jones, Kyle Kerr, Jack Thompson, Alex Atima, Abel Hutton in that P7. Wills, Tennant and Sieber. Tyler Grufty from the back up to P11 in the micro in front of Thomas Chuck, Sam Vout, Frankie Turnbull, Josh Finley. 3 drivers already out with Sophia Hodgkinson, Oliver Reed and Harlon Pritchard all out on the opening instalment of this race before the red flag.
Yeah, looking at Somerset, he's just dropped back slightly on this first half of the lap from Wilson, although he did set a fastest lap of the race, obviously, the last time around. 52 contact warning has gone out for Calais Tennant.
He's in the sort of second train of carts, and Abel Hutton's being dropped there by Alex Atima.
Yeah, Atima's sort of in a no man's land, really. He's got a second in front of him to Jack Thompson. He's a second in front of Abel Hutton as well.
Change for the lead, Tom. Sorry to cut across you, but down the inside goes Oscar Somerset, and that opens the door up as well for Jacob Jones, and may well allow Kyle Kerr to get the switchback out of hairpin number 2 as they'll run down the back straight towards South Bank. I think Aston Wilson won't be across in enough time, and Kyle Kerr moves through, and it could open the door even further for Jack Thompson. The leader's going to drop all the way down to P5 in the space of half a lap.
Yeah, 1st to 5th in half a lap for Aston Wilson. That's a lap to forget, definitely. But
stays with the leaders, though.
Now going to have the bit between his teeth and going to have to fight back. Oscar Somerset and Jacob Jones, though, already starting to gap Kyle Kerr as those overtakes took place. And they held each other up ever so slightly. But Jacob Jones, we've seen with incredible pace so far today. Oscar Somerset, likewise, was pretty racy in Heat 1. But Jacob Jones definitely looked the quickest out of the field in Heat 1, in my opinion.
Trying to move down the inside there. It was always going to come late. And Oscar Somerset clearly felt he had enough to run all the way around the outside and not take a defensive line.
Yeah, Somerset just about holding on. Jacob Jones, I think, is going to be nailed to that rear bumper coming over the start-finish line, and indeed is. And we know that because the gap is 0.07 seconds over the line, which, what did we learn in Heat 1? That's the length of a kart. Anything under 8 tenths, and you're on or past the rear bumper of the kart in front. That group of 5 still together, though, and that is Jack Thompson, who's just overtaken Kyle Kerr through hairpin 2, and now they are getting their heads down behind the steering wheel, trying to reclose that gap to Jones and Somerset. Wilson still able to go with, Once he got deposed in that, well, horrendous lap by their standards for Aston Wilson. It's one to look back on and watch it from behind the sofa, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. Fastest lap of the race.
Just kind of ended up in the wrong place on track, didn't they? And just kind of was always in the wrong place for Wilson. And just lost those 4 places and ended up now in P5. But Somerset and Jones still going at it through hairpin 1 and 2. I thought Jones was going to try a switch back there into hairpin 2, but elected not to. Whether this is the mid-race lull that we get usually towards the front in Honda Cadet before it all starts to refire again in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Jones was a little bit eager into hairpin 1 there earlier on. He made some really good decisions in just moving off the line slightly. He did carry a little bit into the back of Oscar Somerset, but I can see exactly what they're trying to do at the moment. Work away, and they can have a 2-kart battle over the lead rather than what happened in heat number 1, where it was 1st to 8th in anybody's game.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it does look like they're trying to work together at the moment, but we've seen this over the years in Honda Cadet. That only lasts for so long, and usually it lasts until around about the person in front points and says, let's work together and go away. And then the person behind says, nah, you're all right.
Immediately overtakes them.
Yeah, you're all right. I think I'll just send it anyway.
So Somerset still leads then from Jacob Jones. Even working together, they're not particularly dropping the field behind Jack Thompson. In fact, on the previous lap was a 10th and a half, if not a little bit more faster than Jacob Jones. And in fact, 3 drivers split there by 1,000th of a second. Somerset and Jones with identical times at 48.021. Jack Thompson with a 48.020. 1,000th between the top 3. And to be fair to Thompson, he's not on the back of them either. That is a superb effort by Thompson to try and catch those 2. But he's taking Kyle Kerr and Aston Wilson with him as well. 2 personal bests. And Wilson was faster than all of them on the previous lap. Alex Atima still in P6. He's quite lonely at the moment, as is, to be fair, the rest of the field all the way back to...
Well, Alex Atima's had
Tyler
an extremely lonely race, has Alex Atima.
Yes, but he's also running higher than he has at a T-side meeting before, so I don't think he'd be too disappointed with the loneliness.
No, I get that, but yeah, it's been one of those. Yeah, Tyler Gruffity with a contact warning. Just picking that up over the start-finish line. And then we've got Somerset and Jones still electing to work semi-together. It's not a case of Jones pushing Somerset down the straight, though. It's just more a case of Jones is just sitting in behind and not overtaking.
Now it's going to change. I think Somerset's gone defensive on the run up towards South Bank, and I can understand why with 1 minute on the clock. They'll be tight to get round. See whether they'll get 2 or 3 more laps at this. I think it's going to be 2. They'll need to cross before around about the 48-second mark, as the time now begins to elapse down. 46 as they cross the timing line. 2 laps to go then as Oscar Somerset leads Jacob Jones through. Somerset with the fastest lap of the race. Still only 0.02 of a second faster than Jacob Jones. Thompson, Kerr, Wilson, the latter of the 2. Personal bests on the previous lap as well. They are still in the mix, ready to pick up some pieces if Somerset and Jones come into any harm. Lap and a half to go.
Yes, indeed. It is still as you were for this front 5. There is a big group behind as well. That's Tyler Gruffity, and I believe all the way down to around about Sam Vout, I think it is. It might even be Frankie Turnbull. Yeah.
So not a lot between these Honda Cadets all the way down the order as Thomas Chalk tries to go down the inside of Calais Tennant and spins at hairpin number 3.
Last lap board is out for our front 5 drivers. There is now a gap opening up between Jones and Somerset and for the overall victory to Jack Thompson in 3rd, who leads the fight for the podium, or the final step of the podium. Somerset still leads the way overall, and Jones is going to need a big slipstream here down the back straight on the final lap to be able to mount any kind of challenge on Somerset. They come back into my view in the commentary box. There they are on screen. And Jones has managed to close up, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, is it? Is he going to go full send? No! Has a look down the inside of Oscar Somerset. But Somerset just drives around the outside and will take victory here in heat number 2 for Oscar Somerset. Jacob Jones coming across the line in P2. Jack Thompson holding on well in P3 from Carl Kerr and Aston Wilson. Alex Atima in that very lonely 6th place. Tyler Gruffity in P7 heads the next train of karts from Abel Hutton, Oscar Wills, Calais Tennant, Zach Schieber, Sam Vout, Frankie Turnbull and Thomas Chalk. And then it is going to be Josh Finley coming across the line in P15. Which already brings to an end our second set of heats for Honda Cadet. On to the R200s and their 5 drivers.
Just checking if we'd had any penalties out of heat number 1, but we hadn't. So it will be as we were when the checkered flag dropped in heat number 1 of Honda R200.
Indeed, JJ Allen going off pole position with Tom Nichols alongside. Then it's Max Platz and George Wilson, followed by Jensen Simpson. That was nice and quick and easy. We've read the grid before the cadets have even managed to clear hairpin 4.
Yes, it's always nice. Ooh, that's a...
Ooh.
Just Thomas Chalk's left side rear bumper is up, but they're almost like in 2 grooves, these rear bumpers. So sometimes you can get one side gets stuck up, the other one's down, and it just does allow for the rear bumper to absorb a little bit of tapping into the rear without it damaging the bolts that hold it in place every single time. So
I hate a stuck up rear bumper.
Yeah, I know. They just need to be more humble, don't
Yeah,
they?
exactly. Just rein it in a bit. Rear bumper.
Jude White saying shout out to Frankie Turnbull, as always.
P13. There are the R200s heading out now. They headed out pretty quickly, literally as soon as the track was cleared as well. So we're trying to make up a little bit of time that we lost in the red flags. This is what I was going to highlight to you. You see the marshal here on track. What he does when the drivers come past is it's so windy, he doesn't need to wave his flag. He just holds it up and it just streams straight off the pole. And that's what I was going to say is that highlights to me how windy it is on the track, is whether that marshal waves his flag.
Yeah.
And at the minute, he doesn't need to.
The guy down at hairpin 3, he does wave his flag.
He does wave his flag. No, it doesn't whip down that side of the track as much.
Right, we're coming up into position here. The pace is quite high. They're going to lead us through. JJ Allen, Tom Nichols, side by side as they come up and over the timing line. 8 thousandths between them as Allen leads us through, but it's going to be neither of them at the first corner. They were very preoccupied with each other.
Just exactly about to say that, David. They were so bothered about each other that...
comes George Wilson to lead, and fair play to Wilson. First time he's led into hairpin 1, that heavy braking zone. He wasn't fazed by it. In he went. He leads then from Allen. It's Max Platz in 3rd place. Tom Nichols down into P4 in front of Jensen Simpson in the 25.
Understandable why Allen and Nichols were so obsessed with each other going into turn 1, being that they fought it out between them over the season so far, but still took their eye off the ball there. And George Wilson was like, thank you very much, I'll have that. While you're all looking that way, I'll go this way. And still managing to hold off JJ Allen. Max Platz is right there as well, and Tom Nichols is tapping away on the rear bumper of Max Platz, and is now through on Max Platz as well at hairpin 1. So was making him aware that he was coming. I think that he was knocking on the door before he came through. We've got a contact warning going out for JJ Allen as well. Maybe that was coming out of the D chicane. But yeah, the front 4 still nose to tail. George Wilson still leading the way. Nichols and Allen, well, I say he was leading the way, then got a poor exit out of hairpin 4, and Allen just drove straight past him.
All the way around the outside, and then Tom Nichols right up onto the rear bumper of George Wilson as they head up and round the national loop.
I wonder
Nichols
whether...
right buried under the rear bumper, and then we'll go down the inside, I think. But no, Wilson just goes all the way around the outside to hold on. I thought that was almost inevitable. Nichols with the switchback now, eventually done at hairpin 2, but he's got 10 kart lengths or so to close up onto JJ Allen. And given that they were setting identical lap times previously, He's got work to do here, Tom Nichols.
I wonder for George Wilson, and I say this with the greatest amount of respect, I wonder whether that mistake coming out of hairpin 4 was because he was leading the race.
And just knew that they were coming.
Yeah, but I one of those where you're leading and you just have a little bit of panic.
Yeah,
you tighten up, you tense up behind the wheel.
Normally, you have a reference point, don't you?
Exactly, you've got the cart in front.
There's many drivers, particularly in the juniors classes, that are superb followers, but aren't particularly spectacular leaders.
I'm raising my hand because I was very much in that class. As soon as I hit the front, ooh, what do I do now? Shane Van Gisbergen style.
Well, he can do it on a street track.
Well, but he can do it on an oval as well now.
Well, he can now, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was very much like, and I wonder whether George Wilson puts himself in that camp, which, of course, still very, very young drivers and learning their craft. And I think, in fairness, George Wilson will learn from that. Will use that as a teachable moment, as the next lap didn't make the same mistake. The lap after that hasn't made the same mistake. The lap after that hasn't made the same mistake. And the reason for it purely was you were in the lead and you tensed up.
Yeah, it's very much that.
Is that fair? Do you think I'm being unfair?
No, because it's all about getting that level of consistency. I've worked with drivers previously that would do 2 perfect laps and then spin on the 3rd lap, and then it's all about then getting them to do 4 perfect laps, spin on the 5th lap, and then do it. And by the time they've got that sort of spin on lap 15, the checkered flag's out by then, and they've gone through a whole race without having that sort of spin or that mistake. And it's getting that level of consistency, and you're only going to get that through track time.
Yeah. But on the flip side of it, what we were saying about the experienced versus inexperienced, great move at the National Loop to take the lead.
Absolutely. Took full advantage of the other two.
So the racecraft is there.
Yeah.
It's more just the experience and the constant fighting at the front that needs to come towards George Wilson and be comfortable there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nichols right up onto the back of JJ Allen now, who's taken nearly half a second out in the last couple of laps. Just 2/10 behind on the previous lap. That gap is clearly down, and indeed is, as they run nose to tail up and over the timing line.
It's funny, actually. We were talking about remote control car racing earlier on. My cousin used to race as well. My uncle used to absolutely despair with him when they were racing them because I used to race off-road over jumps and stuff like that, and he raced carpet.
Oh, yeah.
Like on indoor stuff.
Yeah, on like carpet.
Well, yeah, but
I've seen it. They do it,
but flat track. Not no jumps and stuff like that. Because you can race carpet and you can still have jumps and things like that. You use the off-road buggies, but anyway, he's absolute despair as Max Platz now demotes George Wilson down to 4th. Wilson now fights back, and there's a little bit of side-by-side as they come through, but it is going to be Wilson. Platz.
Nichols leads. He's found a way past as we were watching the Max Platz George Wilson battle over 3rd place, but he's found a way past JJ Allen at the front of this race. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock for him to hold on.
I'll just finish that point. So yeah, my uncle used to despair because young Matthew would be absolutely flying through the field, even on random grids with the remote controlled cars, and as soon as he'd hit the front, he'd just panic.
Yeah,
and crash more than anything. Obviously, we don't see that here in the karts so much, but yeah, he'd just hit the front and then would just go off the track. Would just like almost lose concentration. He used to go mad. He used to drive my uncle mad. Anyways, Tom Nichols still leads the way from JJ Allen. Max Platz now in 3rd place from George Wilson. And then Jensen Simpson in a bit of a lonely 5th place. But still circulating well and getting that seat time.
lead us down the back straight, minute and 20 on the clock. So we're heading towards the end of this race.
So, yeah, it looks like Max Platz is starting to drive away from George Wilson now, and could well be a fairly comfortable P3 by the end of this one. Tom Nichols new fastest lap of the race, doing exactly what Tom Nichols needs to do to hold off JJ Allen. Allen taking the spoils in heat number 1. Looks like at the moment it's going to go the way of Nichols in heat number 2. Of course, with an odd number of heats that we have here before the final, 3 heats and then the final. Be interesting to see what way heat 3 goes, because that's going to decide what side of the grid these two drivers are on for the final.
Absolutely, mate. And
Alan is right there again. These two have been like this all year.
yeah, and it's like I say, it's going to be if Nichols wins this one, it's going to then be who starts the final from pole. If they finish first and second, it'll be all down to who wins heat number 3.
Exactly that.
And what you're hoping for then is that whoever's in third place can get down the inside of whoever was in second place, and it gives you an early bit of respite.
Well, in the way that George Wilson went third to first, didn't he? Fourth to first.
Got right the way across and to the inside, didn't he?
He did.
Time is down to 0, which means now we start our final lap. Nichols and Allen nose to tail, as they have been since around about round number 1 back in April or May. It was March. Sorry.
Yeah, March was round 1. Yeah.
They've been pretty much nose to tail since that point.
It's almost like there's a magnet on the front of each car with a similar magnet on the rear bumper of the other one, and they just pull themselves together, and have done for, what are we on, 22 races now this
Nichols
season.
Will defend. Will Allen use that as an opportunity to try and switch back and draw alongside? Indeed he will, and then he's going to cut to the inside up towards the timing line. Nichols will take it though by 1/10 of a second from JJ Allen, Max Platz, George Wilson and Jensen Simpson, your final runner in P5. Big live chat, Ashton Kennedy saying go on Max, that'll be for Max Platz. We've got Jonathan Bean getting in touch saying shout out to Oliver Mullen, 2 wins from 2, well done. Danny has won heat 1 in British Rallycross, but now the car is overheating, so we'll miss heat 2, hopefully back for heat 3 and here tomorrow.
Pushing too hard? Is that why it's overheating?
I don't know.
You've got to have a little bit of mechanical sympathy, even in Rallycross.
Well, no, but it's only was it 5 to 10 laps tops? If it's overheating, then someone set that up too highly strung, haven't they?
Well, I mean, it's a precision piece of race machinery.
If it's overheating, it'll be the equivalent of the paper straw at McDonald's. Lasts for 5 minutes and then it's pointless.
Yeah,
and it's a terrible invention. Obviously, obviously got to toe the line, protect the turtles and all that. But give me my milkshake and let me drink it properly.
Exactly. I'm with you, David. I can't stand a paper straw.
My boxing.
I'm to the point now where I even take the plastic cover off and I just drink
it
like a cup.
Le Mans. You pretty much went, do not give me one of them straw things.
Yeah, I take the lid off it and I just drink it like I'm drinking out of a glass.
Yeah. Right, random grids again for Junior Rotax. It should well be Logan Pebbody on pole position. He'll have Mark Laredo Gomez alongside on the front row, with Joey Swan and Adam Corset, Ronnie Harra and James Darling with Albie Cam and Cameron McNeil, Ted Hall, Aidan Donnelly with Jacob Carnes and Henry Armitage, Jake Grufferty and Alex Lynn on row number 7, Max Hall, your final runner in Junior, before Oliver O'Donovan, Holly Swan and Paul Swan, who emerge now out of the dummy grid. Should have 15 juniors, Tom. We'll just make sure that we have
12.
I think there's a lot less than what I was expecting. Ronnie Harra's back out.
13? I think it's 13.
Cameron McNeil is there. I don't think we've got Mark Laredo Gomez in the 80. That's why Joey Swan has moved to the outside and everybody's moved up a slot.
Is Alex Lynn out there?
Yes, he is.
We're going round again. We're going round again. We're going round again. Round again. Did I say that we're going round again?
You did. So
good.
we've only got 13. So we're missing Mark Laredo Gomez. That's 1. And Adam Causa, I think, is the other in the number 81. So 80 and 81 missing.
Sherlock Sullivan here, doing the digging. Doing a good job.
Yeah. Normally, the only digging I do is the hole that I've talked myself into. So good to see that I've been of some use on this occasion.
Yes, as I said, Sherlock Sullivan.
I've just watched Paul Rice squash a can of Coke, and the only thing that the only word
do it
I
on his
can
forehead?
Use, no, on the floor. And the only word I can use to describe it is beefcake.
Cake of beef.
Beefcake.
And we are going racing for Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. Swan manages to lead the way. They all get very, very close to each other. 3-4 wide around the national loop, but they manage to get themselves into line. And it is still Swan leading the way.
Ronnie Harrer just gets levering wide at hairpin number 1. Don't think there was any contact until they went through with some side pods down the inside. But Joey Swan will lead from, looks like Logan Pebbody still holding on to second place. Indeed it is, from Ted Hall, with Jake Grufferty and Jacob Carnes. Alex Lynn just behind them. Max Hall trying to go down the inside of Ronnie Harrer. Harrer defending off from James Darling. Seniors are away. Oliver O'Donovan leading Holly Swan and Paul Swan. Joey Swan, though, leads us over the line at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, Ted Hall there, just going past, I think
Logan Pebbody,
yeah,
wasn't
it was
he? Then
Logan
got shuffled
Pebbody,
back behind Grufferty, who goes down the inside of Hall at hairpin number 1. Hall has to back out of that one and will now be tight at 2. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Jacob Carnes get the run at him down the back straight, but on this occasion does not bear fruit.
Contact warning for Alex Lynn. In seniors, we've got Oliver O'Donovan just holding on from Holly Swan, who's managing to go with at the moment. Paul Swan slightly detached.
Holly Swan with new tyres on that didn't get any use in heat number 1 as that kart failed to start after the initial red flag. Oliver O'Donovan on used tyres today. Don't know whether he'll go new tomorrow, saving them for Sunday. Swan, though, leads, and he was a tenth slower than Grufferty in second place. Grufferty taking Hall, Carnes and Lynn with him. Lynn, another driver that didn't get any points out of the opening race of the day in terms of championship points because his kart again failed to start, and that's Paul Swan, I believe, in the 3. Pulling into the pit lane as Carnes and Hall go side by side, Tom. And
well, Alex Lynn has driven past both of them through hairpin 3 and then hairpin 4. It was a robust move into hairpin 3 from Lynn. Got that one done, but then swept around the outside again and has taken 2 in 2 corners for Alex Lynn. So didn't make the restart then in Heat 1, but is certainly going about his business.
Always nice when the drivers in front do the hard work for you.
But yeah, Alex Lynn is making up for lost time now and is up to P3. And we'll start to close in on Jake Grufferty, who likewise is very much closing in on Joey Swan.
Gap is down huge at the front now. It's another 1/10 of a second out. And Jake Grufferty through the D chicane has probably found another 1/10 and a half and is right up onto the back of Joey Swan. He's made overtakes from further back than that already, but on this occasion is hampered by the positioning of the 95 of Joey Swan. Tom's got an update on seniors.
In seniors, Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan are still very close together on track and just set identical lap times. Holly Swan, in fact, has taken the lead now in seniors and puts in another fastest lap of the race. But the previous lap around, both of them were identical. Then Holly Swan's gone, yeah, I'm going to right hand down it and takes the lead away from Oliver O'Donovan. Great.
So Swans lead in both classes at the moment.
No luck catching them Swans so far.
No luck catching them Swans then.
Alex Lynn with a new fastest lap of the race in P3, now closing in on Jake Grufferty, who I think is starting to get the message Going to look behind. There you go, down the back straight. Sees Alex Lynn coming and immediately ducks down behind the steering wheel to get an extra tenth. They go, oh, I'm going to go. So he's going to have to try and make his way past Joey Swan pretty quickly. Otherwise, Alex Lynn will be making his way past him. In fact, Lynn is already on to the tail of Jake Gruffety.
Personal best for the whole of the top 5 as Carnes and Ted Hall.
Where everybody in the field, bar Max Hall, Ronnie Harrott and James Darling, set fastest lap, personal best laps.
Yeah, there goes Gruffety down the inside of Joey Swan, and Swan gives Gruffety sufficient space. Behind them, Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes run side by side up towards
Lynn
the corner at South Bank. Swan just washing out there, Tom, by the look of things. I was looking out the window at the Carnes and Hall battle.
Well, I wonder if Swan went for start pressures rather than race end pressures to try and maximise a gap at the start of the race, because went off like the proverbial scolded cat in the opening couple of laps and is now starting to, looks like, pay the price for that. Gruffety still leading the or still leading the way though now, and has done for about half a lap. But we'll see what Alex Lynn has got in terms of a challenge for Jake Gruffety. Certainly closed in very quickly. Holly Swan now with a 41.4, fastest lap of the race in that senior, still leading Oliver O'Donovan.
Where I am now, if I was walking into the bookmakers, I'd say, can I have £5, please, on Alex Lynn?
I think I'd be with you on that one. My heart would want to see Joey Swan take a first victory in Junior Rotax, but in my pocket would be a betting slip with Alex Lynn written on it.
Yes. Joey Swan still quite possibly able to make Bambino wait, despite being more than old enough to race in juniors.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Was the world's smallest junior, unverified, of course, until Daniel Ziad arrived a few rounds ago for practice, and he is officially now the smallest junior
in the world. Yep. You can check Guinness; it's in there.
Obviously, as they keep growing, there will be more smaller people arriving.
Yeah. Yes.
But, to be fair,
that's the thing with growth and getting older, isn't it?
Yeah. Generally, you can't slow it down.
Holly Swan again, new fastest lap, and those new tyres are working wonders for Holly Swan. She is 1.3 seconds clear now of Oliver O'Donovan. There goes Alex Lynn. Short straights the 3 and 4, takes the lead for all of about 50 metres.
I pressed cash out while he was leading.
Did you?
Cash out. I've made £2.50 and got my stake back.
Right.
You're letting it run.
I'm letting it run, yeah, as I always will. Joey Swan now closing in on the back of these two fighting for the lead. Also coming along now is Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes as well. There goes Lind now down the inside once again at South Bank Corner. This time it looks pretty decisive. Watch Gruffety got cannot short straight it there.
Well parked by Alex Lynn.
It was, and that's brought Ted Hall right into the mix. Now we've got a front 4, and not far off the back of that is Jacob Carnes as well.
Plenty of time in this race to go as well. 2 minutes and 12 as they cross the timing line. Alex Lynn, let's see whether he's got the pace to pull away. It's okay being in the slipstream and making the overtakes as Joey Swan goes wide at hairpin number 2. That'll give him a good run down the back straight, but initially loses him a kart length or 2 to the back of Jake Gruffety.
Nervous look behind as well, and saw Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes there. Carnes has really closed in now on this front 4.
Yeah, he was 20 kart lengths back, I think, when they went over the timing line previously. 0.6 of a second off the back. They're a high-speed 5, but they're not, they're taking time out of each other, aren't they, with a few little battles and the odd mistake here and there. Throwing lifelines to drivers.
Lynn is starting to stretch his legs at the front now. And now that him and Gruffity have settled their differences, they're starting to pull away from Swan, who has now lost 2 places in one corner as Hall and Carnes moved through.
Yeah, that was tight though. As Hall went down the inside of Swan and Carnes got the run on them both, and then Hall squeezed Carnes to the inside of the track. Some dust came up, but that part of that track doesn't get used quite a lot, so I don't think they were fully on the grass, but there's some certainly dusty tarmac over there.
Yeah. As we said before, Lynn starting to drive away now. Definitely got the pace in this one. As we predicted, it's almost like we know what we're talking about, David. Jake Gruffity holding on now to what is seemingly a more and more comfortable P2. I think this is going to be the fight to watch now for the final step of the podium. Swan moves to the outside straight away, pulls out of the draft. Carnes tries to drive around the outside. That's going to leave the door open, but Swan cannot take advantage of it. Hall just doing what Hall does and just driving around in the middle of the track to try and stop Carnes coming through and doing the right thing.
Yeah, thus far it's doing a job, but he's got to do it for 2 more minutes. And there'll be a growing frustration in the helmet of Jacob Carnes. He also has to be careful that he doesn't go for a position and lose one, because Joey Swan isn't going to stick around in 5th place and let him recover.
No, I think if these two, as in Hall and Carnes, don't overtake each other for a few corners, I think they're going to gap Joey Swan slightly, and it is starting to play out that way. As soon as they do start fighting, though, Swan's going to be right there, and certainly going to be opportunistic in the same way that we saw in Heat 1.
Final lap for your race leader, Alex Lynn. He has a gap of 9/10 of a second, which is more than comfortable. Just needs to keep the cart on the black stuff and facing in the correct direction. Carnes is all over the back of Ted Hall into hairpin number 1 as we cut back to pick that battle up there. Hall then will straight line it to 2. That won't make him particularly fast down the back straight, but he will hold track position. As
Swan again not feeling the need to use the slipstream down the back straight, which I'm quite surprised at.
Well, you can't overtake if you're right behind someone.
He's sweeping to the outside though. I thought he would. Oh, it doesn't matter. The checkered flag is out. Alex Lynn is going to take heat number 2 from Jake Gruffity, from Ted Hall, Jacob Carnes and Joey Swan. Then Max Hall, James Darling, Ronnie Harrah, Logan Pebbody and Albie Cam will complete the top 10. Yeah, well, just to finish that point, when they were heading down the back straight, I was surprised that, and I know you said that he can't overtake if he's in the slipstream of somebody and pushing them along. But to sweep out to the outside so early, I thought was an interesting tactical choice.
Yeah, it didn't harm him in the end, but didn't help him gain a place either, did it, for Joey Swan? He finishes in P5 behind Ted Hall and Jacob Carnes. Alex Lynn, though, takes the victory, even extending it further on the final lap, which was what we both called mid-race. So Lynn, Gruffity, Hall, Carnes, Swan, your top 5. Max Hall, James Darling, Ronnie Harrah, Logan Pebbody and Albie Cam, your top 10. One more race, Tom, before we have a spot of lunch.
A spot of lunch, finger sandwiches and stuff. What have we got in the cafe today, Kat?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. No. And rough ideas of
It's supposed to be Chinese week.
Chinese week?
Chinese style stuff, rice and chicken curry and
Chicken curry. Ooh,
Whip spring rolls out.
nice. Sounds good.
It used to be sweet salt and pepper spring rolls, really good.
Salt and pepper spring roll.
When you started talking about like little finger sandwiches, I was expecting like a little like an afternoon tea. Can you actually commentating in the afternoon while we're just talking
like the cricket?
Yeah, just
Well, we do cake chat, don't we? We might as well do.
But while we're just talking some crest sandwiches. So somebody get my cucumber and wholemeal out, please.
Yes.
Right. One more race then. Senior Pro
Took into a
Kart up
French
next.
fancy.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we've got cupcakes, haven't we?
Yes. Well, we've been
Thank you, Angela, and thank you, Andrew.
So, George Ludwell will start this one on pole position. Let's see if he blew all the cobwebs off in race number 1 as he returns to Senior Pro Kart here at Teesside. He'll have Ike Needham alongside him. Hayden Harris and Gavin Pike on the second row with Zach Dean and Zachary Hudson on row number 3. Maximus Shield starts P7. He's got Liam Edmonds for company. Darcy Hall and Lewis Blench complete the top 10 in front of Joseph Williamson and Zach Dawson. Isaac Duff will start P13. Curtis Yule P14. Freddie Cowley and Lewis Jolly behind them. Oliver Hall, Tom Hewland and Paul Scaife. As that is Zach Hudson.
And that is not the track. That is the track.
You're wise beyond your years, Tom. That the green stuff is not the track.
Well, it's brown stuff nowadays. We're almost ending up in Le Mans territory for the colour of the grass.
Shields turning his rears into 50p's there.
We ended up with hay rather than grass that was rooted into the soil in Le Mans. I was worried, and it got clipped up for AI and by the AI and put out on the socials. But I was worried about an exhaust that fell off and was a potential fire risk, and I still stand by that. We are going racing.
We are away and racing, are we? Yes, we are. I think one driver signalled for a roll round, but the green dropped and the timer started. So we are away and racing. Ludwell leads us into the national loop then from the number 91 of Hayden Harris. Good start for Max Shields. He slots into P5 behind the 151 of Gavin Pike and Ike Needham, and they'll run side by side down the back straight with Pike, and may well get down the inside of Needham as well. We'll run 3 wide up towards the national loop.
That's going to be tight.
It is. Shields is indeed through Needham on the outside. I don't think he expected all of the carts to be there, and will still be alongside Gavin Pike in that bright orange 151.
Big arm up in the air there as well from Needham.
Not sure.
No, just almost like he went, yeah.
Oh, here Zach Hudson's peeling off, I think, into pit lane.
Oh dear.
Don't know whether any damage from the
grass
opening lap.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that one. See whether he comes out for heat 3. Contact warning going out for Zach Dean in the 28. And these drivers start to sort themselves into some kind of order as we head round halfway around lap 2 already. But it is George Ludwell leading the way.
Right. Wow, there we go. Gavin Pike into Ike Needham, and Ike Needham is turned round at hairpin number 4.
2 arms up now for Needham.
Yeah, just needs the MCA to complete that.
Yeah, I got that now. I got that. It took me a minute. I got it. Oh, and there goes Gavin Pike again and again into the side of, who was that in the sort of greeny coloured car?
151.
I think he might be getting some attention in a few moments' time, Tom.
Yeah, it was aggressive.
Needham's picked up a warning for the incident down at the far end after that turn round.
Maximus Shields is starting to take chunks now out of George Ludwell at the front with a new fastest lap of the race last time around. We've got a contact warning now going out for the 151 of Gavin Pike. It's the 5 of Liam Edmonds that those two have been, for want of a better phrase, having a Tyson Fury and AJ kind of brawl. Expected brawl. There goes, that was Isaac Duff on the inside, I think, of Hayden Harris.
Yeah, got a good battle going on for that third place at the minute, Tom. We've got 5 or 6 carts in that mix for third place, which
we've got Zach Dawson at the back of that one at the minute, although I don't think he's going to be there for long.
Yeah, there we go. This is that battle of Isaac Duff leading from Curtis Shaw. Hayden Harris is in the mix as well, with Joseph Williamson and Zach Dawson. Harris just slotting into the rear behind them. Then you've got a gap back to Darcy Hall and Lewis Blench, who are nose to tail over 8th place. There's a warning for the 53 of Freddie Cowley.
Yep. And Shields is still in P2. We're still focusing, rightly so, on the battle for P3, which is currently headed by Isaac Duff. Curtis Euler's made his way through quite well from a lower start position. Zach Dawson likewise. Joseph Williamson in the middle of those two.
Shields has a nibble at Ludwell. Tried to go down the inside of hairpin 4. Was probably a little bit too far back to make that stick. And Ludwell drove round the outside. And I think it's fair to say that there is no sign of cobwebs anymore on the 13.
No, he's fully brushed that off. We got a. Is that the same that is the same contact warning going out for Freddie Cowley. It's just not been rescinded yet because he hadn't gone over the line. Now he has. Oh, that's Gavin Pike. He's had some adventures today. Well, certainly in this heat.
Shields is in front of Ludwell and defending as well as they run up towards South Bank.
And yeah, Shields takes the lead from George Ludwell, who's just going to go with Shields now, I think. He's going to do his best to, or certainly try to.
I don't know if Shields has got enough to drive away from Ludwell.
Well, we saw this in Heat 1, didn't we?
Today.
We saw this in Heat 1.
Yeah, I said I'm just not sure that he's got enough underneath him. And you have days like that. You know, I was speaking with a junior driver yesterday that in practice hadn't quite had the day that I've hoped for. And I was like, look, you have days where things don't quite go as you expect. But
the track might be a bit off. The weather might be a bit off. You might be a bit off your game.
They're the days where, you know, as long as you can still plug in and get something out of it, you've got a chance, haven't you?
Indeed. So, Ludwell is able to go with Shields so far. We've still got Duff leading this next train from Curtis Yule and Joseph Williamson and Zach Dawson, and then Hayden Harris is now being gapped slightly, and it's a bit of a lonely race at the moment for Hayden Harris now that he has been deposed into 7th place, but is still leading the club class
by probably about 15 to 20 kart lengths back to Lewis Blench. He's just got to keep his head down now here, Hayden Harris, and just keep going forwards.
I think Duff is starting to come under increasing pressure now from Yule and Williamson. And there he goes. Does Curtis Yule down the inside of Isaac Duff. Duff's going to try and hold it round the outside. Will then have the high ground for the inside here into the D chicane and holds on to the position. So Yule couldn't quite get slid across in front of Duff to get that move sorted out. We've got a contact warning going out for Liam Edmonds. That's in P10.
Tom Butterworth writing the script there just as Curtis Yule went down the inside of Isaac Duff. Said that Duff was coming under pressure and Curtis Yule immediately going on the attack. They can't hear us. That is just what they do.
It's, as I say, David, it's almost like we know what we're talking about.
You can just see it coming, can't you?
Almost.
You're considering it there, but was really hoping to just...
I think he was more worried about being overtaken if it got wrong by Joseph Williamson, who is now right on his rear bumper. So it was one of those where he thought about it and then thought, actually, there's no point in me making a half move here, because if I do, I'm going to end up being overtaken, which is smart from Curtis Yule. And we've said this before, but Curtis Yule, as the time goes on and he becomes more and more embedded in the senior pro kart outdoor racing that he now takes part in, his racecraft is increasing and increasing.
Yeah, the two behind now, Tom, is for the lead in the novice class as Hayden Harris and Lewis Blench. There they are in the background, go side by side. Blench is down the inside. Hayden Harris may well still have track position as they head up towards through the dog leg. They'll come into shot now. Still side by side into the D. And Hayden Harris, get the ladder wheelbarrow because he's managed to hold on there into that position, hold on to the position. But I get the feeling Lewis Blench may well come through. It's only a matter of time. And down the inside goes Lewis Blench on Hayden Harris.
But that was fully committed and telegraphed in advance from Lewis Blench. Was that when he was coming through at hairpin 1 no matter what? I mean, if if Hayden Harris had braked 50 metres later, Lewis Blench was going to break 60. So
Shields...
They'd have both gone off, is what I'm trying to say.
Shields and
he was coming through.
3 seconds down the road, 6/10 between them. So Shields has put a little bit of a gap between himself and Ludwell in the 13, but not to the levels that we've seen of Shields in previous meetings, but I'll always say, Tom, generally you win your championships on your bad weekends. Not for 1 minute saying it is, but Shields hasn't had the same level of dominance that he's had on previous rounds, but he's still
ticking off the wins.
Still ticking off the wins.
I mean, we say that there's still a minute to go plus a lap.
Did set the fastest lap last time round to extend that lead.
And look, if you take George Ludwell out of it, it's actually a really comfortable victory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Curtis Yule with a half-wheeled move around the outside, but that was never going to work. So tucked back in. So Williamson and Dawson are still right there. Surprised that Dawson hasn't been able to make any progress through this this pack so far. Maybe he's just keeping his powder dry for a few corners.
He's going to run out of time though, Tom. But that few corners has been a few laps, and now Curtis Yule goes down the inside of
that one's been coming for a while.
Yeah.
And actually got that one done super clean in the end, didn't he?
Didn't think Duff was really expecting it. Now, Yule will park that cart to the inside because this time round he will see the last lap board.
Duff.
Maximus Shields, George Ludwell, then Yule, Duff, Williamson and Dawson, your next train of 4.
I was going to say, Duff sort of left the door open there. I thought Williamson was going to fill that hole on the inside that into the D chicane that Duff had left wide open, but elected not to. Did Williamson. There goes Duff with a full send down the inside of Curtis Yule at hairpin 2. Now that's going to open the door for Williamson. Is it to get a good drive down the back straight? A little bit of contact between the two as Duff chopped across the nose of Curtis Yule. And still Williamson can't take advantage. Now he goes to the inside at hairpin 3. That's going to leave him on the outside at hairpin 4, though. What's Zach Dawson got in reply? It's going to be as you were. They started the previous lap. Is it? There goes Williamson. He draws alongside. No, it is going to be Max Shields taking victory from George Ludwell, from Isaac Duff, from Curtis Yule, Joseph Williamson. Zach Dawson takes P6. Lewis Blench, Edmonds, Harris and Needham. They are your top 10. So in class order, Shields, Ludwell and Duff take the pro class. Yule, Williamson and Edmonds take podium in club. And Blench, Hayden Harris and Zach Dean are your novice class podium in 7th, 9th and 11th, respectively.
So we will stop for a spot of lunch, Tom. We will be back normally in around about half an hour's time, but I'd probably be back if you're watching for about 1 o'clock, just in case we arrive back early for the second set of third heat and the final for the afternoon. And then we're going to do it all again tomorrow, Tom. Plenty to talk about this afternoon when we come back, particularly regarding the Teesside Winter Series, of which the calendar has already been confirmed. 4 separate venues, one, of course, here, and then 3 other travelling circuits as well. And our annual presentation, which has its date confirmed and venue as well. We'll let you know all about them this afternoon. Don't go too far away. We'll see you in about half an hour, but be back in case we're back a little bit early for about 1 o'clock. And we will see you soon. Hello and welcome back to Teesside. Heat number 3 for Junior Pro Kart is with us. Freddie Battersby will lead us out in the number 25 machine. He'll have Harry Pennington alongside him on the front row. Joshua Sullivan and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn on the second row, with Marley Simpson and Ashton Horspool in front of Andrew McCrossan and Elvis Hartley, with Jamie Balding and Lennon Wright. Adam Roberts and Joshua Milburn. Grace Matthews should be P13, but I don't think she is. I think she's out for the day, with Charlie Henderson in front of Reese Cranston, Edward Rye, Ben Edwards, Ashton Carmichael, Dylan Slack and Fen Wheat, Peter Webster, Ted Hall, Josh Brown and Reese Dodge. You're 24 on the entry. I think we will be down to 23. Grace Matthews out of the race meeting after a crash in heat number 1. Field is forming together nicely. So Battersby leads us in, and that's a false start immediately. But I thought they were reasonable there, Tom. I think it was further down the order they weren't necessarily together, but thought they looked okay.
Yep, I'm with you, David. But we go around again. So we roll around again. Apologies, folks. We are getting ourselves back and getting ourselves comfortable again and back in position. Post-lunch break, which was delicious. I had the salt and pepper chicken with fries and curry sauce. It was delicious, as always, from the cafe.
We are away and racing then, Tom, as we run up towards the national loop for the first time. Harry Pennington's going to try and go all the way around the outside. We've got a few off, and Ashton Carmichael is one of them. Josh Brown, another.
Indeed, and Ted Hall already making his way through a number of carts further down the order. Edward Rye the same.
Sullivan trying to squeeze across on Harry Pennington, and he does. Ashton Horspool up into third place. There's a warning for the 43 of Reese Cranston, but he's already up into 6th place on this opening lap. But now we'll try and work his way through. We've got a few going side by side in there. He's going to try and go round the outside into the D chicane, but it'll be Sullivan, Pennington, Horspool, Whittaker-Dunn, Battersby, Cranston, Hartley, Roberts, Simpson, Wright, your top 10. In front of Webster, Wright, Hall, McCrossan, Edwards.
Yep, that was P15 for Reese Cranston and already up to P5. Make that P4 as we go into hairpin 2. So absolutely flying up the order. Joshua Sullivan, if he wants to take victory in this one, he's going to have to go like the clappers.
Edward Wright's got his elbows out, Tom. He's picked up a warning on lap 1 as well.
He's up to P12 and bringing Ted Hall along with now in P13 as they went over the line. And in fact, both of them are now making up places as well. I can see through hairpin 3 and 4. And we'll see where they are when they come over the line. That was, the contact warning for Edward Rye still out. But 9th and 10th now for Ted Hall and Edward Rye. They both picked up 3 places each on that lap. So they are fighting their way through the order
there is a gap
very quickly.
Them. Yeah, there's a gap between them. Rye's going to try and go down the inside of Adam Roberts. There's a contact warning for Peter Webster.
Reese Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race as he got a lap of clean air and started to close in on the back of Ashton Horspool very, very quickly, in fact, and is already there and is now looking to the inside at hairpin 3, and a lovely move from Cranston puts him on the podium. Already for Reese Cranston. And another fastest lap of the race, a 45.979.
Got some pace.
Edward Rye up to P7. Meanwhile, from 16th on the grid. Cranston 3rd from 15th on the grid. Ted Hall 22nd on the grid, already inside the top 10. We mention these because these are your 4 at the moment, championship protagonists.
Contact warning for Ashton Carmichael. Cranston goes down the inside of Harry Pennington.
Carbon copy of the move on the previous lap.
Waved yellow. That is Adam Roberts round, I think, at hairpin 4.
I think you might be right there, David. Hall picked up a couple of spots on that lap. He's now up to P8 and up behind Edward Rye once again, although not actually on track, but they are in position.
Got another waved yellow, because that looks like he's at Dylan Slack going across the grass.
Heading down the back straight, Harry Pennington and Ashton Horspool were side by side through hairpin 2. It's as you were. And Horspool again looking to the inside at hairpin 3 and can't get the move done. Sullivan looking a little bit loosey-goosey at the rear as he turned into hairpin 4, and that's allowed Cranston once again to close the gap ever so slightly.
Personal best for Sullivan, but eclipsed by a good margin as well there by Rhys Cranston.
Yeah, indeed. Cranston looking fiery here post-lunch. Certainly.
Maybe he's had some of that spicy Chinese that you've had, Tom.
Well, he must have had it earlier and it's all settled in his stomach and everything. He's certainly got no lunch hangover. He is flying, is Rhys Cranston. Edward Rye now, I believe, has passed Elvis Hartley as well. So he's up to P5. He has, in fact, passed Elvis Hartley. Ted Hall, meanwhile, in P7. So both of those drivers making their way towards the front quickly.
Horspool and Pennington are squabbling over P3. That will give Rye a bit of heart.
Ooh, there goes Horspool round the outside into the D chicane.
Great
Gets
move.
It done, yes, indeed.
Great move. That will give, like I say, it will give Rye a bit of heart, though, Tom, that he can close in on them. He's 2.2 seconds. Ashton Carmichael is off, and it looks like that's Freddie Battersby as well at the D chicane.
Yeah, it looks like...
Interesting day so far for Carmichael, Tom, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Change for the lead up towards the national loop. Down the far end with Rhys Cranston past Joshua Sullivan. Kart is being recovered under waved yellow at the D chicane, just being pushed back into the pit lane.
Yep, it's clear. But the yellow flags are still out. So there will be no overtaking into the D chicane, and they're both being told to slow down by the start line marshal, who is waving the yellow flag.
Edward Rye, fastest lap of the race there, Tom. On that lap.
Closing in. Absolutely flying along is Edward Rye. Sullivan still challenging Cranston down the back straight, pushes him out of hairpin 2.
Contact warning for Sullivan on Cranston.
Yeah, Rye with that new fastest lap of the race. Ted Hall as well, only a 10th off that. They were both significantly quicker than Cranston and Sullivan in front. Edward Rye was 0.7 of a second quicker than Sullivan.
Well, the two in front were implored to slow down under the yellow flag, and Cranston duly obliged. In fact, he put his hand up coming through the D.
Mm-hmm.
So they did what they were asked, that's for sure.
Well, that was the timing of it, though. By the time Rye and Hall had come through, the marshal had actually stopped waving the flag because it was being pulled in. So just unfortunate timing in that respect, but still pulling away at the front, though, are these two, Cranston and Sullivan. Horspool and Pennington are able to sort of go with Horspool in particular. We'll see whether Edward Rye is able to close that gap, and then whether he's got any kind of challenge that he can mount in the final 3 minutes plus 1 lap for Pennington, Horspool, Sullivan, or even Cranston. Ted Hall looking pretty good in P6 at the moment as well, and he's also putting in some good laps, 46.0, 45.9 for Edward Rye. Just slightly off what the two leaders were doing that time around. I think they're working together now. Sullivan's pushing Cranston along rather than fighting him at the moment. I think they've decided if they can move away at the front of this one, they can then fight it out on the last lap.
Well, 1 point between finishing positions in heats, though, Tom, is just need to be careful. But in the end, they've just got to bear in mind Edward Rye still got 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he'll catch Pennington. Nothing against Harry Pennington, very, very quick driver. But the way Edward Rye is racing today, 45.7 on the clock, another fastest lap of the race for Rye. is almost inevitable, Tom, that this is coming.
My big worry is when Edward Rye start. Oh, hang on. Side by side is Cranston and Sullivan into hairpin 2. Cranston was feeling the need to go defensive. That's brought Horspool right into play. We've got slippery surface flags out. It's raining. What do we say about rain in Junior Pro Karts?
It always happens in Junior Pro Kart. It always happens in Junior Pro Kart.
Every time we've had rain at a meeting here this year, it's been when Junior Pro Karts have been out. And the slippery surface flags are out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was at Marshall, I'd be stood quite close to the edge of the track whilst telling them that it's slippery.
Not on the outside. Anyway.
No.
Yeah.
not there. That's right in the line of them absolutely skittling his legs.
Well behind that barrier.
Yeah, I'd
and
be
waving
on top of the Marshall's post.
Yeah. As we saw, what was it? It was at the last round, wasn't it? Start line Marshall Callum got
one before maybe, but start Marshall Callum got skittled, didn't he?
Yeah. And Cranston still continues to lead the way. Rye is there now with Pennington, and in fact, we're starting to get a front 5 train. They're all starting to come together.
2 to go. Cranston, Sullivan, Horspool, Pennington, Rye. He's going to give himself a shot here, I think, of Pennington. So far he's had a first, a second. Sullivan's had a first and a fifth, but currently sits second. So if Rye can get past Pennington, that'll put Rye on pole position, I think, for the final. If not, it will be whatever the tie break is, and I can't remember what it is.
That was me getting excited because Edward Rye had a nose down the inside at Harry Pennington. Was nowhere near close enough, and I was fairly sure there was going to be contact. Meanwhile, Sullivan down the inside of Cranston at hairpin 3 for the lead and retakes it. Cranston's going to fight it back straight away. Sullivan's going to need to get good drive out of here and hold it round the outside. Then he'll have the high ground for the inside. Oh, look at Horspool
down the inside as well.
Horspool taking full advantage, although ends up dropping back into P3 and dropping back into line. But I really thought that Horspool was going to take advantage of that and demote Cranston.
Up towards hairpin 1, Sullivan's defended fresh air because Cranston was nowhere near close enough to go down the inside of it.
He wasn't to know that, though, was he? Based on what happened at hairpin 4.
Looks over his shoulder. Rye and Pennington are side by side. Sullivan hooks out and clearly is happy that he's got enough into that corner. Needs to be tight at hairpin 4. And indeed is. Cranston, though, will get the drive, I think, out of there and may well try and draw alongside.
Yeah, Sullivan did the right thing. They moved to the right-hand side of the track, and checkered flag is out. Sullivan takes victory from Cranston, from Horspool, Pennington, Rye, Hall and Webster, and then the leader of our club class, Elvis Hartley, comes across the line in P8. Josh Brown in 9th, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn in 10th, and Andrew McCrossan in 11th. And because of all the action that was going on in that, we didn't get the chance to review the news that came out over lunchtime.
Big news!
Big news, big breaking news of a retirement from the Junior Pro Kart class.
Yes. If anybody's
impending retirement.
If anybody's here watching and they think this Junior Pro Kart class looks a right laugh, I'd love to get involved in it. And I'm between sort of 11 and 15. Go and see Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. The 7 is up for sale at the end. She's just finished in P10 in that one. So there's quite clearly some pace in the car.
It's full kit to get going as well. There's a trailer, an Alfano, transponder, the whole shooting match. It is a retirement sale. And a real shame, I think, to lose Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn off the grid here.
It's sort of heading towards sort of exam time.
Yes.
Years 10 and 11.
Look,
so
understandable.
There's
no argument here from
but Scarlett's been part of this grid for
a long time.
On and off in Junior Pro Kart, but from cadet all the way through as well.
And that's my point. Yeah, it's a real shame to lose Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn.
But you do often see that drivers sort of in their exam year or the run up to it, they take a sabbatical, and hopefully we'll see Scarlett back at some point
in a senior.
In a senior by then, because by that time she comes back, she'll be too old for junior. So junior then sees Sullivan, Cranston, Horspool, your top 3. Harry Pennington and Edward Rye, your top 5. In front of Hall, Webster, Hartley, Brown, and the aforementioned and for sale kart. Not Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. We don't We don't sell drivers. Car is available for sale, finishing in P10. Heat 3 then for our Bambinos. We'll see Oliver Mullen on pole position, Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant, and Theo Wagner. That'll be your top 4 because they're all mighties. Grassy, Rhodes, Hannon, O'Connell, Theodore Lee, and Bobby James Maddock in 6th place in our Bambino class. Is there a knockout? So Bambinos are nicely into position. Tom and I doing what we normally do between the races, and that's have a little bit of just an off-air chat about things that we're going to speak to going forward. Just quickly, a big shout out is coming from Dave Nichols to all the doctors and nurses at St. Catherine's Hospice in Preston who are currently looking after Mummy Jules for the weekend. And apparently, Tom, they all crowded round to watch Heat 2 on a spare computer in Jules' room. So hopefully we'll have an increased audience. Obviously, it's a shame that you're watching off one device rather than many, because we do like to boost the viewing figures. You all need
your individual devices. All crowd round and watch it, but on your own devices. Thanks. Helps with the viewer figures. Cool. Also, don't forget to like the stream as well, please.
Just a quick reminder before we forget this race, we are away and racing. Try not to climb up the bank, please. You can just walk down and go through the pit entrance. The Bambinos take about a minute to get round, so you have more than enough time to get through, and we just don't want to see you slipping down the bank. As funny as it is for Tom and I, we would like you to enjoy the safety of the circuit. The 28th then of Oliver Mullen leads us away from Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant. They're your top 3. They're being followed by Theo Wagner, who is also on the Mighty Power train before your leaders in our Coma class. As side by side they go down the back straight of Logan Grassy and Reggie Rhodes. Grassy's going to be on the inside. He's got the track position up towards South Bank and is through.
Just a quick weather update, because we love one here in the commentary box. It was raining during Junior Pro Karts, and now the sun is out and it's blue sky. So, oh, hang on. We've got, that's Reggie Rhodes.
Slowly, Reggie Rhodes.
He was not on the Reggie Rhodes. He was on the grassy bank, or the grassy bit at hairpin 3. As he made his way around. So, yeah, not particularly happy, Reggie Rhodes, but flying now that he's back going again. Came across the line at a fair old lick. So that C50 has spun up pretty quick once again. Now that it's got going, Logan Grassy does the I'm going high, I'm going low move as he makes his way past, I think that was Theo Wagner. He was moving through. But yes, Logan Grassy with a lovely move at hairpin 3. I think we might have just missed that off camera. But already heading through, looking like a good race in the Mighty Bambinos.
Top 3.
Several drivers being urged along from the banking, I could see as well. Oliver Mullen still continuing to lead the way from Jake Wynn from Ayrton Tennant. Jace Hannon now in front of Logan Grassi, Sebastian O'Connell, Theo Wagner, Bobby Maddock, Theodore Lee and Reggie Rhodes.
All three of them at the front would have been at least 2/10 slower if they hadn't have been waved on by the lady on the bank who was making them all noticeably faster.
Yes, I agree. So, heading along down the back straight and into South Bank one more time. And this is shaping up to be a good little Heat 3 here in Mighty Bambino. The C50s are looking pretty close as well, with Jace Hannon and Logan Grassi. They're nose to tail. So we've got 1, 2, 3 on the road, our 1, 2, 3 in Mighty Bambino. And then we've got first and second in the C50s, and they're in behind as well. And closing in, Logan Grassi has now deposed Jace Hannon on that lap. They just flashed through the shot there. And then in third place on the road, and also sixth place on the road, and third place in class is Sebastian O'Connell as well. So you've got 1, 2, 3 in Mighty Bambinos, then 1, 2, 3 in the C50s. I like it when a plan comes together like that.
I do like a close race. And the good thing is having the increased numbers, Tom, does also mean that everybody sort of has somebody to play with in the background.
Exactly
there. With, just caught our first sight of the wild photographer, Resident Rob, the photographer, and Mike, who was the videographer this weekend on the outside of Hairpin 2.
Well, yes, you were saying we do like a good close action, and it's one of those where, like you said, David, the more entries we get, the more chance that the drivers aren't just going to be pootling round. I say pootling round, going hammer and tongs, but on their own. They'll be going absolutely Harry Flatters, but they will be on their own. Whereas with 10 entries, we're starting to see racing.
Jake Wynn gets a good launch round hairpin 1 and then scrubs it all off at hairpin 2, which is unfortunate because I thought he could have got a really good run off the back of Oliver Mullen down that back straight and made his way through.
Yeah, you could see how much Mullen gapped Jake Wynn then down the back straight and towards South Bank corner.
The difficult thing for us, Tom, in the whole weekend now is that normally we pick one driver of the day and one commentator's choice, and we're going to have to do
9.
We're going to have to do 2 of them, aren't we? Because with it being a double header. So,
oh, that's true.
We
yes.
don't like having to think a lot.
Yeah, no, thinking hurts my brain. That's
thinking hurts.
That's why we tend to have no filter. It just comes out a lot of the time what we're saying.
I'm on a good run of form at the moment. I think I've gone 40 consecutive days without upsetting anyone. It's a world record.
Well, so far, no, you must have annoyed the wife at some point.
Oh no, she adores me with every fibre of her
Well,
being.
it's funny because I bumped into her in the cafe at lunchtime, and she was not saying that.
Was she not?
No. She was saying you took yourself off to bed at one point during this week because you were that tired from Le Mans.
Well, yeah.
And just went, I'm probably better not around people. And I found that hilarious because I had a similar situation on him because I work nights. I was at work and I started to have to say, by the way, when I picked up the phone, I was going, hello, Gary, just to let you know, I'm really tired. If I get angry with you, it's your fault.
It was Monday night after Le Mans. I'd come back and we'd sat down, we'd had tea, and I was sat there and little things were just annoying me. I just said to Ashley, I was like, I'm going to go to bed because I'm very aware that I'm not very nice to be around.
Yes, and that's what she said. Yeah.
And I think it would be better if I wasn't here at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to sleep.
There you go. So you're, what, just
no,
over a week?
I didn't
over a week
anybody.
from annoying anybody.
I had the potential to annoy people and removed the annoyance from the situation.
Mm. So you're still maintaining the streak of 40 days? Is that what you're...
I'm doing well. What can I say? Plenty to talk about, though, Tom, after this race with a few other things as well. We'll run you through them. We don't want to tell you all about our winter series again, which is already, bearing in mind that we've just come off a massive heat wave, and to be talking about winter is disgraceful.
Well, it's been raining today, David.
Yeah,
so I mean, you know.
Yeah. Forecast snow for 5 o'clock.
It probably would be.
Logan Grassi with another fastest lap of the race.
He's starting to knock on the door of the overall top 3
we're
here.
Not a million miles away time-wise there from a 57. And wide goes Ayrton Tennant. That was a benevolent line.
Yeah, it was an after you,
for
Claude
Logan
line.
Grassi. But Logan Grassi will now be benefiting from these mighties in front that have that immediate pull out of the corner. I'm going to have a quick look because I'm fairly sure that I still have the 57.551 is the lap record, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, as you can tell, it's not been updated in a while for other classes, but that's the lap record for Bambinos, 57.551. So Grassi in that sort of region, heading towards the 57s.
Oh, there goes Grassi around the outside into the D chicane. Couldn't get the move completed. Had to back out of it because it was a risky one, to say the least. And when you're leading the race by a significant portion in your class, of course, by 9 seconds from Jace Hannon, and 10 seconds, in fact, from Jace Hannon, there's no point in taking a risky move.
Grassi's through for second place. Grassi's going to try and go all the way around the outside here, is he? Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
And that's Jake Wynn has now found a way through as well on Oliver Mullen. So that's a change for the lead in Mighty Bambinos.
Use the gap created largely by Logan Grassi to go through. And Logan Grassi off at the front with a good gap.
And the last lap board is out.
Just gets confirmation on the bank from his mum with a thumbs up that he's doing a good job. Whilst also overtaking anything that moves in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always good to have that just a little bit of confirmation.
I'd say that's a good job. If you're overtaking everything in front of you and you're not being overtaken, then good job.
I always say this when my lad complains that I've not charged his Alfano. And I'm like, if the cart in front is getting bigger, you are catching it. And if it's getting smaller, you need to drive faster.
This is exactly what we said at Le Mans. Somebody said, what's the fast lap time around here? I said, it doesn't really matter. If carts in front of you are getting closer, you're doing well. If they're getting smaller, you're not doing so well.
Well, the carts got bigger in front of Logan Grassi, and then they disappeared behind him as he came all the way through the field to lead this Bambino race. Comas and Mighties. The Comas will win out in heat number 3. It's Logan Grassi from Jake Wynn who breaks Oliver Mullen's stranglehold on Mighty from the last round and the first 2 heats of today to win in the number 66. So Jake did win, Tom. We play on names on his surname with Oliver Mullen, Ayrton Tennant. Reggie Rhodes came back to finish in P5, second in our Coma class, and set a personal best on the final lap as well, in front of Jace Hannon, Sebastian O'Connell, Theodore Lee, Bobby James Maddock, and Theo Wagner in P10.
Right, David, Winter Series.
Yes.
Let's smash through that before we get a grid for...
So, what do you want? A grid for Honda Cadet?
I want
first,
a grid
Tom?
for Honda Cadet.
Cool.
And then I want a... And you do the Winter Series preview. There we are. Right, go.
Oh, Winter Series preview now?
Now.
Cool. I thought you were doing
Like right now.
Right. 4-round Winter Series Championship run by T-Side Motorsports will start on the 5th and 6th of December at Rowra in Cumbria before the annual O-Plate meeting between Christmas and New Year here at T-Side Motorsports, T-Side Autodrome on the national circuit. End of January, we go back to, for the first time in a couple of years, to Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire for the 3rd round of the Winter Series, and it concludes on the 20th and 21st of February in North Wales. GYG, a favourite of many, is the final round of the T-Side Winter Series.
The 28th and 29th of December, just to make you aware as well, that is the Monday and the Tuesday.
We always run the 28th and the 29th, irrespective of weekday.
And the Wilton Mill meeting is the same week. But it's the Friday and the Saturday.
Is it Friday and the Saturday, or is it Saturday and the Wilton Mill meeting?
Sorry,
I put the dates in earlier based off what we were pinging in, but it'll be Saturday and Sunday. I can guarantee it. Yeah. Yeah, January, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, January the 31st. My apologies.
Which is a Saturday.
That's why I was a bit confused. I was like, is it the same week?
That was a really good rundown of the Winter Series, Tom. And
until
if I'm being honest,
involved.
until you got involved.
Until I got involved.
Yeah.
All I wanted to say was the 28th and 29th is a Monday and a Tuesday, so be aware of that.
Quality.
Folks.
You're fired. You've been fired. Openings for a co-commentator.
I've always been available, yet nobody's taken up the offer, which is why I'm still here.
No, I'm saying, the position is now available. CVs to the door, please.
Right, so it's always been available, and the CVs have always been available.
Cool. If anyone's wondering, Jacob Jones will go off the back. He had a technical issue in the second heat, which means he now goes off the back. Somerset and Thompson will lead us through then. The green flag drops, and we are away and racing as we run up towards the national loop for the first time. Somerset's got a really good gap, actually, because there's been a big battle further down. We've got
two that are off. I'm going to call that now. The two that were off,
Calais Tennant and Frankie Turnbull,
were out of position at the start of the race. They were side by side as they came over the line, and I could see that coming.
A mile off.
I could see it coming.
We've got Josh Finley round at hairpin 1 as well, as the field begins to fragment. They should, Tom, as you well know, and to be fair, a lot of the drivers do as well. They just sometimes try and gain an advantage, because that's what racing drivers do. They want to go forward as fast as possible, remain in the two lines until the green flag drops, and then they can go anywhere they want within reason.
But they were already side by side running up to the national loop, and I thought, well, one of them's going to turn in and the other one's going to go straight, and that's exactly what happened.
Somerset, Kerr Thompson, your top three. Another good showing by Alex Atima in P4. Oscar Wills, Zach Sieber, Sam Vout with a good start, taking advantage, and has moved himself up to P7. I think he started P12, Tom, in front of Aston Wilson, Thomas Chalk, and Tyler Gruffety. I think we're missing Harlan Pritchard in this one, Tom. The incident in the second heat appears to have taken him out of action for the rest of the day at the very least.
Well, Jacob Jones from the very back of the grid already up to P11. I mean, courtesy partly of Calais Tennant and Frankie Turnbull being off at turn 1. But he is starting to make his way through the field now. Obviously was removed from the standings for heat 2.
Fastest lap of the race by Abel Hutton, Tom, down there in P12. See, he had the pace to win Heat 1. It's not. That was where the day should have ended at the minute.
Yes.
For Abel Hutton, can he fight back? Going with Jacob Jones. Jones has passed Thomas Chalk. Abel Hutton's going to try and get the switch back out of hairpin 2. Thought he was going to come into camera shot, but we cut back towards the leaders with Kyle Kerr pursuing Oscar Somerset, Jack Thompson, Alex Atima. There is Abel Hutton indeed now going down the inside, finally getting the move done on Thomas Chalk.
Yeah, there is the aforementioned Jacob Jones and the also aforementioned Abel Hutton as well in the red cart. Makes it easy to spot for Jacob Jones, and then Abel Hutton in that luminous Lewis Hamilton inspired yellow and purple helmet as well. Zach Sieber with a new fastest lap of the race from P6 as well. So he's had some go-go juice for lunch.
Oh, do they sell that in the cafe?
No.
Oh.
They sell lovely cakes.
Lovely cakes.
Lovely cakes.
You didn't have any lovely cake from the cafe,
No,
did
I
you?
was caked up to the max from Angela Carnes and Andrew McCross.
They just look at you. I've been good again, Tom, on the cake front. I'm trying to keep myself from getting any bigger.
you almost said svelte and then backed way out of that, didn't you? So, yes, Oscar Somerset continues to lead the way from Kyle Kerr, Jack Thompson, Alex Atima, Oscar Wells, Zach Sieber, Tyler Gruffety, Sam Vout and Jacob Jones, and then Abel Hutton now rounding out the top 10.
Gruffety going well, Tom. He doesn't always get the camera time, does Tyler Gruffety, being in a class of 1 or at best 2 or 3, but on this occasion he's up into P7, so there he is in the purple machine heading up in front of Sam Vout, so we'll give him rightly the bit of camera time that he requires. Sam Vout here under pressure. Jacob Jones very surprised he didn't shot that down the inside towards hairpin 4.
Is it easy to spot the Tyler Gruffety's kart? Because the engine's on the wrong side.
Well, it's on the right of the driver.
Yes, it's on the right side, which is of course the wrong side if you're a Honda.
Yes.
But even though it's the right side. You with me?
I am very much on this. It's just that initially we're just going, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Because the left ain't right. Moving on. Easy to spot the Micromax. There it is. The purple car with the engine on the driver's right.
Closing up
Our
on
left
the
as
back
we
of
look at it.
Oscar Wills and Jack Sieber at the front of the pack. Jack Thompson and Carl Kerr swapped positions for second place on the previous lap. Alex Atima still sticking with them. Wills and Schieber 5th and 6th. Gruffity personal best and fastest lap of the race.
I have a question.
Okay.
Something that I've never really thought about before.
Is this to me or to the live
No, it's to
chat?
you.
Okay.
It's to you. I have a question.
It's my PIN number.
It's 4581.
Jar.
Always been the same. The Micromax.
Yes.
Is it a different chassis?
Yes. It's
Like
not,
completely different.
In what sense?
Well,
it's not a Project One or a...
No, what I mean is, like, have cadets got mounts for? Can you mount the engine on both sides?
No.
Right. Okay. That's
no. It's almost
so it's a Micromax chassis, not a Honda Cadet.
Yeah. Look.
So you get Honda Cadet chassis and you get Micromax chassis.
Correct.
You don't just get a Cadet chassis.
No, you don't.
Like you would get a Cosmic or a Tony kart that you can put an X30 and OKG, an OK and a Rotax on, all in the same place.
They have one rail down one side, two rails down the other for mounting the engine, and then they're handed for the effectively the Micromax or the Intermax down.
So that was my question: is do they have two rails down each side? No, they don't.
No, so
right.
It's not Pro Kart style.
Yes,
it is. Yes, specific. They've got two rails down one side, single rail down the other. You can, I imagine, if you were to invert the clutch and the driver was moved over to... But see, the seats aren't exactly central on the cadet cars. They're offset to allow the motor to sit either side.
Yes,
and then it balances out the weight. Because
I knew
the driver
that part.
sits... Yeah, so it's difficult to put a Honda on the micro chassis, and it'd be difficult to put the micro engine as well because
I've got no experience racing cadets, whereas you've got a huge amount of experience of racing.
You certainly, cadets, I don't think, could put the micro onto a Honda one. You could put a Honda, I think, on the micro one with a bit of manipulation because you can inbore the clutch like you do on the right-hand side motor. If you're looking at it from the back of a Pro Kart, you can inbore the clutch.
Yes.
Thomas Chalk down the inside, really good move there. We caught it in the background on Sam Vout. Here comes Jacob Jones trying to go down the inside of Zach Sieber. Sieber closing the door on Jacob Jones. Jones having to come through this field from the tail end of it, currently sitting in P8, but that'll be P7 in class. At the front, Oscar Somerset will cross the timing line now as the camera auto resets itself on the focus so that we can
not see anything.
Pick out the car
briefly.
Yes, but the car then emerges gracefully out of the autofocus.
Yes, like stars in their eyes.
Tonight, Matthew, I will be a racing driver.
Out of focus. Oscar Somerset continuing to lead the way and looking pretty imperious in Heat 3. It's got to be said. He is jogging on at the front of this one. From Jack Thompson, Carl Kerr and Alex Atima. Atima, again, having a bit of a breakout weekend, I think, this weekend. Holding on to P4. I think if Alex Atima doesn't pick up a trophy in a final, I think it's well worth him coming along at the moment for the trophy presentation.
Provisionally.
Provisionally.
And to be fair...
He's definitely on my list.
And to be fair, and I'm going to say this now, I know on a Sunday a lot of people have an excuse to head away from the circuit because they've got long drives home, but on a Saturday of a doubleheader, you don't have an excuse. So if more people than normal came to the trophy presentation, it would be great. I say this often, even if you haven't got a trophy, come because you might pick up one of the special ones.
Yes.
Second one is that one day you might be on the podium and you will want as many people there congratulating you as possible. So please do come to the trophy presentation. It is a very, very important part of the day.
And also stay after your trophy's been given out as well, because we end up with like 4 people clapping for Senior Pro Kart.
Flags out. I thought that was coming up to the last lap, but Oscar Somerset's won it, Tom, from Jack Thompson. We got carried away there, sidetracked, but the result is the result as Oscar Somerset takes the victory from Jack Thompson, Carl Kerr Alex Atima and Tyler Gruffity. Oscar Wills, Jacob Jones and Jack Sieber, Abel Hutton and Thomas Chalk completing your top 10. If you'd like to hear Tom and I go off on massive tangents in the future, 2 weeks' time, British 24-hour race will start here from midday. It definitely won't be at 5 in the morning.
Being well.
Yeah, all being well. I mean, we might just start at 5 a.m. for the crack. We're well versed on it now after what we had to do over there in Le Mans. I'm
just going to throw out, God, I was knackered that week.
It was different. During the race, it was great.
That week after.
During the race, it was great, though. Do a bit of race, go for a bit of sleep, do a bit more race, bit more sleep. It was brilliant. The following week, however, I felt and looked, as many will say, like I'd been hit by a truck.
Yes. I felt like I'd been hit and then reversed over and then driven over
But
again. And then he'd backed it up again.
But in 2 weeks' time, Tom, people will be able to hear full uninterrupted action of the British 24-hour where generally it's just a podcast with a race in the background. We just talk about anything, really.
Pretty much a great way of describing it. Yeah, it's a 24-hour podcast with 4 people chatting away. Various members and guests will come in. Various guests will come in during the stream.
If anybody would like a quality time, 3 hours in the last 24 hours between 9 o'clock and between 9 p.m. and midnight.
Yes,
when we were on
last year,
the second most enjoyable 24-hour I've had after that year that we had a massive scrap in the live chat over what was the best colour fruit pastel.
I maintain that's the best 3 hours of commentary that we've ever done.
And I don't think we mentioned the race.
I don't think we mentioned the race much. No, so it was the best 3 hour podcast that I've ever done.
I say this all the time, Tom. If you're local, come down and watch the start. Migrate home, have your tea, keep the race on. Come back at about 10 o'clock when the mechanical stop-start, and as we go into darkness, come back the following day. What an event. 500 drivers, 85 teams for the 2026 running of the British 24-hour.
I've described it to many people who've never heard or seen of a 24-hour kart race, particularly the British. It's a festival of karting. It's like a music festival, but the music is 4-stroke engines.
I mean, set up on a Tuesday, testing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning. Then we have the hire carts out in the afternoon as we just start ramping it up. Tom Nichols will lead us round here then, some from JJ Allen, Max Platts, George Wilson, Jensen Simpson. Plenty more 24-hour talk, I'm sure, from myself and Tom throughout the rest of this race day and tomorrow as well. Nichols up to the timing line. JJ Allen on the outside. Nichols didn't quite get the getaway that he'd have hoped for, but it's going to do just enough, I think, to slide down the inside of JJ Allen. And talking about sliding down the inside, Max Platts with a calculated move moves himself up into second place.
Yeah, lovely move from Platts. And that's actually allowed Nichols a bit of a gap at the front already. And they are able to close that down. Tom Nichols is going to be head down. Look, he's going to look behind, see that gap and be like, time to check out.
Well, he's going to have a couple of laps, I think, of freedom before Allen will inevitably. Look, you always go faster when you've got a target in front of you.
Yes, you do.
You can gauge where their braking point is and go a fraction later as up through the D chicane they go.
Yes, so while this race starts to settle down, we'll just do a quick mention about the British 24-hour again, which is coming up in 2 weeks' time, as David said. So please join us on the live stream if you aren't here racing. If you are local, head down to the track as well. It is free to come and watch. There'll be about 500,000 people here. I reckon we'll break that British Grand Prix record. What was it, 576,000 over the course of a weekend?
Yeah.
I reckon 576,001.
I mean, look, we can say what we want. There's nobody here to verify it.
No, exactly.
700,000 people came to Teesside
to watch the British 24-hour. It will feel like it. Yeah. Because it's quite the areas where people are based, you know, along the banking here, and even in the paddock areas, track and down to the motocross track. It's a fairly small area, and so it feels like there's a lot more people there than there usually are. Meanwhile, JJ Allen has closed that gap.
You see the same people over and over again, don't you? First one, you're right, and then you go,
Yeah.
And then you just start nodding at people
Yeah.
when you walk past.
Oh, we're going to have to stop meeting like this. Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's only Thursday morning.
Yeah. Hopefully David won't do himself an injury this year.
That's long in the memory now, Tom.
Yeah, still gets brought up though.
It's going to be
well, the offline back a lot are back, I think, aren't they? So the
They haven't actually booked in yet.
oh, they haven't booked in yet. So I'll have to speak to Tony and see what's going on with
I-
that. Is there still space for them?
There's 2 owner driver spaces left.
Ooh, 2 owner driver spaces. I better get Tony sorted out. He's looking for a driver.
I put that out on the WhatsApp group.
Paul White wants to drive. Oh, I shall text Tony once this race has been completed.
Well, Paul Drive wants to get his 800 quid out then, doesn't he? Because that's what the going rate for the drivers. Because I was speaking to Poggy about it yesterday when I said, what's the ideal sort of height and weight and budget for the driver? And he says, well, we're splitting it 5 ways, so it's 800 quid a man. So that's the going rate. If you're a heavier or older end of the junior class or a senior pro karter and you've got you want to come and do the British 20, to be fair, you're not getting a seat in owners for that really. That's the cheap end of the scale. It's normally sort of 950 to 1,000 as a team for the British 24-hour in owners.
Well, as I said, they're looking for a driver, and that team has got some pedigree. They've never been off the podium.
To be fair,
any race that they've entered.
To be fair, I don't think Paul White has either.
No, I don't think he has either.
I think he's been on the podium in classes at Le Mans in the last 3 years for 3 different teams. He is a mercenary.
Oh yeah. He
is an absolute mercenary.
He's definitely a cart tart, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Nichols and Allen still nose to tail as we head under the 4-minute mark, halfway distance then between these 2 leaders. Max Platz and George Wilson not too far back either. Jensen Simpson closer session on session to the one in front, to the carts in front. He's showing steady progression as well as Jensen Simpson. We've not got too many laps left in this one, Tom.
Already flying through.
Already 3.5. See, when we waffle, we do make the time go very, very quickly.
I don't think we were waffling there. We were just
I was using the word that would probably describe as best to the masses, not to the few.
I'll tell you who else is looking handy. George Wilson. Coming through the D chicane there, giving it full beans.
Led a race for the first time today, Tom.
He certainly did. And he's another one who's, if he doesn't get a trophy in a final, definitely on a short list for me.
Down the back straight, there you go, with Tom Nichols and JJ Allen. Split on the previous lap by 0.005 of a second.
Massive.
In terms
I mean,
of
that's like Grand Canyon level of wide, isn't it?
Time. And to be fair, they haven't actually been nose to tail really over the timing line, because Allen's been trying to drive around the outside of Tom Nichols.
Oh, nearly did it then as well.
They haven't really had that drive, that push along that they were showing earlier on.
Sure. Mummy Jules and the staff taking care are currently having kittens with Tom Nichols leading the way. JJ Allen nosing alongside as well. I can almost hear that from here.
He's Nichols currently going.
As everybody winces.
5 for 5 in terms of finals. If he can win today, Allen would surely like one before the end of his Honda R200 campaign. Remember, Tom, whoever wins this, if they are first and second, will start the final from pole position, which makes a little bit of a difference, of course, because it does give you that line on the inside, means that you might not always drop back into P3 with the driver in third place right up behind you. Nichols now defending, as we see Max Platz, who set a personal best last time round, in front of George Wilson.
Oh, I thought Allen was going to go and send it down the inside at hairpin 4 there, but again, elected not to.
Gets a little bit squirrely, doesn't he? He was that close up behind Nichols through the right-hander of the dogleg. He was a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, he didn't repeat what he did in Heat 1, wasn't it? When he went down the inside there in Heat 1 and took the victory in the end. Did JJ Allen. But Nichols took the spoils in Heat 2. And at the minute, he's leading the way in Heat 3 as well. As we said throughout the day, these two have been locked in the fiercest of fierce battles for, well, what is coming to the close of 5 rounds.
I don't think it's going to be any different tomorrow, Tom. I think we can put some safe money on that. 1 to 100 that these two will be nose to tail tomorrow as well.
Yes.
You're not getting much return. 2 laps to go. So they head up towards hairpin 1.
Ooh, that was defensive from Nichols, and Allen followed him on the same line. So I wonder whether Nichols had got a bit of a sixth sense there, a bit of spidey sense going on as to when Allen was looking, because Allen just followed directly in the wheel tracks as Nichols went defensive. See there, Nichols went defensive and Allen took a different line. I think that was genuinely great driving into hairpin 1 from Nichols.
Yeah, Allen's going to try and go all the way around the outside of him again.
Oh, I don't think well, we're not going to get another chance at that because we're on to the last lap. I was going to say, I don't think on the next lap Allen's going to back out of that one. But it's actually allowed Nichols a bit of a gap that Allen's going to need to close up here through hairpin 2 and then down the back straight to be able to mount a challenge.
Unless Nichols defends fresh air down the far side of the circuit, I think this
behind
one
now.
Is home and dry. Let's see what the line is round hairpin 3. It's semi-defensive, Tom, and that's not going to make him particularly fast, but up towards hairpin 4, Allen does close in as Nichols again takes that semi-defensive line. Allen is already visibly frustrated as Tom Nichols comes through to take victory in heat number 3, and the inevitable pole position that 2 heat wins to 1 will take. So Nichols, Allen, Platts, Wilson and Simpson are your top 3. J Turnbull Media saying, come on, Frankie, for Frankie Turnbull in Honda Cadet from 10 minutes ago or so. Just moving some tabs around, Tom, here on the...
Just trying to speed it up for yourself, aren't you? And rightly so.
Getting the finals already ready to go. So the 3 next up then for junior and senior Rotax.
Yes, heading out very shortly. Max Hall is going to go from pole position. Random grids, of course, in the Rotax field. Max Hall from pole position with Albie Cam alongside Alex Lynn in P3, who actually won on the road, but incurred a 5-second drop-down nose penalty for Alex Lynn in Heat 2. So retired from Heat 1. Heat 2 received a penalty. Heat 3 goes off P3. James Darling in 4th with Jake Grufferty in 5th. Ronnie Harrer and Henry Armitage 6th and 7th. Adam Causa and Jacob Kahns. We'll see whether Adam Causa actually makes it back out because we didn't see him in Heat 2. Jacob Kahns 9th. Joey Swan 10th. Aidan Donnelly 11th. Mark Laredo Gomez 12th. Ted Hall goes off P13. Logan Pebbody in 14th. Cameron McNeil 15th, Paul Swan will then lead us in our senior class when I put my teeth in, and then Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan will go off 2nd and 3rd. They start to head round and grid up. Have Max Hall in that white helmet will be on the inside. Albie Cam alongside in P2. And it's Alex Lynn behind, hoping for better luck today. In Heat 3, as they head extremely slowly round again. on their formation lap. The start line marshal has the green flag in hand. We are accelerating a bit before the cone, and that's why they've gone too early. They were all in such a lovely formation, and then they all just powered down far too early. We've got acceleration cones that are right by the marshal's post here on the start line, or the start-finish straight, and they were all accelerating as they were coming through that final right-hand bend. I don't know whether it's worth maybe, I don't know, maybe putting a flag in it or something like that to tell the drivers that's actually where the acceleration point is, because they're quite small cones. I mean, it's not difficult to see as a driver, and they should know this by now. They've all been here for a long time, but, well, generally speaking. But yes, bit of a disappointment. That just needs to be a little bit more structured with where they all accelerate, because they were all like this, perfect, all in a perfect line, perfect formation, nice and slow and steady, and then it all went to the wall as soon as they power down. Let's see if we get it right this time. The seniors are doing a good job as well, although they're a bit closer to the juniors than they normally are. I'm sure that's not going to be an issue though. And the juniors do much better this time. And we're going round again. And we are going round again. Not sure what that one was for. Maybe we had a driver out of formation. So, yeah, must be. Must be. Kat says they're waiting for David. Yeah, it's probably right.
They're waiting for you, David.
I was waiting, so I like to experience the start sometimes.
Anyway, they are hopefully going to get going this time around.
Big shout out to Junior Rotax for waiting for me whilst I went for a little comfort break. Although sometimes I do really like having just that experience of them blasting past at 50 miles an hour. I think the second row was sort of out and trying to go round the first row before they got started. I could see 4 of them by the time I
think we're on 2 strikes now. I think what we need to do now is, like I've just overheard from here, is just get going, and anybody that's out of position or false starts, we'll just give them a penalty.
Seems fair. We've got...
They've had enough practice goes
Yeah,
now.
we've got to finish the day at some point, haven't we? So
Richie's looking nervous.
He always is. This Rotax lot can be expensive.
Well, it is when you're double bubbling all weekend. And we are going this time around. And James Darling, again, was out of position over the start-finish line as he was before.
But I don't know if it was before the flag drop, though, Tom. That was the thing. We'll look at it, and, well, other people will, but he went round the outside of the front row to lead.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, he had a fly over the start. That was my point. He was fly over the start-finish line. He was flying already.
Everybody through in juniors.
He'd gone full F1 movie.
Don't get to say that often.
But, James Darling leads the way now in Junior Rotax from, that is Ronnie Harrott, I believe, has come through into P2 from Albie Cam. And then it is Jake Grufferty, Alex Lynn, Jacob Carnes, Ted Hall, Max Hall, Henry Armitage and Aidan Donnelly. And James Darling actually is flying away at the front of this one as they start to fight it out between them for second place.
I don't think he was out. I've slowed the YouTube down to 25.025, and if the green is up there, Tom, as I'm just watching Alex Lynn and Jake Grufferty. The green falling there, and I think he's still in line. I think he just got such a good launch.
No, that's what I was saying. Yeah. He was out of position over the line, but that's because he got a great launch. Yeah, I wasn't implying he should get a penalty or anything. That's for the stewards to do. I'll just commentate on it.
Yeah, exactly. We say what we see, and we're not always here. People don't always like it.
I wasn't trying to get him into trouble.
Yeah, all right. Settle down, your grass.
Yeah, you shut up. Start going on scouts and con yeah rat.
Yeah. Rat.
Yeah, rat. Moving on.
So Darling leads, but I get the feeling it's only a matter of time before Gruffity and Lynn. And to be fair, Carnes and Hall as well, Tom. This weekend's big four are hunting down James Darling.
Yeah, Ronnie Harrott has now been well and truly deposed down to 6th place.
Darling was really wide at hairpin number 1, and that's allowed Gruffity to gain a few kart lengths. Warning for the 80 of Mark Laredo Gomez, who is back out. Adam Clauser back out as well.
Yes, also good to see. I think we've got nearly a full complement, haven't we?
Yes.
We're missing one, though, aren't we? Oh, they go side by side through hairpin 3. There is contact. Joey Swan was in that area, but he wasn't involved.
No, was it?
He's taking advantage of the two going sideways, which were Mark Laredo Gomez and Adam Causer, funnily enough.
Darling still leads, but then he goes very, very wide at hairpin number 1, and that allows Jake Gruffity to switch back down the inside of him, and Alex Lynn's done the same, and I think it's only a matter of time before Jacob Carnes. We see that often, don't we? A couple of difficult corners. Ted Hall can't go down the inside to make it 4 places, although wouldn't be surprised to see something coming into hairpin 4, and that has slowed him down. Almost, if I'm going to be a little bit critical there was an air of desperation from Ted Hall that he didn't want to be cast adrift of the 3 in front by not finding a way past James Darling into hairpin down that far end of the circuit, and just felt like he had to go at hairpin 4 when the move wasn't really on. There it's on into hairpin number 2 this time, but in doing so, it's cost them both around about 25 kart lengths to the leading trio.
Yeah, Gruffity now moving through, and Alex Lynn now moving through. Scratch all that. Alex Lynn now takes the lead.
Yeah, Ted Hall won't mind them seeing them scrap, though, will he, at all?
No, neither will Jacob Carnes, who's now right onto the back of the leading 2 once again.
I'm sure that's a different nose than what Alex Lynn had on earlier, because that's got orange on it, and I'm fairly sure it didn't earlier.
Well, he had a drop-down penalty, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean you change your whole nose.
Well, it might do.
Right,
Depends how big the divot was that you put in it.
Yeah, it's also easier than changing the blocks, because I know some drivers will change the full block at about 20 quid a block when they get a drop down, because obviously once it's dropped down once, it's taken the top off, and it just makes it easier to push in. Again.
Yes.
So Lynn will lead us through then this time. Personal best by Lynn and Gruffity.
That was well spotted, though. You are absolutely correct. That is a new nose cone on the Alex Lynn.
I'll go and ask Grandad Ron why he's done that later on.
I think you'll be right, though. They probably had one made up with the blocks already on it. The new blocks. That'll be probably the reason why. Anyway, moving away at the front is Alex Lynn from Jake Gruffity. Jacob Carnes is still able to go with Gruffity, though. And looks like Ted Hall might be coming to play. Have a look at lap times this time around. Yeah, he was about half a tenth quicker, was Ted Hall. So he might start to come into play here. Darling, unfortunately, has been dropped down into P5 now. And
comfortable, though.
Yeah, he's, like you said, comfortable in P5, but he's sort of in a bit of a race of one now. Just needs to stay focused.
Genuinely
first
think,
weekend
Tom,
here.
If he can tidy up hairpin 1 and 2, he's got pace to go with these 4. He's just a little bit untidy into hairpin 1, which then makes it difficult for him to get the car back over for hairpin 2 to maximise that run.
Understandable with the first race weekend here.
I say this all the time. When you look at the track and go, right, 2 long loops and 2 back-to-back hairpins, it's an easy track. I can assure you it is not, because you have to get the flow right. You have to be smart enough to compromise hairpin 1 slightly, to maximise hairpin 2, and not go too far out. And that, if we can watch him next time, you'll see what I'm saying. He's too far out on the exit of hairpin 1, which means he can't come back to the white line on the entry to hairpin 2. But even with that, he's still comfortable in 5th place at the moment and has had good pace throughout the day as James Darling. He's one to watch. overnight for me, Tom, if he's here tomorrow, to challenge these 4 at the front.
I agree. I think he's had an excellent debut weekend so far.
Come
Still got a
later.
final, of course.
We'll go for a track walk. We can gain some tents.
I think
done millions round here.
I think he'll not only benefit from that potentially, but definitely benefit from the track time. And if he does well in the final, if he doesn't quite make it onto the podium, I think he's another one to add to the short list.
It's a long list with the way you've been throwing people on that list. It's a medium list at the minute.
Well,
it's only getting longer.
No, hang on, mate. We give out 2 trophies, and I've said 3 names so far.
It's a medium list.
So, yeah, we're working on a short list. He's definitely on it though. We do normally like to celebrate our debutant drivers, particularly if they have had a great debut, which at the minute James Darling is having in 5th place. So Alex Lynn continues to lead the way, all getting fairly equidistant. I'm going to just give a bit of a mention as well to Oliver O'Donovan, who's currently leading the seniors and is fighting his way through the back of the junior pack. And I believe it was Mark Laredo Gomez who he ended up levering wide at hairpin 1. And Laredo Gomez ended up dropping back a few places because of that. So not nicest by Oliver O'Donovan. Although I was speaking to him at the lunch break and he is a lovely lad.
Oh, he's a lovely lad.
Just having a bit of a chat with him in the cafe. He was quite comfortable with his choice of not new tyres for today. He's going new tomorrow. I said I didn't think that would be the way that I would have gone, and it said I would have gone new today because of the risk of rain tomorrow.
A little bit,
which is what you and your awning did, wasn't it?
Yes, I think many have considered doing the same as well. We did have a little bit of rain overnight, around about 5:30, for around about 5 minutes.
Oh, I was well asleep by then.
Yeah, woke me up, and then I went back to sleep.
Okay,
cool story.
Tapping away on the roof of the caravan.
It was, yeah. So we're all spread out back towards Ronnie Harrer, Albie Cam, and
Joey Swan and Albie Cam get together. I think it was Ronnie Harrer might have been a bit slow and it caught Albie Cam out, or maybe Albie Cam just got a bit crossed up. I'm not sure, but Albie Cam and Joey Swan definitely came together at hairpin 1.
See Adam Causa with Holly Swan. Holly's in the senior. Paul Swan as well in the white helmet.
Yeah, Paul Swan sort of half-wheeled Holly Swan a couple of laps ago.
This is the first time Paul Swan has seen a checkered flag at this rate, Tom. He had the issue earlier on and the rear bumper as well, so it's good for him to see the checker. I think it's fair to say Adam Causa has got a front fairing penalty here, Tom, a drop down, because there's either a big rubber mark on it or a big hole through the front of that, but it's wobbling round like a 5-year-old's tooth.
Is that the new analogy?
Yeah, it's a new one for me.
It's one new one on the bingo card.
Yeah, on the bingo card. Alex Lynn starts the final lap with a good gap back to Jake Grufferty, Jacob Carnes and Ted Hall. James Darling, Max Hall, Ronnie Harrer.
Jacob Carnes and Ted Hall getting very close between hairpin 1 and 2.
And now not close at all.
Yes, indeed. But we will keep an eye on that one for the final half of the lap. Meanwhile, Alex Lynn comes through hairpin 3 and hairpin 4. And for the second time today, takes victory on the road. The first time incurred a penalty. But this time it looks like it's clean. Alex Lynn takes victory in junior road tax from Jake Grufferty and Jacob Carnes. Ted Hall comes over the line in P4. James Darling in 5th. Max Hall in 6th. Ronnie Harrer in 7th after that great start, but then faded towards the end of the race. Albie Cam in P8. Joey Swan in 9th. Oliver O'Donovan wins senior in P10 on the road. Holly Swan put in a new fastest lap of the race on the final lap. But was not able to finish any higher than second in seniors. And that brings us on to, with my drum roll, I don't know why I did that, because that bleeds through onto the mic. Apologies, everybody. Brings us on to the final heat of the day, which is going to be Senior Pro Kart.
Tom thought he was commentating from his kitchen then.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. So we've got Senior Pro Kart Heat 3. We're going to have Paul Scaife going off pole position in the clubman class. Then we have Darcy Hall in the novice class. We'll go from P2. Tom Hewland in third place with Liam Edmonds in fourth. Oliver Hall in fifth. The first of our pro class runners will be Maximus Shields in P6. Lewis Jolly in seventh, and then Zach Hudson in eighth. Freddie Cowley in 9th and Zach Dean in 10th. Curtis Ewell 11th. Gavin Pike in 12th. Isaac Duff 13th. Hayden Harris 14th. 15th will be Zach Dawson, and then Ike Needham will go from P16. Joseph Williamson in 17th. And George Ludwell in 18th. Then it will be Lewis Blench going off the back of the grid in P19. And I said at the lunch break, and I hadn't really twigged this before, Ted Hall running 2 classes. He's got, what, 3 races in between his junior pro kart race and then his junior Rotax race. And then he gets out of the junior Rotax and he's only got 1 race in between.
They bring the pro kart up when they bring the Rotax
Yeah.
up, stick it in the corner of the dummy grid and just put it down when it's required. So, yeah, not a lot
I'd
of
not
time.
really thought about that before, though.
Didn't do all of practice yesterday. Elected to opt out of a few of the pro kart ones. Got the Rotax up to speed. Missed the last Rotax practice as well. Did Ted Hall. He was happy with where the pace was. Mindful that physically, for a driver who is on the smaller scale of junior, this weekend was going to be very physically demanding for Ted Hall.
It certainly is. And he's got another doubleheader coming up later in the year as well. By which time he'll have arms like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, but the rest of his body won't have grown though, will he? So it'd be like he's got legs for arms.
It would be like, you know Family Guy where Stewie
Yeah.
gets on the roids. Like that. Ooh. Very smoky Max Shields once again.
Yeah, he's trying his hardest to turn them tyres into 50p.
Yeah, there's
by
going to be
nailing the
nothing
brakes
left
on.
of them tyres by the end of today. They're just going to be canvas. I mean, it's one way to warm them up, though.
Looks cool as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks great for the cameras.
Do you remember that time that I tried to be cool in a high around South Bank and spun it? Ended up rolling round backwards while facing you.
All 15 times?
I just did it once. On the rolling in lap, I was just having a bit of fun and overcooked it.
Honestly, I don't remember that.
Oh, well, it never happened then.
I mean, I've seen you spin off everywhere else.
Yeah, I know. Paul Scaife will lead us through them. Being pushed through by Tom Hewland. Darcy Hall on the outside. False start. I have no idea why I do know why I got so excited because I thought we'd started, but wind it down and go again. False start.
Just bring that cadence down again. What? You getting waves?
Yeah, Mrs. has sent a message.
Huh? Is it that it's raining?
No.
Oh. So heading down again for the back. Is that Curtis Ewell or waving arms about down the back straight? Not sure what his issue is. But Paul Scaife and Darcy Hall are setting the pace, and if it's complaining about the pace that's on the rolling lap, then that's not for you to decide, I'm afraid. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was something completely different. I don't know. Maybe he feels he got brake checks or something. I don't know. We'll find out, I'm sure. So start line marshal has green flag in hand. Looks like we might get going this time, provided they don't accelerate too early. And indeed, we are going. And we are away and racing. And it's Darcy Hall who's leading the way through the wiggles for the first time from, I think that's Liam Edmonds. It is Liam Edmonds in P2. Max Shields already up to P3.
Shields got boxed in there behind Darcy Hall, and Liam Edmonds went down the inside. Shields then up and over the curb, down the inside. Hall's going to be on the outside, but should slot back in, I think, here in third place if she can get across behind Shields, and does. In fact, Liam Edmonds was so wide that Max Shields just went down the inside. I do wonder if Liam Edmonds there is, to an extent, just thought, well, look, he's right behind me anyway. My best opportunity of getting away from everybody else, tuck in behind the champ and go, go, go. And indeed, that's what he's done up and over the timing line. Liam Edmonds pushing Maximus Shields away.
Yeah, it's definitely a good tactic. If that's the strategy at play, I'm fairly sure it will be. In fact, when you look at the gap he's now got, that's... is that Paul Scaife? Yeah, just siding back down the inside there and taking third place away from Darcy Hall, who now drops down to fifth place because Ludwell has come through already. And George Ludwell was 18th on the grid. Oh, but he might be receiving a penalty, we believe, for jump starting.
So Shields and Edmonds with a gap of 1.6 seconds from the rest of the field. And to be fair, the rest of the field then, Tom, is nose to tail, pretty much behind Ludwell, Scaife, Hall, Tom Hewland going well, although he's about to lose a place into hairpin 2 to Curtis Yule. He's going to try and switch back and go down the inside. We've got a technical defect for the 81, Tom, of Zachary Hudson in P18. Who is in this train. I'm trying to figure out what it may well be for.
What was the issue, David?
I don't know, Tom.
Oh,
I'm no.
Oh, we've got.
I'm no Chris Kamara, but he's got a mechanical flag. He clearly knows what.
Oh,
he's missing a right side pod. He's missing a right side pod. Therefore,
yeah.
It is unsafe for him to carry on going.
Well, it is, because you wouldn't want a wheel in the hips, would you?
You would not. That would be rather bad for morale.
Or to the knees.
Curtis Yule gets a contact warning right on cue. He goes down the inside of Darcy Hall into hairpin number 1.
So I think all that arm waving was just firing him up.
Getting himself in the mood.
Certainly. And the aforementioned strategy and tactics from Liam Edmonds paying dividends at the moment, as he is still able to stick with, relatively speaking, Max Shields. And they have gapped now the rest of the field that is now headed by George Ludwell.
Edmonds faster than Ludwell on that previous lap as well.
Yeah, only just, but definitely getting a bit of a slipstream from the 43. Able to follow in the wheel tracks of Max Shields as well. And although he's well experienced around here, is Liam Edmonds now.
What I would say...
It's always good to follow somebody like Max Shields, who is in a very quick car and is a very quick driver.
What I would say is, and we don't even have a Driver of the Year award at the end of the year. You and I have a commentator's choice, but that's largely like a sports personality as well as on track and off track. But if we had a driver of the first half of the season, that lad in second place for me would have won it. Liam Edmonds has been a revelation since he moved up into senior pro kart. Was a good, if not remarkable, junior driver who just sort of was always touching a podium but never quite got there. But since he's moved up into senior, and what really stood out for me was his performance over at Campios in the 24-hour. He was the one that, you know, when you look at a lineup of drivers with an experienced hand like Bugard, as down the inside goes Isaac Duff, and with young chargers like Reece Cranston in that, I wouldn't have picked out that my standout of the weekend in that team would have been Liam Edmonds, but by gosh, it was. And he's bringing that into the sprints as well. In fact, on the previous lap, faster than the leader.
Yeah, he was half a tenth as well, and a full tenth and a bit quicker than George Ludwell in third. So Liam Edmonds is he's starting to grow into this senior class, I think it's fair to say. Or rather, it's growing on him. And yeah, like you said, David, when you know, was a good junior driver. But as the body has built itself up, as the seat time has built up, the experience has built up as well. Racing in BPEC?
Occasionally,
there
yes,
you go as well. So
runner.
even more seat time as well.
That gap's down again.
It is.
It is. Fastest lap of the race, 46.2. Warnings for both Ike Needham and Isaac Duff, who were together on the previous lap in the 111 and the 74 respectively.
And they are now they have Zach Dawson in between them as a buffer. He's now refereeing that fight. but in fairness, would you want Zach Dawson refereeing anything?
What's wrong? Why? Why did you say that?
Well, he'll
special guest.
He'll just
referee.
get involved.
Yeah, yeah, of course he will. They all will. They're all pro karters after all.
Exactly.
Gap at the front was 0.4 of a second. So they come up and over the timing line this time, down to 0.3 of a second.
It's like when you watch those WWF fights, and they used to have like, you know, they'd have like the Undertaker referee in a match, and it's like, you know, it's just going to kick off.
It's the whole, yeah, that's the whole point of them being there, isn't it?
Yeah. Big boss man.
Down the inside goes Zach Dean on Darcy Hall with a move that was a little bit out of control on entry, but went down the inside on Hall. A little bit of side pod to side pod. Liam Edmonds is right on the back of Max Shields. Now,
He is.
I am a huge admirer of Max Shields, both on track and off track. He's the nicest lad. And I love watching him win some races. But I tell you what.
Max Shields just look around and go,
huh? I'll tell you what. If I had to take my partisan, like, you know, I'm really good friends with Max and with his dad. But I'd love to see Liam Edmonds have a go here. And Max,
he is having a go.
Max has got. I think Shields might have a problem here because he's having to back Liam Edmonds up. He has not got the pace. Halfway through this race, Shields has
he
really
did 46.6, so he's still quicker than everybody else on track, with the exception of Liam Edmonds.
Yeah, but they were doing 46.2s earlier on, Tom. 0.4 off where he needs to be for Shields. And I think he's really having to, if he does it, he's going to have to work hard here. And he is absolutely willing that car on, and he is not happy with it.
No, indeed not. 46.8 that time around. George Ludwell, a 46.4.
As the saying goes, you can only fight with the tools you've been provided. And today, for whatever reason, Shields is having some real issues with that car. I wouldn't be surprised to see a different pair of motors on it tomorrow.
You know what I was saying about Duff and
Needham
and Dawson?
Oh no, Dawson's not refereeing it anymore. He's gone.
Yeah, Dawson got involved.
Oh, did he?
And got through.
Oh, there's the 74 of Isaac Duff picking up a warning.
Second one for Duff, and Needham picking one up as well earlier in the race. So
just a reminder, a second place for Shields will be enough for pole position in the final, but he would like to maximise his points haul, of course.
He's going to fall Chris Tarrant here, isn't he, though? But we don't want to give you that.
No.
Curtis, you're looking pretty comfortable in fourth place. Tom Hewland and then Paul Scaife as well. Paul Scaife having gone off pole position, I think it was, or certainly in the front row. He's still showing well in sixth place. Not someone that we've talked about a lot so far, but Paul Scaife having a good race here in Heat 3.
Yeah, seen him on and off, and he's done the odd 24 with PGS racing in the past for Paul Scaife. Wonder if he is doing the 24 with a team.
And this is a warm-up.
And this is a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a few more teams or a few more drivers doing the same, to be honest with you, here this weekend. Maybe we'll have some more for tomorrow. Monday's an international test day, so maybe we'll just see them on the Monday instead. I won't.
On the international track, of course, not like we're getting drivers over from Australia and stuff.
Yes.
Well, who knows?
That's
interesting.
Something we need to figure out, isn't it? Who's travelled the furthest?
Interesting fact about drivers from Australia: they can drive on the ceiling because it's upside down, isn't it, down there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
back to day one of not upsetting
When they spin in the opposite direction.
They do, yeah, like the plugs, like the plug socket, the plug hole. Shields then leads over the line, but Liam Edmonds still in hot pursuit, a cart length between them. And Shields does indeed feel the need to go defensive into hairpin number 1, and then will effectively brake test Liam Edmonds in the middle part of the corner to stop him getting the run.
Well, he didn't. Edmonds just drove straight alongside him.
Looks over the shoulder, yeah, but Shields definitely slowed between hairpin 1 and 2. I can assure you of that. And what Shields was doing was making sure that Edmonds was alongside him so that he couldn't turn in on him. Can Edmonds get the switch out of hairpin 4 on Max Shields? They'll run side by side. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Shields has done enough. He's had to work hard for that. Liam Edmonds with a great performance in second place, with George Ludwell finishing P3. Yule, Hewland, Scaife, Dawson, Isaac Duff on the final lap, getting past Dyke Needham, Joseph Williamson, and Lewis Blench, your highest novice runner in P11, in front of Zach Dean, Oliver Hall, Hayden Harris, Freddie Cowley, Darcy Hall, Lewis Jolly, Gavin Pike, and Zach Hudson, who peeled off into the pit lane with a mechanical issue after the first few laps.
And that brings to an end our heats for the day. Already moving on to finals. And we're only at 2:45.
Which means we'll be done for 4, I reckon. And get round.
Barring any red flags?
Yeah, I reckon we can get it wrapped up nice and early. Which isn't a bad thing. We can have a relaxed evening.
Yes. I hear there's talk of a barbecue.
There is. There is a talk of a barbecue. Would you like to come to the barbecue?
Oh, I'd never turn down an invite. But it'd be nice to stick around, is what I was going to get at, actually, because normally, obviously, we finish up here and we head straight off. And in fact, I was talking to your good lady upstairs in the cafe during lunch, and she was pretty much saying the same thing. Kind of, we're all once the racing finishes today, we're all a bit of a loss what we do for the next few hours because
normally we're packing up.
Yeah, packing up and going home. But well, what do I do now?
Yeah. Right, Junior Pro Kart, the first then of 6 finals for you here at Teesside today. No other action in the live chat, so we'll go straight to the results and the grid for our Junior Pro Karts. Heat on the front row, it'll be Joshua Sullivan and Reese Cranston, with Edward Rye and Ted Hall on row 2, Ashton Horspool and Peter Webster on row number 3, with Harry Pennington and Elvis Hartley on row 4. Josh Brown starts P9, Adam Roberts in P10, in front of Andrew McCrossan and Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. Ashton Carmichael and Charlie Henderson will go off row number 7, with Marley Simpson and Ben Edwards in front of Dylan Slack and Freddie Battersby. Reese Dodd starts P19, Jamie Balding P20, Lennon Wright, Joshua Milburn, Fen Wheat will be your final runner on track of the 24 that started. 23 will take the final here, with Grace Matthews missing, having only taken part in heat number 1. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this Honda Junior Pro Kart final. And then it will be 10 minutes for, I think normally 8 minutes plus 1 for Bambinos, 10 plus for R200 Inters and Honda Cadets as well, and then back up to 12 for Junior Road Tax.
Junior Road Tax will be our most amount of laps that we'll complete.
Yeah, normally about 17 to 19. I can't quite remember which.
It's a lot.
Many laps.
Many. Oh, hang on. We've got the 25 pulling off
onto the grass,
which is Freddie Battersby, and we're going to go around again because of that.
Yeah.
So Freddie Battersby off. Did he drop an engine and he's got going again, do we think?
Arm is up and he's coming in. Is he slow, or is he just going to get himself in?
Oh, hang on. Has he got a steering issue? Yes.
Yes, he has. That.
He's got a Brent track rod.
Yes. I think they've had an issue in the previous race. Or if they can't have done that on the rolling out lap, surely.
I mean, stranger things have happened, but it would be unlikely.
Have. Yeah, so it's whether that's...
Whoa! Speaking of which, that was Peter Webster, I think, getting Larry, to say the least, out of hairpin 2 down the back straight, taking up position while smoking the rear tyres locked up and Eventually getting into what will be P6. So here we go then for your first final of the day. Sullivan, Cranston, Rye, Hall, Horsepool, Webster all resume hostilities. They are going to be the ones, we believe, fighting it out for the victory in this race. And it's certainly the first 4 on the grid are our 4 championship protagonists.
12 on the clock as the field make their way up towards the green flag, which is in the hand of the start marshal. It drops somewhere away in racing as they go up towards the national loop then for the first time. Sullivan on the inside on the pole berth. Cranston trying to go all the way around the outside, but Edward Rye is down the inside and up into second place. Ted Hall up into P4. Horsepool with Webster, and then it's Harry Pennington as Ashton Carmichael's getting in the mix, goes all the way around the outside, but that will line him up nicely for hairpin number 2 to come back down the inside. And Rhys Cranston is back up into second place. He's gone down the inside of Edward Rye into hairpin number 1, and that's allowed Ted Hall to get the run out of hairpin 2 as well.
Yeah, Cranston got a bit of a wobble on into the national loop, and it allowed Edward Rye through, but then he took absolutely no prisoners and took that place back immediately. Meanwhile, Ted Hall has also passed Edward Rye as well, so Rye down to P4. Peter Webster is in P6 because Ashton Horsepool is in P5. Then you got Harry Pennington. Elvis Hartley leads the way in the club class. Ashton Carmichael.
Good start by Carmichael. He started outside the top 10. Was he P13, I think, for Ashton?
Yes.
He's now up into P9, so a solid opening lap.
Scarlett...
I think he's just gone down the inside of Elvis Hartley. I think we'd find him in P8.
Josh Brown and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn picking up warnings on that lap, but Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn likewise has picked up a couple of spots.
Are they together? They are 10th and 11th, respectively, aren't they?
Yep, biggest mover, Dylan Slack up 3 places on the opening lap. Meanwhile, Sullivan continues to lead, but has a group of 7 going with.
It's a big shadow, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's looming large. It's looming about 7 kart lengths long.
These 7 yesterday, pretty much as well with Ashton Carmichael and Josh Brown, at times, there was around about 9 of them that were split by a fraction less than nothing in terms of times. So,
and by nothing, David means like they were within a tenth and a half. I think.
Probably even less than that. To be fair, they were literally nose to tail.
It just
swapping positions, lap on lap. Sullivan jacking it in there into hairpin.
Well, Horsepool as well, getting very racy on the back of Edward Rye. Went side by side through hairpin 4.
He's had a warning as well. So to be fair, warnings for everybody. Horsepool, Henderson, Hartley on the last lap alone, picking up warnings.
So. Cranston so far seems to be keeping his powder dry.
Well, why, and this is nice, why would the 2 of them at the front back themselves into what is a deep pack of talent at the moment?
I like the way that you've described that. That is yes. It is a deep pool of talent, isn't it?
It is now, isn't it? You know, we've had champions before in this class, and look, we take nothing away from drivers that, to be fair, now run right at the sharp end of senior pro kart, but you can only beat what you can beat. But this field of talent will take some beating. As mentioned it before, this is a golden generation of junior talent. And if they all stick around to seniors, we have got some series for years to come.
Well, it's like we've got... It's almost like we're running a football team and we've got 7 number 9s.
Yeah.
And there's only one position available. So what you've got is 1 number 9 at the minute, which is currently taken by Joshua Sullivan.
Well, yeah.
And then you've got 6 on the bench who are all fighting for that spot.
Do you remember when we could only play 2 of Lampard, Gerrard and Scholes? Well, this is the Lampard, Gerrard and Scholes of England midfield, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a great way of describing it, yeah.
Again, they're not particularly fast. We are some half a second off what has been pretty much the average front-running time of about a 45.8 throughout the race weekend so far. Obviously, lap record's gone for the second time in 2 months that stood for a year. And prior to that, stood for another 3 before that.
It always amazes me as Edward Rye ducks out of the slipstream of Ted Hall and takes the final step of the podium away. But it amazes me how close they can all run to each other at this pace. You know, they're not hanging about in Junior Pro Kart. They're almost as quick as the seniors. And
3/10 now is the lap. Well, 2/10 is the lap record difference between the juniors and the seniors now, Tom.
But they just run nose to tail. Their anticipation and the way that they can conduct themselves in a pack.
There's 7 minutes left yet.
Is
I know exactly what you're saying. They race in such close quarter,
and they don't hit each other when they're, you know, at every braking zone. They're not running into the back of each other and pushing each other.
Oh,
on.
Adam Roberts spins himself out and takes Dylan Slack, who had really nowhere to go other than into the 135. Adam Roberts is frustrated. I think he knows that, given his recent form, he is better than that. Is Adam Roberts, but just saw the kart in front was getting a very big and tagged the rear brakes and sent himself round at hairpin 1.
The front 5 is now a front 7.
Yes.
Once again, because Pennington and Webster have started to close back in. Is that your Jaws music?
It was my Jaws music.
Right.
Rye's coming.
Yes, he is starting to close in.
That drags the rest of them along as well,
Well, it
doesn't
does
it?
indeed. Yeah, he moved past Ted Hall on the previous lap at this exact spot. Got a great slipstream, ducked out, took the position away. Ted Hall has now dropped a couple of kart lengths back.
Give it a couple of corners.
Yes, exactly. And he'll close back in. Particularly if Sullivan starts defending like he half did then, and then actually opened the door to Cranston, shows him the edge of the track. And Edward Rye is going to try and drive around the outside, but Sullivan's going to have the high ground and holds on to P2.
Fastest lap of the race, though, by Ted Hall in 4th place. Took full advantage of the slipstream of karts all being close together.
Yeah, I said he dropped a couple of kart lengths back, and in that couple of corners, as you predicted, he's closed right back in. Edward Rye sends it down the inside at hairpin 2. They come together. They push each other wide, and that eventually is going to be the only winner out of this fight is going to be Reece Cranston.
Certainly is. It was Sullivan going on the outside of Cranston. Sullivan's going to get shuffled back to P4 here because he was on the outside of Ted Hall. Was always going to happen with the kart down the inside. They need to now push on for a lap or two onto the back of Reece Cranston, which I think will be the inevitable outcome here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's Cranston now leading the way, as we said. Hall.
Sullivan just picked the wrong side, didn't he?
Yeah,
Cranston
he did.
was defensive into hairpin 2.
I was taking a mental note then to talk to you
Sullivan
after this
just
race
went
about that.
to the outside, but you can't do that when you've got karts behind you.
Exactly. He needed to blend out the throttle and tuck into that gap, and he wasn't aware of what was going on, which is not unusual, but yeah, definitely a teaching point, which we'll talk about after the race, and I'm sure after the event.
I think he probably knows already.
I think he probably does. Reece Cranston, meanwhile, though, now has Edward Rye tapping away on the rear bumper, pushing along. And Reece Cranston very much knows that the duck in the water that is Edward Rye in this junior pro kart class.
I wonder if Cranston knows that it's Rye, because obviously last time he was there, it was, well, he's going to find out about now.
He will now. There goes Rye, just beats him to the apex. Nice, lovely overtake.
Got some power at the end of the straight there, hasn't he? Rye just gets a really good run.
He's got massive aerodynamics, hasn't he?
That does help.
He's got no drag.
No.
His drag coefficient must be 25% less than everybody else, barring Ted and Joshua.
Yeah, what's the rules on that?
Well, Reece Cranston's quickly flicking through them to find out. As Sullivan has a look down the inside at Ted Hall and retakes a position for the final step of the podium. Good friends off the track, Hall and Sullivan. But no love lost there in that overtake.
No, as we know between all drivers, once the helmet is on, the friendship stops for 10 minutes. That's the same with all drivers.
No, it is. Yes, very much so. Sometimes what happens though is you don't become friends then again after the race, depending on what happens.
For another 10 minutes.
Yeah. So right now, starting to stretch his legs and pull away. I mean, by these standards, that's a gargantuan gap.
Half a tenth faster than Cranston on the previous lap.
The biggest race lead that we've seen all race. Although Cranston, I thought he was going to send it into hairpin 2. He's going to need a very good exit here to be able to catch Edward Wright, who ducks down in the seat. And then, I mean, how does he see where he's going? Is he peering out the side of the steering wheel? Look, I mean, it helps. It absolutely helps because it's maintained the lead. Reece Cranston put in a personal best lap last time around and puts in a new fastest lap of the race this time around. And he was half a tenth quicker than Edward Rye. I said Rye was starting to stretch the legs. Cranston's using the slipstream to keep in touch. Sullivan, Hall and Horspool need to do the same. Peter Webster's just about hanging on in P6. And Harry Pennington, a little bit detached now in P7. Going to need them to start fighting in front to be able to start taking opportunities if they present themselves.
Still a few laps to go with 45 seconds or so on the clock.
We might even get into some lap traffic for Joshua Milburn.
I think we've got 4 to go here, Tom. There's both Cranston, Sullivan, Hall as well, all faster than Rye on the previous lap, and Cranston noticeably closer than what he has been in the last couple of laps. And we'll go down the inside of Edward Rye, and they're side by side pod to side pod down the back straight.
Sullivan's going to get them both.
Pick a line here, and it could well be that that's the inside line.
Oh, I thought he was going to get them
Rye
both.
then goes slightly sideways on entry, and could Hall get down the inside here for third place? He's going to give it a go.
Ted Hall didn't need a second opportunity to get down the inside there, but Rye's going to hold the higher ground into hairpin 4.
They're side by side, though, still up on the timing line, and that's going to allow Horspool through down the inside. Not the first time we've seen him take full advantage. Hall up and over the curbs at the front D as well. Cranston from Sullivan, from Rye. Then it's Ashton Horspool, who's currently on for his best finish so far. Touch wood, 2 laps to go. Ted Hall behind. Peter Webster still trying to pick up some thing as Rye goes down the inside of Sullivan. Sullivan helmet taps him and says maybe we should try and entertain that kart in front that has started to defend us. And that's allowed Ashton Horspool to try and go down the inside of Edward Rye at South Bank. Rye sort of slowed himself up a little bit there. And Horspool's going to try the move into 3. Rye will be in position at hairpin 4 to retake that. They'll come up towards the timing line. Lap traffic in front, I don't think will come into contention. Sullivan and and Cranston, they're side by side, up towards the timing line. And Ashton Horspool's got the elbows out, and Ted Hall's down the inside as well. They'll run side by side. Rye is down into P5. Hall's up into third place from P5.
Ashton Horspool and Edward Rye went side by side for half a lap.
And they're side by side again down the back straight. Right, Horspool's out onto the rumble strip on the outside. Horspool has been reeled in by Peter Webster. Lap traffic's moved out of the way. Reece Cranston up into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. He's going to straight line it to 4. He's going to get the run out of the final corner with Sullivan trying to draw alongside. It's going to be Cranston. Cranston's looking towards the wrong side. Sullivan's down the inside. Side by side. Cranston gets it. Cranston was looking one way. Sullivan down the inside of the other. They crossed the timing line. 0.039 between them. Sullivan's head rolls off his shoulders. He came so close. But the defending champion takes the spoils once again. Reece Cranston, Joshua Sullivan go toe-to-toe. And they'll be joined on the podium by Ted Hall.
That made me very nervous, that final move from Sullivan. Extremely brave to send it down the inside. Cranston with great awareness in the end to actually open the steering up. And then, because we've seen it so many times where karts go side by side through there, the one on the outside doesn't know that, or doesn't expect a kart to be on the inside, and then there's a massive crash in front of the commentary box. So great awareness from both drivers. One for Sullivan to be able to put it down the inside. Two for Cranston to be able to hold on to victory. Just open the steering up and carried the momentum. Excellent driving from both of them. Ted Hall as well taking third place on the over the line.
Do you know what was really good, Tom? Is that they all slowed down the back straight, and literally everyone was like looking at another one, going, "Well done, good race, well done, really good." Like that,
enjoyed that one. Yeah. So your finishing order is Cranston, from Sullivan, from Hall, from Rye, Horspool, Webster, Pennington, Brown, Carmichael, and Hartley finishes in 10th place and takes club victory from Henderson and Whitaker done. So the car that's up for sale is has just finished 12th overall and on the podium.
Just a quick heads up at the start of the day, and I'm going to pat myself on the back with the biggest hand in the world. The top 9, Tom.
Yes, I saw that.
Are all the effectively
what you're saying.
Class.
You're taking
and the rest
full
of
credit,
the club,
full smug
mode. The rest
mode
of the field are the club runners
for seeding.
Double back pat.
Yes, well done, David.
Been doing this a while now.
Right, so if you want, I think genuinely, if you watch that Rye versus Horspool battle back, that was incredible.
Yes,
they were side by side from, I'm pretty sure it was South Bank, certainly hairpin 3, all the way through to the National Loop. They were side by side, and the other thing as well to note on that was how I noticed how Edward Rye is able to, when we were talking about when Sullivan got passed down the inside at South Bank Corner earlier on and he tried to hang it around the outside, Edward Rye can. And what he does then is he hangs it around the outside of hairpin 3 and then he's on the inside for hairpin 4.
Sticks all
and
the
he's
way
the
out.
only one that I've seen that's able to do that so far.
Yes, I'd agree. Did very, very well.
He does. It makes him extremely difficult to overtake. That being said, Ted Hall did it, and as did Reece Cranston, and as did Sullivan as well. So Edward Wright actually finishing P4 on the road.
Well, Ashton Hospital had a damn good go at it.
Oh, he
as
did,
well.
yeah.
Got it done at one point and then lost back out again, didn't he? So
yeah, and a great fight as well.
Yeah.
Genuine. That's my highlight of the year so far.
It's been a great.
Was that fight?
It was a great fight, wasn't it? All the way through that order, really. It's a shame to a large extent that it means that we probably don't get the focus. There could well have been a titanic battle there over P12. And we won't know because we couldn't cut away from that front battle because that's exactly what it was. It was a battle. Right, points-wise, we'll have our Mighties at the front again. It'll be Oliver Mullen and Ayrton Tennant on the front row, Theo Wagner and Jake Wynn on the second. Then we move into our Coma runners. Reggie Rhodes on pole position. Logan Grassi will be alongside him on the front row. Jace Hannon and Sebastian O'Connell with Theodore Lee and Bobby James Maddock on the final row for our Coma C50s. Sharon McCrossan saying hi all. Andrew McCrossan's Andy sending him the best for his race from the control room at the Commonwealth Games swimming.
In Glasgow.
Is it?
It is.
Riley Matthews asking, what are the different colours in junior, different colours? Yeah, we'll just run through that. We've added a 5-round mini Junior Pro Kart Club Championship for the end of the season. Don't believe, bearing in mind that it was a decision that was finally ratified this morning, that there'll be trophies for the drivers today or tomorrow or for the rest. But at the end of the season, there is a championship there. It wasn't one that we planned at the start of the year, but the classes grow massively, and therefore we want to reward some of the drivers that regularly come, regularly improve, and put on a great show, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart. So that's why we've now created a club class in Junior Pro Kart.
Was it suggested in the WhatsApp chat? Did I read?
Somebody had suggested it, but we'd already spoke about it
okay.
before that. This was discussed at the last round and was just finally ratified this morning. So yes, there had been the odd discussion, but we've. And of course,
I thought it was a good idea. I kept stum on it, but
well, you have to sometimes, Tom. You have to back up your beliefs.
Right, yeah, but I wasn't strong in my beliefs on it, to be honest with you. I was very much on the fence, as I have been most of the day.
Good start by Jake Wynn, although he did get slowed slightly by making some side-by-side contact there with the 23 of Theo Wagner as they entered the D chicane, the only class to take the D chicane at the start of the race in our Bambino classes. But it will be Oliver Mullen leading from Ayrton Tennant. Jake Wynn as down the inside of the first of the Might Ease goes Logan Grassi. So he goes up into fourth place overall and leading the Coma C50s. Still 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. So we make our way round hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time. And it will be with a gap of probably around about half a second, I think. Here, Oliver Mullen, 7/10 is the gap back to Ayrton Tennant with a good start for the 28. Ayrton Tennant in just behind with Jake Wynn and Logan Grassi, Jace Hannon, Theo Wagner, Reggie Rhodes, and then Theodore Lee, Bobby James Maddock, and Sebastian O'Connell. A tough start for O'Connell, down from P8 into P10 and remains there at present. Just trying to find his way past Bobby Maddock on in the number 11 for 9th place. Jace Hannon trying to hunt down Logan Grassi. They'll come into shot there, but they have got a Mighty between them again now because Logan Grassi is
stalking.
Oh, Jace Hannon trying to get alongside the 66 of Jake Wynn.
That's because he could see Logan Grassi going up the road.
Getting away. Mullen with the fastest lap of the race, albeit has only had one flying attempt at it.
Yeah, significantly quicker though. 58.955 is a very quick lap time. All of them were running in the very high 59s, very low 1 minute bracket earlier today. And now we're into sub 59 seconds. So whether Oliver Mullen is just building himself up and peaking at the right time, a la Spain in the World Cup. Started off with a 0-0 draw against Cape Verde.
And did quite well after
ended
that.
up being world champions. Yeah, I mean, that's ramping up, isn't it? Oliver Mullen, another 58.952. Logan Grassi now moving into P2, overtaking Ayrton Tennant as they came over the start-finish line. 58.735. Of course, they are different classes. The one in Logan Grassi is a traditional engine.
With petrol and everything.
Petrol and everything, yeah. Got petrol in it. In fact, it's got a little tank on the back of it, look, you can see.
Sits right on top of the motor.
It's not got a centralised tank like we see in all the other four-stroke kart classes.
They're weird as well, because sometimes they unscrew and fall off.
There's fuel everywhere.
And the engine, well, there's not a lot of fuel in them. There's about 6 thimbles.
About a monkey's worth of fuel pouring out down the grid.
Yeah, but it just sits on top and then occasionally it'll break and it'll just fall off. The cart will then go for about another 200 metres before dying. The driver will look round and go, oh, that's why.
A monkey's 500, isn't it?
No idea.
I think
500 what? Millilitres?
500 squids.
Personal best for Theo Wagner that time round, heading towards the low 101s.
Yeah, Theodore Lee and Bobby James Maddock as well, also in the 101s. They're very close on track, actually, for 9th and 10th overall. In fact, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th overall are very close to each other on track. They're 5 seconds behind Reggie Rhodes in 6th place overall. Theo Wagner, Sebastian O'Connell, Theodore Lee and Bobby Maddock. All pretty close. starting to take contra lines to each other as well as they head out of hairpin 4. There they go, just flashing through the shot. So we've got this group here that are just heading through the national loop. Which is Jace Hannon, Reggie Rhodes, Jake Wynn.
Leaders head out onto the back straight then. Oliver Mullen in the orange.
Not sure that door's shut, David. I think you need to do it harder next time.
With Logan Grassy just behind. 2 different powertrains, of course. One in Might E and one in Coma.
We'll test it on tonight. Like one of us is done. Test on either line.
Yes, and we spoke earlier on about the. I'm more and more I see these Mighty Bambinos, and more I'm thinking this is the future of Bambino karting by a long way. I honestly starting to think, why would you run a C50? I mean, I've thought that for a while anyway, because
if you're coming into it,
because if
you've already got one, then great. But I just think that going forward, it just gives you so much sort of less of a headache.
Exactly,
really, isn't
there's
it?
so much less to worry about. You just charge it up and away
Jace
you
Hannon
go.
trying to go down the inside of Reggie Rhodes there, and I think that's Jake Wynn.
Be interesting to see what the range of these are, though. Like, how many laps can you do on a full charge?
On the Mighty?
Because that would be my training technique anyway. It's just, right, we'll put some tyres on it, we'll charge it up. Right, off you go. I'll see you in however long it takes to run out of charge.
Yeah, just keep going until it stops on you.
The other thing is, we couldn't use these in endurance championships anyway, could we? Because you'd never know how much was in it. Is there a charge level on it? There must be.
There must be, but obviously the driver can't see it, can he?
Well, but can you fix one to the steering wheel in the way that you can with, we can...
I'm not sure. Also, it'd be a bit of a boring race when they've got to pull in every hour to charge for an hour.
Well, you just change batteries, wouldn't you? Which is what I said they should be doing in Formula E from the very get-go. Is rather than change cars, they should have detachable battery packs. You change it like you change the tyres.
Oliver Mullen is down there, is still holding on from Logan Grassy. Grassy, I thought he was going to draw alongside and go down the inside there on Oliver Mullen. But now it's taken a very weird line on the run up towards the chicane, Tom, and has had to bail out a little bit. Has now got a bit of work to do if he wants the overall victory, but nonetheless, the most important thing for these two is to stay out of trouble. We're going to have a winner in Coma and a winner in Mighty, and they look at each other down the back straight, Tom, as they draw alongside each other.
And it is going to still be Oliver Mullen holding on to the overall lead as they head out of hairpin 4. They will take the last lap board this time around. Of course, this isn't for... there is no trophy for overall victory in Bambinos. They are simply 2 class trophies. So both of these are technically going to be our class winners.
As long as they don't hamper each other, so to speak.
Ayrton Tennant crosses the line in P3. Reggie Rhodes in P4. They are also second and second in their respective classes as well. So 3rd and 4th on the road, but also 2nd and 2nd.
And Grassy will get the good run here.
Yeah, surprising the amount of grunt he got out of hairpin 2 compared to the Mighty, which we know is quite talky.
So much so, he's going to try and stay around the outside.
Yes.
You don't see that work very often.
Well, it's the Edward Rye.
Yeah. But it's a bit different in a Bambino.
Well, it is, because
different in a Bambino.
Edward Rye would have held it all the way around the outside and then gone up the inside into hairpin 4. Anyway, Logan Grassy is going to cross the line. Overall victor in the Bambino class from Oliver Mullen, who's had a very good weekend. will take the victory in Mighty Bambino. Ayrton Tennant will take second in Mighty Bambino. Reggie Rhodes will take second in Coma C50. Jace Hannon will take third in C50 Bambino. And Jake Wynn will take third in Mighty. Hope you could keep up with that. Logan Grassi, Reggie Rhodes, Jace Hannon, they're your podium in C50. And then Oliver Mullen, Ayrton Tennant, Jake Wynn are your podium in Mighty.
Cool.
That's the... We don't have any stings in between heats anymore. I meant to ask you, you know that advert during Le Mans, did you actually manage to hear that in the
yes,
end?
and I agree with your assessment.
It is very much the old Sting, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that.
It's the same music. So, yes, there's a tyre advert. I've probably already said it. There's a Goodyear advert that uses our old Sting when Alpha used to do the stream here. In between heats.
Very, very similar, of course.
We always used to do a little dance, didn't we?
Yeah.
Which is why I automatically, as soon as I heard it, I started going, why am I dancing? Oh no, I know why. It's the same music.
Right, Bambino's making their way in. Then next up, it's time for Honda Cadet. Oscar Somerset will start that race from pole position. He'll have Jack Thompson alongside him on the front row with Kyle Kerr and Alex Hatima on the second row. Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson with Zach Sieber and Oscar Wills on the fourth row. Thomas Chalk and Calais Tennant with Sam Vout and Frankie Turnbull in P12. Josh Finley, Jacob Jones and Oliver Reed, Harlan Pritchard, Sophia Hankinson and Tyler Grufferty, although we haven't seen Pritchard or Hankinson out since race number 1 today. Hankinson was out for race 2, but had that bent rear axle, Tommy, you'll remember.
Ooh, right. Brace yourselves, people. There is a race incoming.
Just waiting for we might have just 1 or 2, just getting them into position on the dummy grid. Rolling start, of course, so...
The anticipation. Sorry, I just need to check. Shall we fill? Shall we do some filling?
Let's talk about the presentation, Tom.
Yes.
Which, for the first time in a couple of years, will not take place after the Winter Series. It will take place at the end of this year on the 28th of November. So we always used to have the presentation at a similar time, at the end of November, rather than after the Winter Series.
Good news! I think I might have been able to clear it with the long-haired general, the secretary of the Butterworth household, that I should be able to attend this year.
Ah, fantastic. Good times.
Because it's been a problem the last few years. Yeah. And to the point that Paul's now commenting on it, that I'm not there, which means things are getting serious.
Yeah. It's all good.
But I've let her know, the secretary, and
So that will
looks
be
like provisions
on
are being made.
28th of November, 2026. And for the first time in 3 years, we will be going back to the Sporting Lodge in Middlesbrough, having been away from there for a few years.
The last time I was there, it was there.
Yes. It's back to the Sporting Lodge. I think we've been to the Leonardo for 3 years, but we're going to go back to the Sporting Lodge, which for me personally it's a much more relaxed day. They have a restaurant on site that opens where you can go.
No disrespect to the Leonardo, but if you don't open your restaurant, people can't eat from it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They open it in an evening. They don't open it at night time, so in the day. So I couldn't go down early for my dinner.
Oh, okay.
So we are going back to the Sporting Lodge.
Cats give it a 1-star review anyway. The restaurant at the Leonardo, by the sounds of it.
Well, cat advisor.
Yeah. Yes, we are going to go racing for Honda Cadets, but yes, very much looking forward to attending the presentation. Awards night. It is a highlight of the year. Live band on as well, usually, and booked again for this year. And if anybody gets bored in between the live bands, I'll jump on the DJ decks as usual. I say as usual. I haven't been there for the last 3 years, but it's what I normally do.
Yeah, it's hardly a tradition, Tom. If you
No,
don't come.
if I've only done it twice.
All right, Oscar Somerset then in the yellow helmet will lead us through alongside Jack Thompson in the blue and white towards his left-hand side. Right on the camera as they come through, and we've got a false start already. The tail end of the field not quite formed up as I'd have hoped, and the pace probably a little bit too much for the first corner, so we're going to have a false start and have another go at that, hence why they're all going rather slowly.
Yeah, interesting to see progress for Kyle Kerr and Alex Hatima this race. They've both had good weekends so far and going off the second row. See what they can manage. So we've got Aston Wilson and Abel Hutton, who've both been up there as well previously.
But have also been down there as well.
Today? They've not
been,
had the best of weekends so far.
They've had an up and down day, but they've had a pole position and a 1-2 between them in Heat 1. And then have been anywhere between first and
last
12th, yeah. So they've been up and down. They need a little bit more consistency. Is now the time for them to get that as we head up towards the green flag line. 10 minutes on the clock and we're away and racing. It's a good start by the outside train. Can Thompson get across in front? Yes, he can. In front of Somerset.
Bit of contact further right, well, right towards the back of the field.
Kerr in third place, Hatima, then it's a 66 of Aston Wilson.
Oh, and big contact over the back. That was Gruffity. And I think that is...
Oliver Reed in the 22.
Yeah.
And it looks like Reed, I don't know, he's just rolled forward. I thought he was going to spin round and keep going, but he's nosed it into the tyres. Yeah, Marshall is coming to the other side. The other Marshall's going to stay with the flag. Because
kind of holding on to his side as well. I don't know whether he's done himself a little bit of an injury, but yeah, he'd made contact into hairpin 1.
Drivers getting up and out the cart, which is
that's good to see. Right, so we are still away and racing. Of course, we are under yellow flag conditions, so there will be no overtaking. Driver has been moved to the marshal's post and to safety, and we'll keep it under yellow flags because that cart is still off the track and will be recovered. By the time we get here next lap, that will be out the way, I'm sure, and we'll be back to full green flag racing.
Everybody through and complying with that yellow flag, Tom, which was good to see.
Yeah, which is why we were able to sort of talk about that rather than the racing, because there was no overtaking going on at the time.
Cart is being recovered.
Moving on. Jack Thompson.
The marshals once again.
Leading the way, and we've still got yellow flags out, although I think they'll be coming back in fairly shortly. Yes, Jack Thompson leading the way from Oscar Somerset, Kyle Kerr, Alex Hatima, Aston Wilson, Oscar Wills, Calais Tennant, Jacob Jones, Abel Hutton and Zach Schieber, your top 10. Kyle Kerr is very much going with the front two. They are starting to move away from the rest of the pack, but Kyle Kerr seemingly able to go with them. See whether he can bridge that gap. Alex Hatima holding on to 4th place, just about from... Is that Zach Schieber? I think it is. Is it Zach Schieber?
What?
No.
Sorry,
no, it's not. No, Zach Schieber's down behind. It's Aston Wilson, isn't it?
Yeah, I was, preoccupied.
I just saw the orange flash from the side pod and I got confused briefly.
I still see Aston Wilson in dark blue and green, which is the colour he started in. Started his Honda Cadet career in, and I don't. It frustrates me they've changed it because I always mix him up with. There was that round we mixed him up with Thomas Chalk and somebody else as well. Because they all had the same sticker kit.
Yeah, it's not our fault, it's your fault.
Yeah. Oscar Somerset had a little look down the inside of Jack Thompson into the...
Tyler Gruffity is going pretty well. Obviously, he's in the Micromax, so that's one thing. But is certainly tonking along after that. I mean, he was ridden up over the back of, wasn't he? By Oliver Reed. On the opening lap, but has managed to gather it all together, and he's starting to carve his way through this field now.
Somerset pushing Thompson along and up and over the timing line again. 700ths between them, which is the distance between the back of one seat and the back of another. Why do we refer to that? That is where they have the little box called the transponder that picks up on the timing system. as they go up and over the timing line. That's how we know what the gap is between them. That's how you get the timing down the left-hand side of the top left-hand corner of your screen. 1,000th between the two of them in terms of lap time last time round.
Indeed. Which is nothing. 1,000th of a second. You can't even measure that. You can't think that fast.
No, I can't.
There they go, back over the line once again, and another 1,000th of a second between them. This time it went to Oscar Somerset.
Yeah, Somerset. He flipped on average, the two of them have set identical 2-lap times if you put them both together.
Yes.
Into the pits comes the number 8 of Josh Finley to retire from his first final here, I think, at Teesside.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, for Josh Finley?
Hopefully he's back tomorrow. Warning for the 42 of Jacob Jones. He is currently running in P6 on the back of Aston Wilson.
Oh, Wilson just went very wide, and then Jacob Jones, needing no further invitation, sent it up the inside and took the position away for P5.
Oh, we've got a spin for Oscar Wills at hairpin 4. Steering wheel is... It won't be flat by the time he's beat it like that.
Looks like Somerset was... well, I thought he was looking pretty racy through the wiggles. Sends it down the inside, but he's going to be hung out to dry around hairpin 2. So he got down the inside of Jack Thompson at hairpin 1, hung out to dry at hairpin 2 because he couldn't get the move done.
Warning for Abel Hutton coming in. I wonder if that was anything to do with the Oscar Wills spin down at hairpin 4. That's twice now Oscar Somerset's tried the move on Jack Thompson at hairpin 1. The first time he chucked a nose down the inside and was nowhere near close enough, and Thompson was able to go round the outside of him. Oscar Somerset on that occasion went down the inside, and Thompson just drove back at him straight down the inside of hairpin number 2. Keep an eye out though, Tom, in 5th place for the very red
just gonna say that
Jacob Jones.
He's bridged the gap to Hatima quite quickly, and he just needs to find a way through in the next few corners, and he can start to bridge that gap to Kerr.
Yeah, Aston Wilson's gone with him as well, though, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Not give him a mix. It's the leaders that need to really be careful here, just not to back themselves into.
Well, Kyle Kerr is started to close that gap up as well. Yeah, and that's not through them fighting, because they haven't been overtaking each other for the last lap or so.
No, there was a 10th between them on the last lap when they were side by side up towards hairpin 2. Let's see what happens this time round. And again, Kyle Kerr a little bit slower this time. Since the two in front have been a little bit more compliant with each other.
He's still able to go.
He's going to go again, third time. Oscar Somerset's going to try that move down the inside into hairpin 1.
And the third time he's going to get hung out to dry at hairpin 2.
Does feel
well, that's three times he's tried the same thing and got the same result.
Yeah, as the saying goes.
There you go. Try something different.
You can't try the same thing and expect a different outcome.
No, and tried something different into hairpin 3 and couldn't get that one done. So
Oscar
now
Wills has rammed again for the second time, Tom. This time at hairpin 3, unfortunately for him.
Kyle Kerr once again using the fact that these two are side by side to close the gap. Meanwhile, Jacob Jones has now passed Alex Hatima and is starting to move away. And Aston Wilson is closing in on the back of Hatima as well.
Big look over the shoulder for the two leaders, Tom, with 2 minutes to go on the clock.
Well, we've got 2 groups of 3. That's what they will see.
Which will become a 4. And maybe even a 6, because I think Hatima and Wilson will go with Jacob Jones, and I do think that Jones is going to have enough pace to reel in the two in front. They may even have some lap traffic to contend with.
Tyler Gruffity in the Micromax now made his way onto the back of Abel Hutton for 7th on the road. There goes Somerset again down the inside, but this time it was a different result because Jack Thompson just Managed to ping it around the outside and actually then close the door on Somerset.
This lead 6 may well get through on the lap traffic. Really good awareness there by Sophia Hankinson to just stay on the outside on that run up towards South Bank and allow the leading 6 through down the inside in towards South Bank. 1 minute and 15 on the clock means that we will get round next time. 3 laps to go as Oscar Somerset continues to toil, continues to try and find a way so far past an unrelenting Jack Thompson.
Sophia Hankinson has just pulled into the pits and into retirement from the final.
Here we go again.
Oh, that time it was a little bit more robust. He's still going to get hung out to dry, though, and Kyle Kerr is going to go, thank you very much. And Jacob Jones is going to go, thank you very much.
Thompson wasn't having any of it, was he? And was back down the inside and was very occupied with ensuring that Oscar Somerset did not get the run out of that corner on him.
And Somerset's gone from what would have been potentially first now into 5th.
Jones is going to be under pressure here from Thompson, who's going to go down the inside of him. Kyle Kerr leads with 2 to go. From Jacob Jones, Thompson, Hatima, Somerset, and Aston Wilson. 1 from 6 will win. 3 from 6 will go to the podium. We'll find out in a minute and a half's time. But at the moment, it's Kyle Kerr from Jacob Jones and Jack Thompson, who leaves the door open for Alex Hatima. Hatima couldn't quite get it done. There's a contact warning for the 91 of Jack Thompson. I get the feeling it's for the outside of hairpin number 2. Kyle Kerr defends as Jacob Jones, bang, bang, bang on the rear bumper, trying to find a way through, knocking at the door of Kyle Kerr.
Yeah, indeed. Kerr still just managing to hold on. Somerset back up to P4 now, though, and back on the tail of Thompson. These two resume hostilities, but they need to fight their way past Jones and Kerr if it's going to be for victory. 1 lap to go.
Final lap, and it's going to be the widest number 14 here at Teesside that Kyle Kerr can make that car. He defended in the run up to South Bank. He will hug the white line as they head up towards hairpin number 1, but I don't know if it's going to be tight enough. There was a little bit of a slither of light there for Jacob Jones. As then Kyle Kerr clips the curb, he will come to the inside.
Oh, Somerset's got a good run, and he's going to get chopped across, and Thompson, robust.
Good defensive there by Thompson. Oh, the 2 leaders as Jacob Jones goes into the right rear quarter of Kyle Kerr. Kyle Kerr, who's not been here all season. He did a few races last season. Is he going to get it there as Thompson goes down the inside of Jacob Jones? They'll run 3 wide in the background. There's a down the inside, Jacob Jones on Kyle Kerr. Kerr didn't see it coming. Jones has won it. Jones from Kerr and Oscar Somerset, Alex Hatima, Jack Thompson and Aston Wilson. Your top 6. And Jacob Jones, the opportunistic move down the inside of Kyle Kerr. I think Kerr thought he'd got that one, Tom, out of hairpin 4, and Jacob Jones got the run on him.
Likewise, I think Jack Thompson thinks that he had a podium coming out of hairpin 4, and Oscar Somerset just sent it down the inside through the final corner as well. There was a bit of contact. We said before, we saw this in the junior pro karts. It was the exact same thing. This time they did come together. Oscar Somerset was able to carry the momentum and take 3rd place overall. Thompson not happy with it, but I think if he watches that junior pro kart final, he'll see exactly the same move happen there as well.
He's not happy, but he was happy enough to put the robust move down the inside of hairpin, and that is
coming into the pit. So we'll keep our eye on all of the...
As I was about to say there, Tom, right, he was more than happy to do the move into hairpin 2 and run the other driver out wide onto the outside of the circuit. Yeah, if you're going to do it, you've got to be...
If you're going to give it, you've got to
be more than willing. Yeah. I remember a conversation I had here with Margaris Kvetskis' dad when Joshua tapped him wide round the national loop on a practice day, and his dad said, I'm not sure he's going to like that. And I said, don't worry, we'll take it back because that's how it's going to be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know the driver's making little taps, you get some back. It is what it is in racing. If you're not expecting to get the tiniest bit of contact every now and again, this is not the sport for you.
So that moves us on to our Honda R200 final. 5 runners in that. And that is going to be headed by Tom Nichols, by virtue of taking 2 victories through the 3 heats. JJ Allen, by virtue of taking 1 victory in one of the 3 heats, goes from P2. Max Platz goes from 3rd, George Wilson in 4th, and Jensen Simpson in 5th. And I'm just going to run and have a very quick comfort break while we're waiting on these to come out onto the grid.
Tom Nichols and JJ Allen then will bring us round. 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Nichols in the all red and the bright yellow flicks on the rear bumper, making it look like a late 80s, early 90s Ferrari F1 colour scheme with the bright yellow Agip sponsorship on the 90s Ferrari, and he'll lead us around the national loop. And once again, Max Platz, I think, will have track position to take 2nd place from JJ Allen, and indeed does off that inside line. Moves himself through into 2nd place and tries to stay with Nichols in front. Allen then down into 3rd, and now he's going to get the run as he did in heat number 3, a carbon copy of the move at heat number 3 to go down the inside of Max Platz, and the gap will be filled as well by George Wilson, who slides into the gap that was created, and then Max Platz comes back down the inside of George Wilson. That'll give Jensen Simpson an opportunity to battle with them as well. But what it has done is, again, it's allowed the 2 leaders to break away. Nichols leads from JJ Allen, Max Platz, George Wilson, and Jensen Simpson at the end of lap number 1. Can JJ Allen do anything about Tom Nichols' unbeaten run in finals so far this season? As they head up and round the South Bank corner. 4 finals contested so far. 4 finals by the way of Tom Nichols. But as mentioned earlier, that is not an indication of how close the 2 have been throughout the season. Tom Nichols, JJ Allen, nose to tail round the national loop. Behind them, Max Platz and George Wilson. So, particularly around hairpin number 1, JJ Allen gets a really good run, and he's going to try the move up towards South Bank corner. JJ Allen has the nose chopped across there by Tom Nichols. The door closed on him.
A little bit of rhinoplasty.
Yes, a nose job.
nose job.
For those not familiar with what a rhinoplasty is. I think JJ Allen's on a bit of a mission here, Tom. Could do it. The thing is, when you start running in classes of only 2 of you, and there's not a lot of points between first and second.
You were doing the Jaws theme earlier on. I was doing Mission Impossible.
Yes, I know, but I didn't talk over you, so that you're very rude, Mr. Butterworth. What I was saying is, there's not a lot of points between them, and therefore, if people start, putting the final wins in and getting that extra 7 points or so, it makes it to a point where it's almost unassailable unless you start winning finals as well, and that means that JJ Allen really has to, at the very least, take 1 this weekend, either today or tomorrow, and ideally both of them. And I think at the moment, though, I think he's probably got a little bit more pace than what Nichols has at this phase in the race, which whether he can maintain that for the full 10 minutes plus 1 lap.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Nichols, if he can hold on and take victory in this one, it's almost to a point where, or it's getting to a point where he'll need to do then is just follow Alan around.
Yeah, and where he could feasibly win the championship at round 7 when we return here in September. No meeting in August because of the British 24-hour and other events that normally take place here at Teesside. Also, it's good to allow the championship to settle and allow people to actually go on holiday, Tom, every now and again and
yes,
have a
indeed.
break. So it's good. And then we return here
Ourselves
in September.
included.
Yeah, and then by the time we come back here in October for the final meeting of the season, that's a Saturday, Sunday affair again. And that's when we start heading but that's normally like the clock change weekend, isn't it? So it's normally dark by the time people are packing up down in the paddock for the final round of the season, and trophies are normally done at dusk. It's a very different dynamic to what we have here, where it'll still be light at 10:30 in the paddock. And
barring the certainly in the sprint race calendar, that is the most important race weekend of the year here at Teesside.
Championship weekend
And double header, so you get 2 race meetings for the live stream free price of 1, but you also get a championship thrown in usually on the Sunday, at least 1.
Yeah, we always like it to go down.
Sometimes you get them on the Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we're going to get it on the Sunday at round 7, but we like it to go down to the wire.
Well, this is my point. Is I'm wondering whether Nichols then just goes, right, well, I'll just finish. As long as I finish behind JJ Allen, I can't lose a championship. It's always a risky strategy, isn't it? When you think like that, you're better off just doing what you've been doing all year long. I liken it to the Casey Stoner kind of mentality.
You're a fan of his work.
Well, I'm not. I wasn't really a fan of his way of going racing, because it made it fairly boring, because he would just rock it off at the front and then just carry on with that pace and leave everybody trailing in his dust. But that was his way of winning. If he eased off, he crashed in the way that we saw, Senna in Monaco.
Yes.
You ease off slightly, and that's when things go wrong. And so he used to basically time trial every race. And Tom Nichols kind of needs to do the same, really. He needs to be laser focused every lap for the rest of the year. Even though, in theory, he could just let JJ Allen go and sit on his rear bumper.
Just drive fast.
Just drive fast, mate. Yeah. Yeah, so as I say, because even if he finishes second behind JJ Allen every race and still takes a championship, what if he has a mechanical in one race? And he's got to start winning again. And that puts extra pressure on you. You're better off just doing what you were doing before. Just drive fast. Wind's picking up again, David, and it's clouded over.
Yes, it has.
We haven't got Junior Pro Karts out again, though, so I'm expecting no more rain for today.
No. Yeah, a little bit of a drizzle earlier. Tomorrow's expecting to be slightly more inclement in terms of the weather conditions. But today, whilst not being the warmest, I've even seen 1 or 2 hoodies broken out earlier on, Tom.
I put mine in the car this morning.
Which is
just in case.
Which is not often you get that in the current climate, where it's been.
Well, look at how brown the grass is.
Hotter than
used to be
the
green.
Sun. Yes, the good thing though with it not raining, you don't have to mow it quite as often.
Oh, you should see the state of mine. It's like Day of the Triffids in my garden at the minute.
Yeah, if you don't water it, don't grow, does it? It's a science lesson for you, that.
It's well above my dog's knees.
Well, you've only got
my grass.
You've only got a little dog.
I know. That's well, yeah, there is that. Yeah.
I'd be worried if you had like a Great Dane or something.
Well, it's almost up to his shoulders in places.
Around about 4 laps left to go, I think, in this Honda R200 final. Max Platz has broken away from George Wilson in 4th place now for Wilson. Platz still in 3rd. Jensen Simpson out of the race.
Oh, no.
So that was a while back. We missed that. He peeled in at the end of the 2nd lap.
Oh, that's a shame. I was actually going to... We'll do it, I think, tomorrow. if he's back and racing, of course, Jensen Simpson, I think we'll do a focus on, like we did before earlier in the year, where we focused on one particular driver.
Yeah, we did it in Senior Pro Kart, didn't we? With the 11 of Graham Blackburn, I believe it was.
And I think we should do it on Jensen Simpson tomorrow during one of the heats. Maybe not heat 1, heat 2 or 3, I think we'll...
let him get his eye in.
Yeah, we'll do a focus on Jensen Simpson. Give him some screen time, because the other 4 have had plenty today so far. And I think it's only fair.
Nichols leads Allen down the back straight then. It's been flagged to where we are now for our current race leader.
Oh, I asked you to remind me to tell you a story, didn't I?
You can do that at the
I
end
will
of
do
this
that at the
race.
end of this, yes.
I had forgot about that. Not on purpose, because I don't know what the story is, so I too am rather intrigued. Nichols and Allen then with...
Should have done that during one of the red flags.
I think they'll get round here, Tom, before the time elapses, and I think they're going to get an extra lap in here. It would be quite nice from the entertainment factory if they could start scrapping. It would be good. I'm in the entertainment industry, not the results-based business. So I would royally like them to have a cracking final 2 laps here.
We've seen Bambino races with 3 of them that have had more overtakes in them than this at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Alan. They did cross the line with a second to go.
Yeah.
So 2 laps.
I mean, I don't wish any ill on Tom Nichols by any means, but I do want JJ Allen just to send an overtake.
It was earlier on in this race. I was fairly adamant that JJ Allen had a bit in him in that kart at the time, but I'm not sure whether he's still got it at the end of this race, whether that's a tyre pressure thing or the fact that Nichols has got his kart where he went a little bit lower on pressure to now get it up to where it is now, and now it's handling a little bit better.
He was defending fresh air, though, was Nichols, into hairpin 3. And that's allowed Allen straight back onto his rear bumper and a big push. I think it's fair to say that
helpful push.
That Nichols knows he's there again. Last lap board is out and has been taken by all 4 of our R200s that are still running. And JJ Allen heading out onto the back straight for the final time. Actually gets a good run. Nichols watches him closely, stalks it. I thought that Allen might be able to chop to the inside, but wasn't able to do so. Nichols, it looks like he's going to be able to hold on. He takes the high ground into hairpin 4. Allen's going to try and get a good run out. They draw alongside each other, but Nichols, with the shorter run to the line, takes victory once again. 5 finals from 5 for Tom Nichols.
Nichols wanted that. He was very robust, Tom, in holding on to the lead as they came up towards and through the dog leg as they were side by side. Was Tom Nichols there on JJ Allen. The gap at the line, 1/10 of a second between the 2 of them. Allen got a really good run out of that final corner and was through side by side, and they were very, very tight through there, and Nichols was very, very robust in holding on to that victory. Two finals left to go then here on the first Saturday race day of the season. And more live chat, which means we can go straight to a grid, Tom.
Indeed. So Jake Grufferty is going to take us off from pole position with Jacob Carnes alongside Ted Hall in P3. James Darling in 4th and Alex Lynn in 5th. Joey Swan in 6th. Max Hall in 7th. Albie Cam in 8th. Logan Pebbody in 9th. Aidan Donnelly will round out your top 10. Cameron Neal will be 11th. Ronnie Harrer in 12th. Henry Armitage 13th. Adam Causa in 14th. Mark Laredo Gomez will round out your 15 junior runners. Then we will have Oliver O'Donovan going from pole position in seniors from Paul Swan and Holly Swan.
Game over already by the look of things for the 16 of Henry Armitage. That cart grinds to a halt on the exit of hairpin number 1.
He was due to go off P13, was Henry Armitage.
I think the cart will be clear in sufficient time to allow this race to go because...
that's a shame,
well,
isn't it?
yeah, well, it's because it's junior road tax, isn't it, Tom? And they slow down at hairpin number 3. They get out. They have a communal picnic between all of them. They
oil up the
decide
plugs.
they oil up the plugs before they go. Then they get back in. Then they drive to hairpin number 4 where they get out and have another short conversation.
A nap.
Yeah, a little nana nap. And then they finally decide that, driving at 6 mile an hour isn't that much fun, and they're going to do 65 up towards turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what will happen now is they're all doing 4 miles an hour,
and then
then they'll all accelerate too early, and we'll have to go round again.
Yeah, and then the seniors catch them up, and then the juniors complain that the seniors overtake them in the race.
And we are going first time, which is the first time today, I believe.
Been a good start, though, off the second row. I think Ted Hall was almost alongside Jake Gruffety, but he is up and through into second place behind Gruffety. Carnes with them as well. Joey Swan, 33 of Max Hall, in front of the 55 of Darling. Alex Lynn, who was out of position slightly due to the issues earlier on in the race, in front of Albie Cam as they head down the back straight in front of the 27 of Aidan Donnelly.
Yeah, Gruffety already getting the hammer down and starting to gap those behind. We'll see what kind of response they can form between them now that they've had all those conversations in between hairpin 3 and 4.
I'm not sure what line that was Gruffety did coming out of hairpin 4, but I think he was too busy looking over his shoulder and nearly drove himself onto the grass coming through the dog leg.
Yeah, the scenic route. So he still continues to lead the way, though. Hall and Carnes. Then it's Swan. Then it is Max Hall, James Darling, Alex Lynn, Albie Cam, Aidan Donnelly, and Logan Pebbody. The top 10 as they came over the line. James Darling looking very racy again, trying to look down the inside of Alex Lynn.
I think Lynn's got through on him this lap, and Darling's trying to come straight back at him. I do wonder how long Hall and Carnes are going to stay in that order, and whether Carnes feels like he's got a little bit more, but he's still a few kart lengths off. Joey Swan right up onto the back. A lot of people yesterday, Tom, were saying that Joey Swan looked really fast in practice, as we've got a technical defect for Max Hall in the 33. Right rear side, rear bumper, hanging down on the ground for Max Hall.
Oh, no.
His day will come to a premature end, whether he likes it or not. The flag
From
is
P5.
out. Yeah, the flag is out. He's dropped just behind Alex Lim, but that's because the kart will be understeering terribly whilst going through certain corners, and oversteering equally as bad going round the other side as he's got additional drag on the floor. Max Hall will see the flag this time. He's done what's correct, and that is go round for one lap, because what you don't want him to do is peel off the racing line whilst other karts are right behind him, and he has got
James alongside.
James Darling right behind him. We have seen that before, where drivers have peeled off immediately into the pit lane upon receiving a mechanical flag.
He's just looked down both sides, and I think he's seen it now. I think he's seen it. He's looking around him to find what the fault is, and I think he's seen it's the rear bumper that's hanging off.
Yeah, he's still carrying on at a decent pace, though, Tom.
He is. Well, James Darling's actually nosing down the inside.
Needs to stick his hand up if he's peeling off into the pits, and now I think he has seen it this time. Just next time round when he comes across the line, he will need to peel in. If not, we'll probably be taking the meatball off the flag.
Yes.
That is the name of the mechanical flag. It is black with an orange circle in the middle. It's known as the meatball.
For obvious reasons. Gruffety still leading the way from Hall and Carnes, and Swan and Lynn and Max Hall, who we think is going to be coming in very shortly. Then it's James Darling, Albie Cam, Aidan Donnelly, Logan Beverly. Pretty much as you were a couple of laps ago. Joey Swan looking very racy on the back of Jacob Carnes, and in fact pushing him into the D chicane. There goes Max Hall into retirement. Meanwhile, in seniors, Holly Swan is leading the way from Oliver O'Donovan and Paul Swan.
Good gap as well, in
Yes.
fact, as Holly Swan.
Tres Rapido.
Just needs to get through the traffic now, that's the thing. Oliver O'Donovan is, as we saw earlier on, Tom, has been ruthless getting through junior traffic. And Holly Swan needs to do the same so she doesn't get backed up. There is a good gap between them, probably around about 2.5 seconds, I think, in terms of on timing. It's 1.8, but I think it's only going out as Swan has targets in front of her. To Oliver O'Donovan, she needs to be careful and needs to be tidy as O'Donovan 2.1 seconds back, but Holly Swan has got to be calculated. There's more power in that senior car. It's all about now, it's braking early and not getting too involved as she finds a way past Mark Laredo Gomez. And if she can get the moves done down the straights, Tom, and on the exit of corners where that additional power comes, Alex Lynn is up into 4th place at the head of this field, and the leaders, Tom, are starting to reel in lap on lap now. Jake Grufferty, who makes a radiator flap adjustment. Clearly the temperature of that engine is up to the optimum. And now Ted Hall's behind him. And I wonder now if Ted Hall will try and push Grufferty away and make it a 2 and a 3, because then that gives him the best possible opportunity of a win at the end. He's won in senior and junior pro kart. He would dearly love to add a final victory in junior Rotax to what has been, in his short career, one with a lot of acclaim to it.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. I'm wondering whether he is going to push him along. It looked like he was going to do initially. Big slipstream out of hairpin 4, though. Massive headwind down the front straight at the moment. And it's really helping those karts who have got a toe to use to be able to pull right up. I'm very surprised by Oliver O'Donovan in the senior class. Not that he's not in front of Holly Swan, but how big the gap is. And it's only going out as well. I wonder whether he's carrying some sort of issue. Because although he is significantly clear of Paul Swan, we've seen him at the very least fighting it out with Holly Swan, if not in front of, throughout the day. But Grufferty still leads. Carnes and Lynn are now nose to tail as well, and they have gapped slightly Joey Swan by about 4 kart lengths.
I regularly forget how long these junior finals are in terms of both time at 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, we're actually halfway through now, aren't we?
The actual number of laps that we achieve as well. And
It's past.
after a day of racing already, and with more to come tomorrow as well, and Friday practice, just think this would normally be the end of a driver's race weekend. Alex Lynn down the inside of Jacob Carnes. They'll run side by side. Carnes will hold on, but now there is a gap, and a clear gap between the leading duo.
Lynn was smart there. Saw that he wasn't going to be able to drive around the outside, just blended out the throttle and allowed Carnes to come back in. And he can use that slipstream again through the wiggles to close him back up. And indeed does. Now sends it a hairpin 2. That's a more decisive move than what he was going to get out of hairpin 4. And now he gets past and onto the final step of the podium. Joey Swan right there as well.
This is your battle behind, with James Darling in P6 being pursued by Albie Cam. There is your senior race leader, Holly Swan, in the dark blue and pink, making her way through the traffic. He's currently just behind Aidan Donnelly, who is in 8th place.
Yeah, we'll see what Alex Lynn has now got in terms of pace to try and close in on Grufferty and Hall, as Grufferty jacks the front end of that car into hairpin 1. The front wheel, front tyres squishing into the tarmac, lifting the rear end high into the air. Must have been a good 4 or 5 inches off the ground. For that rear left tyre as he went into hairpin 1. We are still looking at the group behind that now has Holly Swan in it. So that's James Darling with Albie Cam. Then Holly Swan leading seniors in behind. So James Darling a bit detached from the front five, but still in 6th place on a debut weekend in Junior Rotax is no slouch and no certainly nothing to be disappointed with.
No, Holly Swan's going to come down the inside here, potentially of Albie Cam, and needs to be careful. She's got a decent gap still to Oliver O'Donovan. Look over the shoulder will confirm that, but if she can get past Darling here, I think she's pretty much home and dry in our senior class, and does indeed chop across the bows of the 55 in what looked a little bit risky, but I think from the camera position, but from here in the comm box, there was at least 2 foot between them.
Right, so Hall has closed back in on Gruffity. The gap went out slightly a couple of laps ago and now has closed back in, and we're still looking at probably 3 to 4 laps here as they head round out of hairpin 4, and we've still got a front 5 who are all in with a chance of victory.
He's going to have to be quick, isn't he? Because Alex Lynn has been plugging in personal best after personal best, and on that last lap was 0.3 of a second faster than both Hall and Gruffity.
Well, that was the big question for me, was if Alex Lynn could pass Jacob Carnes. Yes, he's answered that question. Next one, can he then close the gap and bridge the gap to the front 2? And he's slowly just nibbling away into that gap.
Retired from Heat 1 with an oiled up plug. Has then fought his way back, which meant
he won Heat 2, but then had a 5-second penalty, didn't he?
Yeah, started in P11 for this final. And now he is within half a second of the race lead, albeit still in P3 and on the final step of the podium as it stands. 3 laps to go by my reckoning for Gruffity, who hasn't really been, he's been kept honest by Ted Hall, but Hall hasn't had a go down the inside of Gruffity, but there's still time, and I think Gruffity may well go a little bit more defensive, Tom, in the final minute or so and the final 2 laps of this race as they head up and round. In fact, it may even be 3 laps at the end of this one. I think it will. We've been doing 42s. They exit out the final corner. They'll cross the line at the end of the next lap with some 7 seconds or so on the clock. Maybe a little less, but certainly enough to get themselves round. And if Alex Lynn wants an opportunity here, he's got to go early, and indeed does. The first opportunity to attack Ted Hall. And Alex Lynn goes down the inside, but has he opened up too much of a gap there now to Jake Gruffity?
Who's looking nervous now. He's just looked behind him and he saw Alex Lynn coming through.
Look at the amount of sort of tarmac eaten up there by Alex Lynn on the entry into hairpin number 3 that was between him and Tyler Gruffity. Did that overtake on Ted Hall and was still 1/10 of a second faster. 2 laps to go. Alex Lynn from P11 is in with a shout here. Tyler Gruffity, who has led from lights to this point so far, has got a lap and a half to hold on from a charging Alex Lynn. Ted Hall in the mix as well. Gap back then to Jacob Carnes, and a very impressive, I must say, Joey Swan in P5.
Yeah, best weekend of the year so far for Joey Swan, but Jake Gruffity still leading the way at the moment. Last lap board will be out this time, will it?
Yes, it will, I think, Tom.
Yes, it is. Here it comes.
Keep an eye out as well on that Darling battle all the way back that has got Albie Cam, Aidan Donnelly in it as well, along with, looks like Logan Pebbody and Ronnie Harrott. But we're going to rightly focus on this battle for the leaders. Into a defensive line down the inside goes Jake Gruffity, and that's meant Alex Lynn couldn't get down the inside into hairpin 2.
Ted Hall back into play as well. He's not out of this one, isn't Ted Hall?
Up towards South Bank then for the final time. Gruffity will take a middle road with that cart. Well, Alex Lynn, I think, is going to have to try and straight line it in towards hairpin number 4. I think Gruffity had it scouted. There was a bit of a gap there. Is Lynn going to get the run out? I don't think he is. Gruffity's going to hold on. Gruffity from Lynn and Hall. That's your top 3. Jacob Carnes and Joey Swan. Holly Swan wins in senior for the first time this season in P6, having come all the way through James Darling finishes P7, 6th in junior. Great debut showing for the 55 from Albie Cam and Aidan Donnelly. Oliver O'Donovan, the second senior, with Logan Pebbody, Ronnie Harrott and Paul Swan in front of Adam Corset, Cameron McNeil, Mark Laredo Gomez, and the retiree due to a departing rear bumper of Max Hall.
Our only retirement from seniors, from the road tax class as well. Normally we see 3 or 4 in the final, but good showing there to see that they all finished nice and cleanly. One more race for the day, and it's going to be your senior pro kart final. Max Shields is going to go off pole position with George Ludwell alongside. Curtis Yule is going to go from P3, which...
Hang on.
Oh, maybe not.
I've done the refresh.
Oh, you've done the refresh.
Yep.
Right, okay.
Yep, helped you out.
Max Shields is going off pole position. Curtis Yule is going from P2, which will be, I believe, the highest he's ever started in a final.
Correct.
George Ludwell will go from P3. Isaac Duff in P4. Joseph Williamson in 5th. Liam Edmonds in 6th. Zach Dawson in 7th. Lewis Blench in 8th. Tom Hewland will be P9. Hayden Harris in 10th. Zach Dean 11th. Ike Needham 12th. Oliver Hall 13th. Paul Scaife 14th. Lewis Jolly 15th. Darcy Hall 16th. Freddie Cowley 17th. Gavin Pike 18th. And Zachary Hudson 19th.
The style in which you've done that reminded me a little bit of Bullseye. In 1, Maximus Shields. In 2, Curtis Yule.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I was complimenting your cadence earlier, and you've just made me sound like a 80s
like Jim Bowen.
Pub trivia darts.
We do need to start.
Game show.
I think we need to start doing the grids in different styles.
What I could do is in an accent, if you like.
I did an entire interview once in a Dutch accent.
In the Dutch accent?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And then I interviewed Sam Spinell, and he used his French.
He
his
was
French,
doing...
his
Well,
Belgian
you
one.
do the French, and I will do the Dutch.
This is the Belgian one.
Like a waffle.
We do a lot of that.
That's...
I need to find that clip from Le Mans.
That's Curtis. You're going, come on, lads. Come on.
Come on.
Chop, chop. You know, like in the Fast Show with that family that's just running all the time with them suitcases.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Right. That's just messy.
Yes,
Come on.
That's what happens when you
we all
don't maintain a decent pace.
When we all slow down and start trying to look cool rather than efficient.
Big feature coming up in the British 24-hour on Pro Karts, by the way.
We should do a feature on rolling starts.
What a Pro Kart is, how it works, what the differences are between that and a rental car. Okay, well, we are going to let you know. Kat's asking if we could let her know. Well, I am going to let you know. I've got a full description and everything. It's going to be great. It's going to be really like genuine. It's going to be educational.
Have you bought that script with you?
I've bought part of it.
Cool. We shall edit shortly. And we are away in racing. We'll run up towards the national loop for the first time. And it Shields off the inside, off that pole position. Ludwell off the third place berth has gone with him as well. It's been a good start by Joseph Williamson, who too was on the inside berth in P5. He's managed to get down the inside of Curtis Yule with Isaac Duff, Zach Dawson just behind Lewis Blench. That's Liam Edmonds just behind them with Tom Hewland, Ike Needham. We've got Paul Scaife round at hairpin 1. He's going to be down the order, and he may well bring that in. He's just tootling round. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think he's just basically just decided that, yeah, that's enough for today.
Save myself for tomorrow. Zach Dawson down the inside of Isaac Duff.
Feels expensive these days, Tom.
Oh, it is.
Lewis Blench is going to get down the inside of Zach Dawson as well. The door reopened there by Isaac Duff.
Indeed. Shields, whatever the issues were earlier on throughout the day, look to have cleared up, certainly for the moment, because he is now half a second clear of George Ludwell, who's also had a good start up to P2. Curtis Yule has climbed up one position on that lap, but has lost one over the course of the race. So he currently sits P3. Joseph Williamson in fourth, Isaac Duff, then Lewis Blench, Jack Dawson, Liam Edmonds, Ike Needham, and Tom Hewland, the top 10. And there goes Paul Scaife.
Zach Dean spins at hairpin 3 and falls down to P18
from 12th. Zach Dean. But Shields now moving away, another 2/10 clip. I reckon I might have fixed that car.
Yeah, I'll go and ask some questions at the end.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm getting off the fence.
That whatever the issue was has now been rectified.
Yeah. I reckon it's running all right now.
Well, I'll let you know in 10 minutes' time on one lap. But so far, it seems to be going okay.
So in the fight for people that aren't Max Shields, George Ludwell is leading the race. With Curtis Yule in third and Joseph Williamson fourth. But Yule and Williamson in that same clubman class. They are fighting for overall victory in that class. Leading the novice class is Lewis Blench in sixth. Hayden Harris all the way in 11th. So at the minute, Lewis Blench just needs to hold position or certainly not lose much. And victory will go that way. Hayden Harris and then Lewis Jolly is P13. And he is a little bit detached from 11th and 12th of Hayden Harris and Oliver Hall.
He's still got Zach Hudson right behind him though, Tom. So that's the podium positions in that novice class being battled for.
Yep. Shields comes over the line and new fastest lap of the race. Yeah, I reckon that's definitely fixed. He's just gone 3/10 faster than George Ludwell, who isn't hanging about.
No, but he's being pursued by
Curtis
Yule, who sets some personal best.
Yeah, indeed. He is coming under pressure, is Ludwell, which is surprising because we thought he had the pace to just drive away, or I would have expected him to have the pace to just drive away. But Curtis Yule has certainly been no slouch this weekend. I think it's those driving tips I gave him when we did that race here last month?
Oh, yeah. I heard you spent a good 45 minutes teaching him everything you know.
Well, no, I mean, he spent a good 45 minutes overtaking me every sort of 10 to 12 laps. But, of course, it was my lines that he was following.
Yes.
And, yeah, everything he knows.
Of course.
He certainly introduced himself to my rear bumper a few times.
That's the indoor carter in him.
I wasn't complaining too much because most of the time it was down the straight.
Was he in an owner or was he in a
He
hire?
was in an owner, yeah.
Oh, so that's why if he overtook you every 12 laps in a hire, I'd be seriously questioning whether I'd get in a cart again.
No, it wasn't quite that bad, thankfully.
Because that'd be about 4 seconds a lap.
I said before, but I was quite chuffed with the fact that I'm like 15 kilos overweight and I was able to go with Lewis Blench for a good lap and a half before before he got enough of a gap that then I lost the slipstream. Still got it.
Top four beginning to fragment slightly as George Ludwell has pulled a little bit of a gap here on Curtis Yule. The battle for fifth is interesting between Isaac Duff and Lewis Blench that we can see on screen here because they're not exactly pulling away from Dawson or Edmonds.
No, Edmonds had great pace in Heat 3, hasn't he? Oh, didn't he? But he's struggled to replicate that because he's got karts in his way. When in clear air, I think he would. I mean, you can see he's clearly quicker than Zach Dawson. He just can't find a way through.
And then again, it'll be the same with Duff, who's dragging Lewis Blench. In fact, Blench goes down the inside.
There we go.
Duff.
I could see that coming.
Not sure that Edmonds has got it done, but Blench certainly has on Isaac Duff. Duff's going to come straight back at him.
And Dawson's going to fill the hole.
Yeah, but he's on the outside. That's going to
Ooh,
allow
and that's
Liam
allow
Edmonds through.
through.
Yes.
Yes. So you go for one, you lose one. You go for one, you lose one.
So Edmonds picking up one place there. Lewis Blench, I think, could have defended the inside up towards hairpin 4. I think he may still be through and the chance of moving away. Ike Needham's up onto the back of this train as well.
Indeed. And in behind is Tom Hewland as well. Don't count him out.
Needham, who started way down the order in P12. For him, we'd expect him to be a bit higher, but his ascension through the field hasn't really been what we'd expect for a driver that has historically been sort of top 5 here, Tom.
New fastest lap for Max Shields, a 46.250. A good quarter of a second quicker than anybody else on track. I reckon they've fixed them issues.
Whatever it was.
Probably cobwebs on the visor.
Yeah.
Just needed to blow them off.
Way clear now down the back straight. The gap is 2.7 seconds for Max Shields.
Duff still managing to hold on from Blench, but Edmonds now looking very racy, trying to find his way through that pack. I said a few laps ago that I was surprised that he hadn't managed to replicate his pace in Heat 3. Well, he is when he can get through. It's the carts that are in front of him and blocking the way that are causing the issues at the moment. We shall see whether he can manage to make some inroads, because if he can, Yule and Williamson aren't that far in front anymore. He can see them getting closer and closer. So it's not written off here that the club class podium is done and dusted. It's very much not.
No, Shields still clear at the front, and that looks like it's comfortable, but
likewise P2 in Pro as well.
There goes Zach Hudson down the inside of Lewis Jolly, and Jolly rides it all the way around the outside. That is the third place in the novice class, Tom, and we've got Zach Hudson and Zach Dean right behind them as well.
Ooh, that's all getting a little bit tasty in behind Lewis Jolly.
Wide goes Hudson.
Hudson and Dean, yeah.
May well give Jolly a bit of the gap that he requires, although still with 3 minutes to go, there's plenty of time to close in onto the back of Lewis Jolly once again.
So this fight for third overall is really starting to come together now. We've got 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. And it's going to be Yule, Williamson, Duff, Blench, Edmonds, Dawson, Needham, and Tom Hewland. So it's going to be 3rd to 10th. We've already got 5th to 9th are nose to tail. So once that gap is bridged by Isaac Duff, who is closing in on Joseph Williamson, I think Lewis Blench can see it, and that's why he's not making a move. And likewise, Liam Edmonds as well. They're all just pushing each other along at the moment to try and close that gap. Liam Edmonds, of course, needs them to close the gap because the 2 carts in front of him aren't in the same class.
No, currently sitting in 3rd place in the club class is Liam Edmonds, as Lewis Blench is in the middle of this and will obviously want to try and hold as much as he can. Liam Edmonds is down the inside of Blench there for position, and they're going to run 3 wide down the back straight, and Zach Dawson may well be on the inside. They all slotting back in, and Liam Edmonds tries to get across on Zach Dawson, gets it done in the end. That slows Dawson down slightly, and that's going to put Ike Needham on the inside, who helps himself through on Zach Dawson.
Yep, it's still looking very comfortable at the front for Max Shields. 3.5 seconds now. We are into the final minute plus 1 lap. Still waiting for it to kick off. I think Liam Edmonds now is going to need to make a move on Lewis Blench pretty quickly if he's going to start thinking about a podium here in class. And he just can't quite find the way through there into South Bank. And again, looking on the inside, he's going to have to straight line it there, and he can't get it done there either. Decides to just follow in the wheel tracks through hairpin 4. And Maximus Shields is just going quicker and quicker and quicker every lap.
2 laps to go in our...
So is George Ludwell, to be fair.
Yes.
George Ludwell is going quicker and quicker every lap, but just has consistently been a 10.5 to 2.5 tenths off the pace of Shields.
Yeah, Shields now with a gap of 3.6 seconds, which we haven't seen all day. This is the Max Shields that
we expected.
Come to expect in terms of his sheer pace and consistency. Time is down to 0, so Shields will come through now to commence the final lap, leading comfortably from George Ludwell. Yule, Williamson, Duff has broken away now from Lewis Blench and Liam Edmonds, with Ike Needham, Zach Dawson, whose car just doesn't appear to be pitching into the D chicane in the way that you'd have hoped, in front of Tom Hewland to complete your top 10.
So they head down the back straight for the final time. Big question is whether Liam Edmonds can get past Lewis Blench. It doesn't look like he can. Can Joseph Williamson mount an attack on Curtis Yule into the final set of hairpins? They go. Max Shields already coming out of hairpin 4, and he's going to claim another final victory here at Teesside. And it goes the way of Max Shields. George Ludwell comes across the line in P2. Curtis Yule comes across the line. No hands on the steering wheel. Full celebration. I'm not sure what... Oh, Rob is down there. So Rob is getting that as a photo. Curtis Yule comes across the line, takes victory in club class and 3rd place on the road, which I still believe is the highest that Curtis Yule has finished in a final. So big tip of the hat there. Joseph Williamson in P4, 2nd in club class. 3rd in pro class, goes to 5th on the road, Isaac Duff. Lewis Blench wins novice in P6. Liam Edmonds, 3rd in club class in P7. Then we've got Ike Needham, Zach Dawson, Tom Hewland and Oliver Hall. Hayden Harris takes 2nd place in novice from Lewis Jolly in 3rd place and 13th overall.
Good fight back from Zach Dean, Tom, and he gives some credit there to 28. He had that spin and fell all the way down to the back end of the field, came back to challenge Lewis Jolly for that final step on the novice class podium. Finishes in P14. Gavin Pike, Freddie Cowley, Zach Hudson, Darcy Hall and Paul Scaife. Hall and Scaife retiring before the end. 17 finishes in our senior pro kart class. So that brings an end to the day here at Teesside. We'll have trophies in around about 20 minutes time, Tom, for those that are here. Just a reminder to everybody at the track that we have got on-track action still going on beyond our hire carts today. With some hire carts beyond our race day today. So the track will not be available for track walks until around about 8 o'clock this evening. So please stay away from the track. That would be greatly appreciated. Please, though, do in the next 20 minutes or so start making your way up towards the grandstand in front of the cafe and near the D chicane, where we'll have our trophy presentation. You'll see Tom and I will be there with the trophies. So if as many of you as possible could make your way up, because we have a few special trophies as well alongside our 1st, 2nd and 3rd place ones. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch on this fine Saturday here at Teesside. And we'll be back tomorrow, mate.
We will. And thank you, as always, to our sponsors as well. Optimal, Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, MS Kart and Heroes 4 Homes. And of course, series sponsors NRG Karting as well, who make this stream possible. Without them, you wouldn't be able to hear our dulcet tones. So thank you, as always, to them. And thank you to all of our marshals who have done a brilliant job all day dealing with some issues. So yeah, great stuff. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us. And we will be back around about 9:30 again tomorrow morning. And we will see you then.